Storm Publishing presents The Kennedy Rule, written by Casey Carmichael and read by Theo Madison. Warm-up 1. December 28th. Chicago Broadwings vs. Buffalo Blizzards. Gavin Marshall. 20 more minutes. That's all I have to remind Connor Kennedy that despite his being named MVP for the past 3 seasons, and winning Rookie of the Year 6 seasons ago, and being selected before me in the draft the year before that, he is still no better than I am. Fine, he's faster than me. A fact I'm reminded of as soon as the ref drops the puck to start the third period and Connor wins the face-off. I'm back to chasing his skinny ass down across the ice once again. And fine, the number of goals I've scored in my career, he manages to deliver in a season. But I'm not here to score goals. I'm here to stop little rich boy punks like him from chipping the biscuit into the basket over my goalie's shoulder. Slam! I'm also here to hip check him into the boards. Don't see you dancing for the puck now, I chirp as the ref grabs me by my shoulder pads and skates me away from the flattened version of Connor Kennedy I left on the ice. Enjoy your front row seat for the next 2 minutes, Marshall, Connor says as he slowly rises. He eyes me with those damn winter blue eyes of his, and has the gall to smirk as he brushes the snow off his hips and shoulders while I'm hauled away and placed back into my home, the penalty box. No, really. This is my home. There's a water bottle with my name on it waiting in here for me. I grab it and squirt some into my mouth as I settle onto the bench that Coach Matthews has dubbed my throne. Why? Because here, in Buffalo, New York, home of the Blizzards, I rule. I reign in the one aspect of hockey Connor Kennedy will never beat me at: penalty minutes. In fact, I'm not even sure the league's golden boy has ever seen the inside of a sin bin. I doubt he's ever heard his home crowd cheer his name as he's hauled off to cool down, like they've been cheering mine since I hip-checked him into oblivion. Pretty boys like Connor Kennedy only know what it's like to be swooned over. How would he handle being feared instead of revered? Would those rich, golden brown curls of his that are flipping around the edges of his helmet still have the same luster? Would his blue eyes finally be seen by the masses as I see them, cool and dismissive like the ice we skate on? How well would he handle being hated by every fan in every city but his own? My guess is not well at all. Connor Kennedy. That should shut them up, I say to my teammate James Bryant as the lamp lights up behind the net. I've tied the game. I bet Gavin Marshall isn't sitting quite so smug now that I've made optimal use of his absence from the ice while he atones for his unnecessary roughing in the penalty box. His throne. I roll my eyes. Imagine calling yourself king of penalty minutes. Nice one, Connor. I can hear Coach Chris yell from the bench. Now get your ass over here. Lars, you're in for Kennedy. I don't need a break, Coach. I can play another shift, I say as I skate by the bench, stopping Lars from climbing over the boards. Maybe, Coach says as he nods his chin across the ice towards the penalty box where Gavin Marshall is standing, staring at me, and waiting to be set free like a captive angry bear before play begins again. I wink at him, and he grins, showing all of his teeth. But I'm not leaving you out here like a meal. Now get on the bench. Fine. I relent and trade places with Lars. Once seated, I take a quick look at the scoreboard. 16 minutes left of playing time with a tied score of 1-1. I really should be out there. I'm our team's best center, and the best chance of putting another goal on the board to win this grueling game, which is made even more grueling here in Buffalo, where the ice is fielded with dirty players, and the stands are full of rabid, bloodthirsty fans, most of whom I'm surely only come to watch Gavin Marshall fight and flatten his opponents. I check the clock again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ref drops the puck. We win the face-off, and Marshall shoots after the puck like a rocket. Or, more accurately, right towards James, one of our right wingers, who's skating the puck within feet of the Blizzard's net. Their goalie is poised. James is lining up his shot, and I brace myself for the collision he's about to be railroaded with. A collision I know all too well, being laid out by Gavin Marshall, is something I've been experiencing since before we were drafted into the league. Even back through juniors, we were somehow always placed on teams pitted against each other. Destined to be rivals, I suppose. And here he is, about to take out that rivalry on my teammate. Except, he doesn't. Instead of knocking James to the ice, he snakes the puck out with his stick and passes it with a quick flick of his wrist to his own teammate waiting in the wings. Then, on quick feet, he turns around and starts skating with abandon, keeping up with his teammates as they pass the puck back and forth between each other. The way they move and weave, the way they anticipate where the other will be, all while Gavin blocks any defense our team can offer, comes as a reminder as to how they won the cup last year. The Buffalo Blizzards are a literal storm front on the ice, with Gavin functioning as the wind, blowing everyone off course. He covers more ice than the puck does, and he never touches it again. As he skates, his focus is clear. Once their center, Alexander Tavish, has the puck, Gavin parks his giant ass in front of our goalie, making it impossible for him to see what's barreling towards him. It works, and the home team's goal horn blares once again. The Buffalo Blizzards have scored. The crowd is chanting Gavin's name, despite him not being the one who put the puck into the net. The roar of his name from the crowd is overwhelming. I look down and smile at my skates, not wanting anyone to see that I'm proud of the man I'm supposed to loathe. Gavin. Gavin! Another reporter yells while shoving a microphone into my face in the locker room. I turn my attention to him and force a smile. I hate this part of the game. I want to get out of my gear, have a shower, and change. I want to go home, put my feet up on the armrest of my crappy couch and ice my knuckles and knees. I no longer want to answer questions so that sports analysts and everyone watching me from their armchair with beer in their hands, anywhere other than Buffalo, can call me a goon or a brute. That was quite a hit you gave Connor Kennedy. Of course that's what he leads with. That's what they always lead with. Forget about the fact that I made it possible for our team to score the goal that put this game to bed. Do you think treating your fellow players like this is going to make it hard for you to fit into the United States team for the Olympics this year? I run my hand through my sweaty hair, pushing it back away from my face. The roster for the U.S. team hasn't been announced yet. I laugh and give the camera associated with this reporter my most devilish smile. And I highly doubt it's going to have my name on it. Which is true. It's the Olympics. As much as the general manager wants to win, he's going to want to win with as little controversy as possible. Adding me to the roster is instant controversy. Your name better be on it. My teammate Alexander Tavish comes running across the locker room from his stall and throws his arm around me. Canada was quick to claim him for their team, which is smart. He's an excellent forward, and consistently good for at least 1 point per game. He ruffles my head with his gloved hand, causing chunks of my sweat-soaked black hair to fall back over my eyes, that I instantly push back again. Tavish grins and shakes me by my shoulders. I want to know how the rest of the league feels squaring up against this man for a few weeks. That doesn't scare you? The reporter asks. No. Alexander barks out a laugh and slings an arm across my shoulders. We're hockey players. We fear nothing. Almost nothing. But I guess for Alexander, that's true. When he's not on the ice, he's at home with his perfectly acceptable fiancée and golden retriever puppy. Unlike me, who goes home to my shoebox of an apartment that is mostly empty and hides away, not wanting anyone to look too closely at my comings and goings. The less people know about me personally, the better, and that includes my teammates. I'm a private person, and I've kept my life and my past hidden the best I can, so I don't wind up being the center of some motivational rags to riches feature, or worse, the face of the league's increasingly controversial gay pride nights. Still in the clutches of Alexander, who is now yucking it up with the reporters, I look across the locker room to catch our PR manager's eyes. He gives me a nod that says I can be done. He probably feels like his primary job responsibility is keeping me from mouthing off to the press. With his cue for me to exit, I excuse myself, slip out from under Alex's arm, and escape into the showers. As I walk through the locker room, I'm met with whoops, hollers, and fist bumps from the rest of my teammates, and a nod of recognition from Coach Matthews as I walk past. "Good game," he tells me. "You're earning that A on your jersey, all right." My lips pull tight into something that resembles a smile, and I tap it twice with the thumb side of my right fist. Alternate captain. It's my first season wearing it. And it came as a surprise when I saw it on my practice jersey on the first day of training camp in the fall. It's rare for the team enforcer to wear the badge. Give it to someone less violent, the naysayers say. Give it to someone who the kids can look up to, as if every rink rat in training isn't already practicing how to throw off their mitts and grab their opponent's jersey when the time comes to remind their competitors what they're there for: to win. Regardless of what people say, or more likely, despite it, I'm proud of that A. Maybe more than I'm proud of my title, King of Penalty Minutes. Don't get me wrong, I like protecting my teammates. I like making sure they're safe to do their job. I like enforcing the unofficial rules of the ice and reminding the other 31 teams in the league that the Blizzards are the last team you want to fuck with. Plus, if I fight hard enough, if I show my might and toughness out there, then if the secret that I'm gay comes out, maybe people will be too afraid to fuck with me about it. Hockey is all I have. I can't lose it over something as trivial and inconsequential as who I like to go to bed with. Connor. It was a tough loss, but we fought hard, I say to the reporters gathered around me after the game in the locker room. Buffalo is always a challenge. The team or the stadium? The reporter asks for clarification. Both, I laugh. You were there. This is one of the loudest stadiums in the league, with the most dedicated fans. That was a nice way to say it, right? Maybe not. My father, who is also the general manager of my team, is staring at me from behind the crowd of reporters and my teammates with his arms crossed. I gulp. But we'll be ready for our revenge next month when we play them again in our barn. What about the Olympic team announcement happening tonight? Are you prepared to see a member of the Blizzards on that roster? I make quick eye contact with my dad. He's been spending all the spare time he has trying to influence that list of players. As a former Olympic gold medal winner and NHL player as well, his input is always considered. Despite the fact that everyone clamoring for one of the coveted spots considers his influence to be a bit corrupt, I don't blame them. He should have retired as the Chicago Broadwings general manager the moment I became eligible for the draft. Having your father say your name into the mic when you're picked first overall is not the heartwarming moment people think it is. It's pressure with a dash of nepotism for flavoring. I swallow, then turn my attention back to the reporter. Regardless of whether I'm chosen for the team, I will be proud and happy for every player that makes the list, no matter who they play for. Even Gavin Marshall? I swear internally. Did the reporter really have to go there? More microphones are jabbed towards me, and the space goes completely silent. I'm supposed to hate Gavin. That's the narrative my father, and therefore the press have been pushing since the night before the draft 7 years ago. I smile at the camera, getting ready to give them what they want, even though it makes my stomach uneasy. I thought we were talking about hockey, not mixed martial arts fighting. I get an approving nod from my father, which allows me to turn away from the reporters. Now excuse me, I have to get changed. Once in the showers, I lean against the tiled wall and let out a breath as I let the hot water spray down on me. "We'll get them next time," James says to me with a thump of his fist to my shoulder. "Yeah," Lars agrees as he steps out from under the water and wraps a towel around his waist. "Damn right we will," I say back because it's what I'm supposed to say. Honestly, though, it's not the game that has me feeling dour. Losses happen in hockey. It's a long season, and you'll never win all of your games. "Gavin Marshall's a real prick," Johnson says as he walks through. "You can say that again," James says, and daps Johnson in agreement. I say nothing because it's not Gavin that has me feeling this way either. Sure, he's a menace out there, and easily the most frustrating forward/enforcer to play against in the league. But he's only doing his job. And he's doing a damn good job of it. He plays his heart out on the ice. It just looks different coming from him than it does most other players. After my shower, I walk to the stall with my name above it. No, wait. With my father's name above it. Sometimes I wonder if they just used his old placard. Sometimes I wonder if it wasn't for sharing his name, I'd even be here at all. No, don't go there. I may have gotten my place as a Broadwing under special circumstances, but I definitely earned my place in the NHL. There isn't a team in this league who wouldn't jump at a chance to grab me in a trade. Not that my father would ever in a million seasons consider trading me. But damn it, do I sometimes desperately wish he would. If only so I wouldn't have to see and live under his shadow every second of my career, which is the main reason why I want a place on the Olympic team. Sure, he'll travel to Milan to watch the games, but he won't be able to travel with us. He won't have access to the dorms in the Olympic Village. He won't even be allowed to observe practice. He'll have to watch from the stands like a regular fan, and I could, for the first time in my life, play some games in peace without being confronted by him the moment I step off the ice. "All right, everyone," my father's voice bellows as he strides across the locker room. "Listen up." He walks right up to Coach Chris and requests he turn up the volume on the televisions, showing clips of our game on ESPN while the commentators break down our loss, play by play. He looks right at me and grins. "They're announcing the teams." Gavin. "Connor Kennedy," the announcer on the television says while a headshot of Connor and his all-American golden boy smile lights up on the screen. "As if that's a surprise," Tavish says, making everyone in the locker room laugh. "You better snake that puck away from him every chance you get," Andrew Bouchard, our starting goalie, says. "You can count on it," Tavish yells out and winks at the exact moment Bouchard's name is announced on the TV. "Yeah!" The locker room erupts into cheers, and half of the team tackles Bouchard to the ground. Thankfully, he's still wearing most of his goalie gear. When he gets out from under the scrum, he points his finger at Tavish. "See you on the ice." "You better not take it easy on me," Tavish says back, grinning like a kid at Christmas. I wish I could join him in that smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for them. I really am. But despite my trash talk with the reporters, I do want a spot on the team. I don't know why. Maybe to prove something to myself, or to the league, or the fans who hate me for leveling their beloved stars, or the coaches and GMs who are always trying to tweak the rules to have me suspended. Honestly, though, I'd like to do it for my father. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for everything he sacrificed raising me on his own. It wasn't easy, and I want him to know it was worth it. Unfortunately now, it's looking less likely to happen. It's extremely rare for more than 2 players from the same team to be selected, even with one being picked for Canada and the other for the USA. My chances of going to Milan just got much slimmer. It's not all bad, I suppose. Lord only knows how a team with both Connor Kennedy and me would work. We hate each other. Or at least, he hates me. I hate the idea of him. I hate what he represents. The elitist nature of being the son of a legacy player who's had his path laid out for him on a red carpet since birth. But I can't say I actually hate him. I barely know him. In fact, we were almost friends once, a long time ago when we first met at a junior hockey camp. But that was shut down faster than a puck flying across freshly zambonied ice. Connor's father, a player I grew up admiring from the moment he won our country Olympic gold, turned out to be an absolute prick. The minute he discovered my ticket to camp came from a crowdfunder organized by my local rink in Alaska to send me to the lower 48 for a shot at playing in the biggest junior league in the country, Connor Kennedy Sr. instantly read me for exactly what I was. Still am. A dirty white boy from some podunk fishing village who has no business playing with his golden boy son. He handpicks the players for the Broadwings. I'd be stupid to think he doesn't have his hands in deciding who gets to play for the United States at the Olympics. Or maybe he doesn't. For it's exactly at this moment I hear my name coming out of the announcer's mouth on the screen. Holy shit, I say, and fall back onto the bench in front of my stall while my team goes absolutely insane. First period. 2. February 8th, United States Hockey Olympic Training Camp, Las Vegas, Nevada. Connor. I still have a vivid memory of the first time I laid eyes on Gavin Marshall. We were 16 and had just arrived at a junior league development camp being hosted in Ann Arbor, Michigan over the summer. For most of the junior hockey players in that room, it was the official start of their potential professional hockey player trajectory. The best of us would end up on the teams that would feed us into the draft, or head on to college for further development. Unlike the rest of them, my path had been laid out for me at birth, so I was already familiar with the process and everyone in that room. Everyone, that is, except for Gavin. He was an anomaly, and he stood out, looking like a man in a sea of boys. Even at 16, Gavin was big. He was easily the largest player at camp. He stood tall and broad, carrying a beat-up hockey bag full of second gear and an air of suspicion, like he was ready to bolt out of the exit he stood near. I remember noticing he had stubble, a full-on 5 o'clock shadow at 2 in the afternoon. It showed off his sharp jaw and contrasted enticingly with his permanently tanned olive skin that was framed by longer strands of deep dark hair. Some of my friends in the group who I already knew from playing traveling hockey for years had taken notice too. Where the fuck did they find that guy? I thought this was a junior league. Yeah, he seems to be ready for the prison league. Don't start, you guys, I said, even though they weren't exactly wrong. It was clear from the beginning he didn't fit in. To start, he arrived on his own when everyone else's parents had brought them here. He was a mystery that no one had ever heard of. But the thing that drew me to him was there was something in his eyes that gave away his actual age. The man standing by the door, poised to make a quick exit if he needed to, looked nervous and utterly alone underneath his rough exterior. I excused myself from my friends and approached him. Hi, I'm Connor. Is this your first time at camp? He nodded at me, and then stuck out his hand and said his name was Gavin Marshall. I barely heard him, too distracted by the way his hand felt in mine. It was rough, heavily calloused, but not in a way I was used to as a hockey player. His hand felt like it had been roughened on wood instead of ice. He was far too rugged for a 16-year-old, a fact that my newly discovered homosexuality took immediate excited notice of. I swallowed as I pulled my hand away and looked him right in the eye. "Let me guess," I said, smiling. "You're a versatile forward, but often used as an enforcer." He nodded again, but a slight grin pulled at his lips. "And you play center." "Oh, come on," I laughed. "It can't be that obvious." "You're Connor Kennedy," he said, looking me up and down. When his eyes met mine again, there was a hint of teasing in them. "Oh." A look like he'd won something crossed over his features. "You didn't think I knew who you were?" I hadn't, which was my own naivety and ignorance. Sure, I knew everyone in the room besides him, and they all knew me. But it shocked me that he knew who I was, since he looked like he wasn't from this world. He gestured around the room, then put his hands into his pockets and leaned against the closed door. "I know who all of you are," he said. I had a long flight from Alaska to study everyone's name and position. My eyes lit up. Alaska? That explained a lot. I don't think we've ever had a player from up there at this camp. You haven't. I looked around, trying to spot anyone else who didn't look familiar. Is there anyone else from your junior league here? He laughed bitterly. There is no junior league where I'm from. No league? Curious, I narrowed my eyes at him. Then why are you here? Because it was either here or a fishing boat. Gavin. Stepping onto the ice for the first team practice, I can see not much has changed since my teen years. Connor Kennedy is standing in the middle of the crowd, and I'm alone on the outskirts by the net. Well, not entirely alone. Andrew Bouchard is here with me, eyeing up the rest of the team as they jostle each other and congratulate Connor on being named team captain. A few of them tug at the captain patch on his practice jersey. Even from across the ice, it's clear they're all engaging in their ritual of sucking up to the golden boy. I wonder how many of them actually like him. There have been rumors around the league that his teammates in Chicago find the whole father-son shtick to be tiresome and unfair. I love how they act like it's a surprise, Bouchard says. Yeah, I agree with a half-hearted shrug. Even if his old man isn't GMing this thing, it's not like they were going to choose anyone else for captain. Bouchard hits me with his heavily padded elbow. They could have chosen you. I'm still surprised they chose me to be here. I think me being named captain would be pushing it. You have little faith in yourself. You're the best damn enforcer in the league. It would have been stupid not to pick you for the team. I look over my shoulder at him. Does it look like they wanted to pick me? He grins at me. Does it look like they wanted to pick me? We've been out here for 10 minutes and no one's even noticed. Oh, they've noticed, I say as I feel our temporary teammates' eyes occasionally flick towards us as they skate in casual, nonchalant loops greeting each other. Bouchard grins at me. They're trying to gauge if you're going to knock any of their teeth out for saying hello. I shake my head at him as I take my stick in both hands and hoist it over my head to rest on my shoulders so I can stretch out my chest by straightening out my arms. It is tempting. But truthfully, it isn't. Despite my grumpy exterior, I genuinely want to be here. Just like I genuinely wanted to be at junior hockey camp that summer. You'd think things would have changed in the 9 years since we were 16. You think things would have changed in my near 7 full seasons in the league. But they haven't. I'm still an outsider. An outsider with a Stanley Cup win, but an outsider just the same. Hey, Bouchard says, with another jab of his elbow into my ribs. Fuck all of them. You know they're only mad because us Blizzards are the reigning champs, and they'll come around as soon as they realize they need us more than we need them. Yeah. I bring my stick back down over my head and play with a nearby puck, flicking it around in close movements. Coach Chris from the Chicago Broadwings, who was selected to lead this team, gee, I wonder why, steps out onto the ice. He gestures for me and Bouchard to come join the group, and we do, taking our time as we glide towards the rest of the team. To be fair to us, all the gear that Bouchard has to wear doesn't make him a fast skater, but it does allow him to be effective where it counts, in front of the net, deflecting pucks. All right, boys. I see you've discovered your captain. Coach Chris pauses and holds up an A patch. I still have this one to pass out. Whoever wears it is going to have to earn it. Unlike Kennedy, Bouchard says to me under his breath. I look at him and stifle a laugh. Coach Chris continues. We have 1 week to get used to playing with each other. That's not a lot of time, but this is an elite group of players, and I have faith we can come together. I didn't think it was going to be that kind of camp, Bouchard says, only for me to hear. I wasn't prepared for a circle jerk. This time, I can't help it, and I laugh out loud. Something funny? Connor Kennedy asks me. I clear my throat. Nope, nothing funny at all. I spin away from Connor, look right at Bouchard, grin, and give him the finger. And that brings me to my next announcement, Coach says. In an attempt to build team unity, tonight we're cutting out half of your rooms. You're all getting roommates, and no, he pauses and looks pointedly at me and Bouchard. You do not get to room with a member of your own original team. I need you boys to work together, and fast, so find someone new to spend time with. A series of groans ring out around the group. At least I'm not the only one who objects to this idea. Coach blows his whistle. Now let's shave some ice. Connor. Practice is grueling, even more so than I'm already used to with Coach Chris. I thought coming into this, I'd be at an advantage, already knowing his system and the drills he likes to run. But I was wrong. He's pulling out all sorts of new formations and testing every combination of players he can to form our lines. Then, without much rest, he'll blow his whistle and round us up for speed runs in the form of suicides. Each of us is a sweaty mess. Even our 2 goalies are red in the face. Though I can understand why. They've both taken at least 100 shots on goal from us in the last 90 minutes. Despite all that, I am, surprisingly, having fun. A lot of fun. I'm even smiling as I wait against the boards for Coach to blow his whistle again to signal it's time for my group to skate as fast as we can from one end of the rink to the other in a mad dash. Because for the first time in my life, no one is here watching me skate outside of my coach and my teammates. I'm sure my father is fuming that Coach Chris made the request for this to be a closed session. But he was right to do so. Like he said in his speech, we don't have a lot of time to make us a cohesive team before we leave for Milan. An audience would make that already difficult task even harder. So for right now, I'm going to enjoy this freedom on the ice. I'm also going to enjoy watching Gavin skate like his career depends on it as he blows past everyone in his group for speed drills. It's like junior hockey camp all over again. Gavin, the mad Alaskan, skating with the fury of a man with something to prove. The quintessential underdog that has all the fight and all the bite. I seem to be the only person who enjoys watching him, except for Bouchard, who is always there to slap his teammate a high five when he comes to stop near the net, sending a plume of snow across the thin red line and onto the boards with a loud, crisp scrape of his blade on the ice. I can tell by the looks of exasperation on everyone else's face that he's frustrating them. I get it. There isn't a man on this ice who hasn't been laid out by Gavin coming at them at full speed, myself included. In fact, the bruise on my hip from the last time we met each other only finally faded this morning. Worth it. We redeemed ourselves against the Blizzards in that game and won. Coach blows his whistle twice. We're done, and everyone skates towards the bench to grab a sip of water. Good job, boys. He skates a loop around to catch glimpses of all 24 of us. I know today's practice wasn't easy, but I needed to see what you were all made of. Did you figure out who our alternate captain is? Bouchard asks, with a not-so-subtle gloved hand clap to Gavin's shoulder. No, Coach says, giving him a knowing smirk. But your boy there did impress. Bouchard grabs onto both of Gavin's shoulders and gives him a playful shake, and... oh my God. Is that a blush I see creeping across Gavin's sweaty cheeks? He looks, for lack of a better word, proud. Not smug. Not overly pleased with himself, but humble even. Huh? I did not expect that, especially not with how often he mouths off when you're playing against him. Well, speed doesn't mean shit when you're spending an entire game in the penalty box, Bradley Warren, one of our defensemen, says, and punctuates it with a spit onto the ice. Gavin responds by rolling his large, deep brown eyes and doing a slow jerk-off motion with his hand. Now I'm the one blushing, as heat rises to my cheeks, as I suddenly can't help but wonder what Gavin looks like doing exactly that. Nope, don't go there, Connor. Go ahead and swallow that idea right back down where it came from. Fuck. Swallow. Terrible choice of words. Stop thinking sordid things about Gavin. He's your enemy on the ice. Well, not for the next 3 weeks. Actually, now we're teammates. But somehow that might be worse. He's off limits for a myriad of reasons. 1, he's probably straight. 2, my father would kill me if I get outed as gay. And 3, he'll kill me a second time if I get outed because of anything to do with Gavin Marshall, who he hates more than he hates the fact that I'm gay. That's enough, Coach says and reaches into his pocket, pulling out a stack of room key cards. Now listen up. I need all of you to pair off. Remember, you can't choose someone you play with at home, so choose wisely. If it turns out your new roommate snores, I don't care. Work it out on your own. If for some reason, after this week, you cannot get along, we can revisit this when we assign rooms in Milan. But know this right now. If you can't get along in any 5-star resort, it's only going to get worse in the Olympic Village. There's been a lot of strides made over the years at the Olympics, but athlete accommodations are not one of them. So enjoy your full-sized beds while you have them. Most of the team breaks out into a laugh, and there's smiles throughout as they pair off, except for Gavin. The look he wears is one I've seen before from him. I'm suddenly transported back to junior hockey camp again, when we all needed to choose our dorm mates for the next 6 weeks. It wasn't Gavin's fault. Everyone already knew each other in some way or another. Of course, there were already friendships at play, and boys who were eager to pair off quickly to not have to room with the new kid. In the end, there was no one left for him to share a room with, and he ended up in a single. For someone who exudes nothing but contempt for his peers, you'd think he would have preferred it. But at that moment, all I could think was that maybe what he really wanted was a friend. That look on his face all those years ago has haunted me ever since. But at 16, I was too young, and my father had already arranged for me to room with one of his ex-teammates' son. I look around the rink, checking to make sure my father hasn't found a way to sneak in. He hasn't. Hey, I say to Gavin as I get near him. Want to share a room? No. Well, fuck me for asking. I poke at the blade of his stick with my own. But it doesn't really look like you have any other options. I angle my stick handle towards Bouchard, who's got his arm wrapped around the team's backup goalie, a player from the Utah Cougars. And he's managing to make nice. Bouchard's a nice guy. Gavin leans forward on his stick. I knock it out from under him with my own. He maintains his balance. Look, I say, I'm trying to be nice. Would it kill you not to be a dick for as long as it takes me to get a key card? Yes, he says and stares directly at me. Whatever, I say and skate away to find another option. But it would seem I'm too late as everyone else has already paired off. Sighing, I skate over to Coach Chris and grab the last set of keycards. Good luck, he says to me. Thanks. I'm going to need it. 3. Gavin. This is weird. No, this is infuriating. Why does he have to be such a nice guy? He'd be so much easier to hate if he was an asshole like his father. And he'd definitely be less attractive as well. If we were strangers in a place where no one knew who either of us was, I'd definitely make a move on him. He's exactly what gets my gears running. Athletic, strong, and fit. Plus there's that competitive edge to him that would make him fun to conquer in the bedroom. But there's also something else about him. Something below the surface, hiding behind that golden boy exterior. A vulnerability that I rarely see in the men I share the ice with. For some, they might see that as weakness. But for a guy like me, it pulls at my more primal side. The side that says, keep him from breaking. Which is its own mindfuck. Because up until we arrived at camp, breaking Connor Kennedy was part of my job description. That directive, however, no longer stands now that we're teammates. It's officially my job to keep him safe on the ice, so he can make plays and score goals, while I run over anyone who tries to fuck with him. Wait, is he whistling? He sure as shit is. Now that the water's been shut off in our hotel room shower, the unmistakable sound of him whistling a tune is no longer drowned out. There's probably woodland creatures in there with him, knotting a towel around his waist. I run my hands through my hair and tug. We've been in this room for 15 minutes, and it's already bordering on torture. Scratch that. It is actual torture. His whistling has stopped, and the bathroom door swings open, revealing a near-naked Connor Kennedy emerging from the steam. Fuck me. He's twice as hot wearing nothing but a towel. I mean, I always knew he was good-looking. Everyone knows he's good-looking with his classic all-American boy golden hair and bright blue eyes. But standing there in only a low-slung towel? It's like one of those damn Abercrombie and Fitch models from my sexual awakening has come to life in the flesh. No, not going there. I've managed to keep the fact that I'm gay a secret from the league for years. I'm certainly not going to let my cover be blown by Connor Kennedy and his stupid washboard abs. I do smile, though. Like what you see? Connor asks while blotting his hair with a towel. I like that I see I have 2 more abs than you do. I smirk. Bullshit, he says, and his eyes twinkle with challenge. I rise from the edge of my bed and pull my shirt off, suddenly glad that, like him, I chose to wait until we returned to the hotel and got settled into our rooms to shower. His eyebrows lift when he sees I wasn't kidding. While his 6-pack was impressive, mine is an 8, and I have a much deeper V-cut leading into my shorts. Plus, while he does have chest and shoulder definition, it's nothing compared to mine. Clearly, he didn't spend his childhood and now his off-season hauling and chopping wood for fuel for his fireplace. I guess there probably isn't much need for that in Chicago. It's not like he has a full forest of trees in his backyard. I throw his words back at him. Like what you see? He rolls his eyes at me. Sorry to disappoint you, Gavin. I'm not some puck bunny who's into that sort of thing. Interesting. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It's not like Connor or anyone in the NHL for that matter is out. But my gaydar is generally pretty in tune, and he's always given me a station. Not that it matters. Sure, as I've established, he's absolutely my type. Being smaller than me, he's the perfect size for me to manhandle and top the hell out of, without being a total twink. He's masculine and clearly strong. Not as strong as me, of course. And I've always wanted to know what skater thighs feel like squeezing my sides while I drive my dick into their owner. But if he's not gay, there's no point in continuing to dive down this particular fantasy rabbit hole. Besides, even if he is gay, us hooking up would be a massive mistake. For a league full of men, the NHL is worse about gossip than a woman's sewing circle. I ball up my shirt, toss it into my duffel bag, then grab a clean pair of briefs. Are you planning on unpacking? Connor asks. I doubt it. I shrug. Why would I? We're hockey players. We live out of our bags throughout the entire season while we travel around. Even when the season is over, I never unpack as I go straight back to Alaska to spend the summer with my father. Connor sighs and grabs my garment bag, which contains my league-mandated suits for showing up to games. The rule has been carried over to the Olympics as well. You can at least hang these up, he says, and proceeds to, in fact, hang them up. See, there's my gaydar pinging again. I'd have hung them up eventually, maybe. But there is something charming about him doing it for me. He shakes his head at me and points to the bathroom. Aren't you going to take a shower? Why? I grin at him. Are you taking me out to dinner? No, he laughs. It's just, can't you smell yourself? You stink like a hockey bag. You know, you didn't smell like roses after practice either, right? Yes, I'm aware. Why do you think I got in the shower? To cool off from being around me. I wink at him. That's so not the case, he says, blushing and clearly flustered. Lord help me if he continues to be this fun to tease. Perhaps this roommate thing won't be so bad. I can entertain myself for hours making him squirm. Have him regret initiating this arrangement by Tuesday. Get him to the point where he's begging Coach Chris for a roommate change in Milan. He starts unpacking his bag and putting things away, placing some pieces in the drawers and hanging others up. Occasionally, he holds an article of clothing up as if inspecting it, then pairing it with something else until he has a full outfit laid out on his bed. Hot date? I ask him as I pull my toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, and 2-in-1 shampoo out of my duffel. I wish, he sighs and checks the watch he's putting on his wrist. It looks expensive, and I notice he has a small case filled with a few different options. It's something I've never gotten into, but I can see the appeal. It's a nice adornment on his wrist. I'm running late, actually, he says. My father made reservations at the steakhouse overlooking the casino. I may not know Connor Kennedy Sr. intimately, but the opinion I do have of him makes me think I'd prefer oral surgery after taking a puck to the face to sharing a meal with the man. Connor Jr. looks like he feels the same way. His lips have pulled tight while he tucks his light blue button-down shirt into his gray slacks that are hugging his muscular thighs and ass in a very enticing way. Looking at his serious face while he finishes getting dressed makes me feel like I'm intruding, so I tuck my things under my arms. I give him one last look over from head to toe before I step into the bathroom. He looks sharp, despite the look of dread in his eyes. Don't be offended if I'm not here when you get back, I say. I have plans to grab a bite to eat with Bouchard, but Connor doesn't need to know that. He looks over his shoulder and raises an eyebrow at me, a playful glint emerging on his face, replacing the sadness that was previously there. Only if you promise not to be offended if I don't wait up. Connor. By the time I make it from our room all the way down through the casino and into the restaurant, I'm 10 minutes late. This place is vast, and the dim lighting doesn't hide the look of disappointment on my father's face, or my mother's indifference as she sips from her wine glass. Funny, in my dread of meeting my father for dinner, I'd forgotten that my mother chose to join him on this trip. She probably used it as an excuse to pack her schedule with spa treatments and a discreet nip and tuck or two. Sorry I'm late, I say as I take a seat. Practice ran long, and then I had to get cleaned up. Plus, this hotel is massive. I must have walked 2 miles to get here. Shit, I'm rambling. A bad habit of mine that I have when I'm nervous. To shut myself up, I take a sip of water. Tell me what I heard isn't true, my father says, and there's so much that could be attached to that, I don't know where to even start denying. I just hope I haven't been caught doing something I shouldn't with someone I shouldn't have been with again. I'm not sure I can go through another payoff and series of NDAs being signed because some asshole I slept with decided to film it, then blackmail me with it like what happened during my rookie season. I try to shake off the thought, but the fear of it happening again doesn't leave me. My heart rate kicks up and my palms start to sweat. Quickly, under the table, I rub them on my napkin. I don't know why panic is beginning to rise through me. I haven't been with another man since then, so I can't imagine that's what his assertion is about. But after his reaction to that video being sent to his office with demands for a payout, followed by him immediately going into action, shutting down all talk about me being gay, I can't help but always be paranoid when he's staring at me with his nostrils flaring. I take another sip of water and swallow around the lump of dread in my throat. What are you referring to? Gavin Marshall, he says through his teeth with maximum level of disdain. Why on earth did you volunteer to be his roommate? You know what the league thinks about him. Oh, of course. I should have known. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Instead, I down what's left of my water in one gulp. This settles my nerves some, but not all the way. But then again, I doubt I'll ever not be nervous around my father. He's never been someone I can let my guard down around, no matter the circumstance. Here, have some wine, my mother says, and passes me a glass she's just poured from the bottle on the table. My dad pulls it away before I get a chance to take a sip. He's working, he snarls. Oh, please, my mother says. When you were working, you used to drink like a fish. Let the boy have a glass of wine if you're going to treat him to the hockey dad version of the Spanish Inquisition. Suddenly, I'm happy for my mother's presence, and I smile at her gratefully. Even though I know deep down inside her comment to my father has less to do with sticking up for me and more to do with sticking it to him, it still makes me happy. They've been like this for years. Fine. My father passes me back the glass. He can have 1 glass. 2, I think, but don't say, as I'm absolutely cracking open the minibar in our room when I return from this dinner to calm my nerves. Now back to Gavin Marshall, my father says. They never should have let him on the team. He was chosen same as I was, I say, which earns me an angry look that causes me to begin rambling again. And he's a good playmaker. Best in the league, to be honest. You should have seen him on the ice today. He outskated everyone. He's going to be a great asset at the games. Asset? My father scoffs. The Olympics are about sending the pride of your country to represent your nation, not its goons, and certainly not its trash. My lips pull tight, and my blood begins to simmer. He's not trash, Dad. He's a millionaire like the rest of us. Hardly, he says as he flags our server down. He holds up his menu and points as he orders. The petite filet for my wife, and my son and I will each have a New York strip. I gape at him. I didn't even get a chance to look at the menu. I don't even think I want steak tonight. I'd prefer a nice plate of fish, probably the salmon. But my father has already sent our server away. Typical Connor Sr. The minute he feels anything move out of his control, he has to put his vice grips around whatever he can still touch and manipulate. Me. Always me. "I'll talk to Coach Chris," he says. "I can get him to assign you a new roommate." "I don't want a new roommate," I say, my voice rising, making me sound like a petulant child. Or, I can tell by the look on my father's face, a homosexual. Which, in his mind, is worse. My vocal inflection has gone too gay for his liking in this crowded room. My father reaches and grabs my wrist across the table, yanking it hard. "Quit arguing with me. I'm doing what's best for you." "No, you're not," I say through clenched teeth, bringing my voice down. "You're doing what's best for you and your image." "He's got you there," my mom says around a sip of wine. After she swallows, she holds her glass up to me. I don't know what I was thinking. I shouldn't have said that. It's only going to make him angrier, and therefore more controlling. My father turns his gaze onto her, but she doesn't care. She pours herself more wine from the bottle, emptying it into her glass. She then signals our server to bring us another bottle. "Please, Dad, let it go," I say, yanking my hand out of his grip. I rub my now irritated wrist with my other hand to soothe its ache. "Don't get involved. I'm fine rooming with Gavin. It's for the best anyway. Me getting special treatment because of you isn't going to be what's best for the team. Just stay out of it." "Fine," he says. His jaw is tense, and his glare towards me is hard. "But if he tries any of his shit, I won't hesitate to get him kicked off the team." Gavin. Of course, Bouchard has chosen the hotel steakhouse where he wants to have dinner. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. The food's cooked to perfection, and I definitely need the protein after today's practice. The issue I have is that, from where Bouchard and I sit at the bar, I can see Connor across the restaurant having what is obviously a tense dinner with his parents. He looks uncomfortable, constantly fidgeting with his watch and hardly touching the food on his plate. It's interesting to see someone who's such a presence on the ice be reduced to looking like a child in the company of his namesake. The scene I'm seeing play out has my throat tight with a growl. I'm trying to keep from letting out. I don't care how new it is. That's my teammate. Someone I've been tasked with protecting, even if it's only for the next 3 weeks. If we weren't in this crowded restaurant, I'd march over there and crush the elder Kennedy on general principle. It would feel great. It's no secret that I've never liked Connor Sr. To be fair, by all accounts, I've never liked Connor Jr. either. But pretty much all of that dislike is because of his father. He's the one who's always been an asshole. He's the one who's been pitting us against each other since juniors, leading all the way up until the draft day and continuing into the present. What a disappointment he turned out to be. To think my dad used to bring me to our local tavern back in Alaska to watch his games that we couldn't get on our crappy TV antenna. It was a huge deal for us when we were able to finally splurge and pay for a cable television to watch more games. But even after that, Connor Kennedy Sr. and the Chicago Broadwings were still our favorite team to cheer for. But it's true what they say. Never meet your heroes. Bouchard snaps his fingers in front of my eyes. "Yo, Earth to Marshall, did you get your bell rung today or something?" I shake my head and turn my attention to him. "Huh? You spaced on me, man." He takes a sip of his beer, then points at me with the mouth of the bottle as he swallows. "You've got that 1,000-yard stare of yours going on." I rub my eyes with the back of my hand, then grab my root beer to take a sip. "Just tired, I guess," I say before I go back to eating my meal, a delicious plate of Alaskan caught salmon. "So, I take it that means you won't be joining me at the titty bar tonight?" "No." I laugh for reasons he's completely unaware of. "Definitely not. But by all means, go have some fun." He shrugs. It's not that fun to go solo. This is something I'll never understand about straight men. For a subset of dudes who will get uncomfortable at the idea of two men kissing, they all seem to love going to a strip club in groups and jostling each other's shoulders while they all have boners. There's something very homoerotic about the entire display, and I'm not in the mood for it tonight. I'm sure there's someone else on the team who is game to go with you, I say, and cut another piece off of my salmon. Maybe, Bouchard says, around a mouthful of food. He washes it down with a sip of his beer. But most of these guys are married. Did you notice that? Are they? I guess I hadn't noticed. But to be honest, I really only care about the goings-on of my own teammates on the Blizzards. And well, yeah, a lot of them are married. But that never seemed strange. Hockey players tend to marry their college or even high school sweethearts. Most of them have kids before they turn 25 and are thrilled about it. I've always been worried about them wondering why I'm not on that path. And more importantly, why I'm never cycling through an endless stream of puck bunnies like our few remaining unattached teammates. Yeah, Bouchard says. There's a bunch of family men on this team. You should have seen Olsen back in our room FaceTiming his wife and 2-year-old. Fucking weird watching him be all gooey with the baby talk. I smirk at him. To his wife or his kid? Bouchard barks out a laugh. Ha! Both. He chugs what's left of his beer, then gestures to the bartender for another one. The bartender looks at me to see if I need a refill as well, and I shake my head. To be honest, though, Bouchard continues, he does seem happy. Aw, is that jealousy I hear in your voice? Fuck off. He laughs. But seriously, maybe it's time for me to find someone to settle down with. Yeah. I nod my chin towards him. After all the shots to the dome you've taken, you're going to need someone to take care of you when you're older. Do you tell that to everyone you knock out? Hey, I've never knocked you out. No. He laughs again and takes a sip of his new beer that the bartender just dropped off. And thank God for that. I've seen the way you level players. I'd rather take multiple 90-mile-per-hour clappers to the head than one hip check from you, you brute. I wave him off. With all those hip pads you wear, you wouldn't even feel it. Probably not, he says, and goes back to eating. I take this opportunity to chance another glance at Connor. He looks like he wants to crawl out of his skin as he pushes his food around his plate. I frown. What's that face about? Bouchard asks me. Fuck, he caught me again. I nod my chin in the direction of Connor's table. Bouchard looks. What about him? He looks miserable. Lord knows why. Spoiled prick has nothing to be miserable about. My mouth has gone dry, and I suddenly wish I'd had the bartender bring me another root beer. His dad's the prick, so it's learned behavior then. Maybe, I shrug, but I don't think that's the case. You ever wonder if being a hockey dad might not be the best choice? Are you kidding me? Bouchard sits a little taller and beams. I think the only reason I've considered finding a wife is so I can have a miniature me to skate around with. A kid decked out in goalie gear, fumbling around on family night. Don't tell your future wife that, I laugh. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you've never thought about it. I'm sure there's plenty of women out there who would jump at the chance to marry and raise a team of hockey players/lumberjacks with you. I stare at him like he's an idiot. Nobody wants that, not even me. And that's the truth. Kids are not in the cards for me for plenty of reasons. Least of which being that I'm gay and will never father a child naturally, and most of which, this world doesn't need another me. It barely tolerates the one it already has. Heads up, Bouchard says. Your roommate's on the move. He gives me a mischievous smile. Should we invite him and his old man for a drink? I practically choke, and I'm about to say that's a terrible idea as Bouchard calls out and waves them over. Connor Sr. looks like smoke is going to shoot out of his nostrils as he turns to look at us. Connor Jr. looks like he wants to be anywhere but here, but he's the one who relents first and walks over. That nice guy side of him winning the war in his brain between being rude or being polite to his teammates. Connor Sr. says, placing a hand on his shoulder when he gets near us. We don't have time for this. Bouchard bursts out laughing and flips them the finger, but I don't have it in me to join in. If we were on the ice, sure. I'd engage in the smack talk and attempt to get under Connor's skin if our teams were playing against each other. But not here. Not now. This isn't the time or the place. Leave them alone, I say to Bouchard as I knock his hand down with my own. Save it for the ice. 4. Connor. So it turns out Gavin Marshall sleeps like the dead. I don't know why this surprises me. Maybe because I've never slept well a single night in my life. Regardless of why, I find myself envious of how peaceful he looks, sprawled out on his back with one muscular arm lazily flung over his head. I can't keep my eyes off the rise and fall of his barely covered chest, which is peppered with an enticing distribution of dark chest hair. Not too much, but not too little either. Just right for the gay Goldilocks that lives in my brain, always trying to find the perfect balance of what I'd like to run my fingers through. I also find myself tuned into the rhythm of his breath. He's not a snorer, which is a relief, but also surprises me. I guess I assumed a man of that size was bound to be a loud sleeper. Wrong, once again. It seems I'm always wrong about Gavin. Or am I? Some things I've been right about, I think. Like the fact that he's lonely. But it's not like he's hiding that well. All you have to do is look past his rough exterior to see that hint of isolation in his eyes. Almost like he's haunted by it. It makes me curious what he's seen, where he's been, how life has shaken out for him. He told me once it was either the NHL or a fishing boat, and he seems to have chosen hockey like a man determined to skate away from his fate. I wonder when the last time was he went home. I wonder if he has family, and if he does, will they come to cheer him on in Milan? I also wonder what it's like to be such an unknown. I mean, not that he's not famous. Anyone who pays attention to hockey knows who he is. But that's all anyone knows about him. There are no clues about where he lives. I assume Buffalo, but who knows? There's no evidence of family, and I know for a fact I've never seen one gossip blog picture or social media post of him on a date. Ever. Which is ridiculous. Every other superstar player in the league, excluding me for obvious reasons, has gone viral at one point or another for some grainy picture of them making out in a dark corner with an unnamed woman. My father would kill for a photo like that to come out involving me. He's even tried to orchestrate it, but each time I've managed to foil his plan. It helps that I'm not particularly social. Sure, I'll go out and celebrate with my teammates after big wins, but I'm almost always first to leave and go home or head back to the hotel if we're on a road trip. I like peace and quiet. I like it when I no longer need to turn on the charm and put on a show. The only time I can do that is when I'm alone. Or, it would seem, when I'm in this room with Gavin, who doesn't make me feel like I need to be perfect in every way. Perhaps it's because he's so openly flawed, so unabashedly unafraid to have everyone assume he's exactly the unapproachable tough guy bruiser they think he is. That attitude and his general way of being affords him a lot of privacy. It seems to allow him to keep himself hidden in plain sight. It's possible he's a secret axe murderer that no one knows about. Nope, don't go there, Connor. You still have to share a room with this guy. This guy who is suddenly rolling over and turning to face my direction in bed across the room from me. I quickly shut my eyes to avoid getting caught staring. I keep my eyes closed and listen to him get out of bed. He unzips his duffel bag and rustles around in it before I hear him zip it up again and walk to the bathroom, shutting the door. With him in the bathroom, I reopen my eyes and grab my phone. 5 a.m. Damn, it's still early. We can get another couple of hours of sleep before we meet for team breakfast and then practice. I put my phone back down on the night table as he exits the bathroom. Hey, he says with a nod. Hey, I say back and expect him to get back into bed, except he's changed into a pair of shorts, which, even though they're loose and long, still manage to show off his thighs, which pull at the fabric, and a black, tight-fitting tank top that ripples with his pecs and abs. He looks like he's getting ready to go to the gym. Interesting. Gavin puts his earbuds into his ears and grabs his phone. You're leaving? I ask. Yeah, he grunts. I gotta hit the gym. But we have practice today. So, I don't know what to say. He looks at me, obviously waiting for me to continue. There's a reason he looks the way he does. A reason he's built as solid as a tree on skates and feels like a brick wall when he runs into you. I swallow. Have a good workout. Team breakfast is at 8. He gives me a 2-finger salute. Aye, aye, Captain. He draws the last words out and smirks, teasing me, of course, then leaves. His teasing as he leaves makes me uneasy. I am the team captain, as he just aptly pointed out, and here I am still in bed while he's up and heading to the gym. My lips purse and twist to the side as I wonder if naming me team captain was a mistake. Gavin. The best thing about Las Vegas hotels is that the gym is always empty at 5:30 in the morning. Even better, they're almost always filled with state-of-the-art equipment that hardly anyone has used, making it easy for me to keep my routine, which is key. Sometimes I think it's part of the reason I haven't let myself get too comfortable in Buffalo and have kept my apartment stripped down to the bare minimum. It's easier to keep my head clear when I'm not sitting still. Working out, spending time in gyms and on the ice is where I find myself the most relaxed. It also helps that my routine wears me out, allowing me to sleep in peace without my life from before hockey seeping into the forefront of my mind. Hockey saved me and my dad both. I don't want to think about what could have happened to us had my dad not gotten me into it at such a young age. I'd probably be some pill-popping 25-year-old with a bad back bouncing from boat to boat back in Alaska, and my dad might not be around at all. Yet here I am now, getting ready to represent my country on the world's stage. I want to make the most of this opportunity, and to do that, I need my strict regimens. Seeing the way Connor was when I got back last night makes me wonder if he would benefit from a similar tactic. He seemed like he needed to get out of his head, but I wasn't about to invite him to join me this morning. That would have been the first step in caring, which is something I definitely shouldn't be doing. I went to sleep last night thinking about the look on his face when I returned to the room around 11. After milling around, watching Bouchard lose his ass in the casino, we parted ways and I went up to my room, hoping Connor had held up his promise to not wait up. No such luck. He was very much still awake when I walked through the door. Actually, awake might not be the right term. His eyes were open, and he was staring at the TV screen, which was running through highlights on ESPN, but he definitely wasn't seeing anything. He jolted when I let the hotel room door slam shut on its own. When his eyes landed on me, they were wide, as if he was shocked to see me. Sorry, He apologized for no reason, then looked away. This time, out the window towards the glimmering Vegas lights instead of at the television. I took off my shoes. You good? Yep. A fake smile crossed the half of his face I could see. Frowning, I rubbed the back of my neck. He was clearly distressed, but I had to weigh my options about how much I cared. Surprisingly, it was more than I liked, which is still niggling in my subconscious today while I rack weights, especially after seeing his body language across the restaurant while he was having dinner with his father. You sure? He still didn't face me, but he nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Still not convinced, I pressed. I'm sorry about Bouchard. He doesn't always know when to quit. Connor finally turned and really looked at me, studied me, as if he was trying to decipher my angle. I didn't have one. Really, Gavin, I'm fine. It's just been a long day. I nodded and left it at that, then went to brush my teeth and stripped down to my briefs to go to bed. When I exited the bathroom, the TV and his bedside light were off. He'd also rolled onto his side facing away from me, but I could tell he was still awake. I said nothing more, got into bed, and closed my eyes. It took me longer to fall asleep than usual. On road trips with the blizzards, I usually room with Tavish, who's a snorer and talks in his sleep. You'd think that would be more annoying, but the silence coming from Connor's side of the room was unnerving. It was an uneasy calm. The kind that comes during a series of storms where one has blown out and another is blowing in with some murmuring of thunder echoing in the distance. Logically, I knew it had nothing to do with me. But even now, as I placed another set of 50-pound plates onto the bar balanced in the standing squat rack, I wonder if I should have pressed him more. Or would it have been better if I hadn't returned at all? Which is ridiculous. Besides, that's not an option. I have to sleep somewhere, and despite what everyone thinks of me, I prefer to have a bed over a random floor. I'm no longer a feral Alaskan child. I am housebroken now, after all. Connor. I'm the first to arrive in the conference room the team has reserved for breakfast, team meetings, and watching game film. It's not ideal, but they've done a good job of making it functional for us. There are 3 rows of rectangular tables and chairs to sit at, but I'm willing to bet that over the course of this week, we'll manage to break most of them. Hockey players aren't really known for being delicate on their surroundings. Thankfully, the hotel understood the assignment with the food. There's a mountain of breakfast options for us to choose from. Bacon, eggs, biscuits, garlic and rosemary potatoes, fresh fruit, orange juice, and a ton of coffee, plus individual boxes of cereal, and some grab-and-go snacks. I'm tempted to start eating already, but choose to instead wait for the rest of my teammates, who are slowly trickling in. Most of them look like they've had a rough night. Or, more accurately, like they're having a rough morning after a fun night of too much Las Vegas. I won't lie. When they announced this was where we were holding training camp, I was worried about looking exactly like this. It's to be expected. We're a group of men, mostly under the age of 30, the prime demographic for Las Vegas fun. Even Coach Chris looks like he had one too many of God knows what last night. Food, drinks, gambling. The potential for indulgence is endless. I guess having a miserable dinner with my father has some benefits to it. And besides, as team captain, it is up to me to set a good example. Which is exactly what I try to do as I greet them all. Fuck off, Skipper. Bradley Warren growls at me when I say good morning. He's dragging ass as he walks in, smelling like spilled beer and wearing sunglasses that aren't hiding the sprinkling of glitter he has on his face, concentrated around his mouth. Don't mind him, Bouchard says, looking not much better, but at least he's being friendly towards me, for once. I wonder if that's Gavin's doing. I found his ass down at the strip a few hours ago. That explains the glitter. Don't act innocent. Bradley slings an arm over Bouchard's shoulders, then rubs his knuckles into Bouchard's wet hair. At least one of them managed to take a shower. If it wasn't for Franklin pouring us into that cab, we'd still be there. Max Franklin, a left wing who plays for Seattle, shakes his head at them. The motion makes him turn green. I'm never hanging out with you two degenerates again. Trust us, Bouchard says. We don't want to hang out with you either. He looks at Bradley, and they both grin and dramatically say together, apparently imitating Max, My wife is gonna murder me. Max gives them the finger, then fills himself a mug of coffee that he drinks black. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Bouchard says, and I turn to see who he's talking about, even though I already have an idea who it is. Gavin. You're one to talk, Gavin says as he looks Bouchard up and down. What litter box did you get pulled out of? The strip, Bradley says as he takes a seat at one of the tables with a plate of food. He removes his sunglasses and rubs his temples. You should come with us next time, Bouchard says. No, he shouldn't, Bradley says and begins eating. If he shows up, we won't get any action. He'll scare off all the chicks. I frown and turn away from their conversation to fill my plate. I get it. Partying and strip clubs and all the rest are par for the course. I know how it is. There's always a group of guys on every team who can't resist the allure of that kind of a good time. But for some reason, I hate the thought of Gavin being one of them. It doesn't seem to fit. Nah, Gavin says, and steps beside me in the food line to fill his plate. He's radiating heat, and he smells like sweat. I don't want to cockblock you two. We all know how desperately you both need to get laid. The room bursts into laughter, and I feel my shoulders relax. Maybe I thought right about him. But seriously, Bouchard says, where did you end up last night? Wouldn't you like to know? Gavin says, and tosses a grape into his mouth. I roll my eyes. He ended up in bed at a decent hour like the rest of them should have. Come on, spill it. Who was she? Bouchard presses for more information. A man of your size can't hide skulking through the casino at 5 a.m. Wait, I thought he went to the gym. Annoyance I have no business feeling flares up in me again, draining all the color from my face. Did he sneak off to meet someone? Gavin tosses another grape into his mouth. He bites into it and says, No one. I went to the gym. Relief washes over me again, and my cheeks heat back up with color. Bullshit, Marshall, Bouchard and Bradley say together. You can't hide from us, Gavin, Bouchard continues. We'll figure you out. There's nothing to figure out. Gavin laughs and takes a seat in the back room away from everyone else. His expression is calm, and he wears a mask of indifference to their questioning as he shovels bacon and eggs into his mouth. All right, Coach Chris yells out, then takes a sip of his coffee. Listen up. I finish filling my plate, then take a seat in the front at the spot designated for team captain. The seat next to me is still empty, reserved for whoever earns alternate captain. I hope Coach chooses soon, as I'm getting the sense I'm going to need all the help I can get with this group. There's a few individual team captains in here who I'm sure are suited for the job. Players Bradley hasn't called skipper. Coach looks at the room, making sure he has the team's attention. I think it's clear by the sorry state of you all that we need to impose a curfew. Everyone in the room grumbles except for me and, to my delight, Gavin. I see him nodding his agreement in the back as he eats his breakfast. It's the right call. We're here to work, not party. This isn't a mid-season vacation for us. In fact, I'll go as far as to say these next few weeks are going to be more intense than what we're already used to. Here's your new schedule, Coach Chris continues. 8 a.m. breakfast. 9 a.m. ice time. We'll take an hour break at noon for lunch and a video session. Then, more ice time from 1 until 4. Dinner, you're on your own, and everyone needs to be in their rooms by 10. So get some library books, boys, and get used to reading your roommate a bedtime story. Any aches and pains, see the athletic trainers immediately. He points at the trainer's table as he says this, and they all lift their hands for the group. Unlike my teammates, these men look ready to work. Dressed in matching athletic gear emblazoned with the United States hockey team logo. Any questions? Coach Chris finishes. He's met with silence. Good, he says, and takes another sip of coffee. Because I have a massive headache. Gavin. I know the rest of the team was grumbling about the curfew, but watching these guys attempt to skate through their hangovers has me shaking my head. They're a mess. None of them are skating with speed. They're all dodging any and all contact. Which, sure, it's practice. We shouldn't be laying each other out. But we do need to knock around a bit if we want to become a cohesive team. And not a single one of them except Connor can hit the puck past the goalies, who are barely trying to stop shots into the net as it is. Coach blows his whistle, signaling for us to stop. Warren leans over the boards and pukes his breakfast into the trash can. It's moments like this I'm extra glad I don't drink. Connor catches my eye and skates over. Unlike the rest of the team, he's bright-eyed and looks alive on the ice. The complete opposite of how he looked last night. I've been having far too much fun chasing him down and stealing the puck. He's slightly out of breath from our last drill, and his hair is dampened by sweat, making it curl around the edges of his helmet. This is a bust, he says, coming to a stop. We're the only two out here who can function. I swirl the puck I recently stole from him around with my stick. I'm the only one who can function, I say, letting the puck slide towards him just so I can steal it back before he snags it. Dick, he says, but there's a smile on his lips that's causing his eyes to crinkle. I flick the puck again, then grab it before he gets a chance. Calling your subordinate a dick? I raise my eyebrow. That's not very team captain-like of you. Fuck off. He laughs and manages to sneak the puck away from me. I try to snag it back away from him, but he turns quickly with it. Then, with a flick of his wrists, sends it sailing across the ice and into the empty net. He's grinning at me when he turns back around. I take a glance around the ice. Nobody, including Coach, looks like they're going to be ready to start skating again soon. I reach my stick towards the boards and grab another one of the pucks that's strewn around. Think you can do that again with me chasing you? He bites his lip and does a quick glance as well, likely assessing if this is something we're going to be yelled at by Coach for. Of course he's worried about that. I doubt Connor's ever disobeyed someone in his life. Not that this would even count as an infraction, but it's equal parts infuriating and adorable that he's concerned. I skate around him, dangling the puck on the ice in front of him. As my hands work my stick, sliding the puck around, I stare at him and challenge. A true captain wouldn't hesitate to take charge in this moment. He glares at me, but then his lip quirks up to the side. Without looking down, he snakes the puck away from my stick and takes off at full speed. You little shit! I yell out and take off after him, but I can't even get close. He flings the puck right into the net. Show off! Bradley yells out, and grabs a few high fives from the rest of our struggling team. Connor's glee at beating me slips from his face. If we were running a scrimmage right now, I'd use the opportunity to slam Bradley into the boards for disrespecting our captain. He's always been one of my favorite targets during the season when our teams play for one another. He's a loudmouth and spends every game chirping out insults. The type of player that can get under everyone's skin and demoralize a team with his mouth, not his playing ability. Showing up to practice prepared to play isn't showing off, I say to Bradley. He flips me the middle finger, but he looks sheepish as he does it. I grab another puck with my stick and pass it to Connor. He knocks it back to me, and we shuffle it back and forth. Again. I challenge the next time I have the puck. He flourishes his stick. Trying to redeem yourself? Trying to work up a sweat? I gesture with my stick handle around the rink and fake a yawn. Loudly, I say, "It's obviously no one else here is up for the challenge." "Seriously, how did I end up on a team with the two biggest assholes in the league?" Bradley says. "Hey," Bouchard pushes him. "Who are you calling an asshole?" "Your boy, that's who," Bradley bellows and shoves Bouchard back. "I think you're the one who's an asshole." Bouchard shoves him again, this time knocking him to the ground. Connor drops his stick and skates over, holding his hands out to the side. He attempts to put some distance between the two fighting players. "Move it, golden boy!" Bradley pushes him. Connor maintains his balance, but that's all it takes. Suddenly, the rink erupts into a full-on brawl with everyone taking shots at someone. I stay put and lean on my stick. This is quite the sight, and normally it's the type of melee I relish getting into. But today, with all of my supposed teammates involved, it looks ridiculous. There's something about this fight, and all the emotions being let out, that has me wondering if this has been fueled by more than just a group hangover. The air is thick with resentment and long-held grudges. Even Connor is getting knocked around, which I don't necessarily think is fair. Sure, in a game, I'm usually all about knocking him off his pedestal, but this is different. This looks malicious, and it makes me uneasy as I watch. I'm about to skate over and attempt to break things up when Coach finally blows his whistle. "That's enough!" he yells over the fray. He pulls Connor away from the scrum and shakes his head at him, then turns around to address everyone else. "We're supposed to be a team, and you're all acting like a bunch of brats." He skates around them, then stops by me. "Hit the showers! We're done today!" He claps me on the shoulder as everyone, including Connor, skates off, looking like scolded children. "One more thing." He catches their attention. "Be sure to congratulate your new alternate captain. Marshall's the only adult out of all of you." No one except Bouchard seems pleased with this news. He skates over and grabs me in a sweaty hug, lifting me all of an inch off the ice. "Careful there, buddy," I tease. "Don't want to hurt yourself." "Fuck you." He laughs and punches my arm with his gloved hand. I lean in and whisper to him. "Nice shot on Warren, by the way." "That guy's a real asshole. Can't believe I got completely shit-faced with him last night." "You should have gone to bed like I told you to." "You should have stayed out with me." He smirks. "It was probably our last chance to get laid now that we're on lockdown." "I think I'll survive." "I won't," he says as he skates off. "Congratulations." Connor appears at my side. He's rubbing his jaw, which is beginning to bruise. He must have taken a shot to his face in the brawl. I won't say that bruise looks good on him because it doesn't, but it does make him look more rugged. There's something exciting about seeing him look less than his usual perfect self. He thumps me on my shoulder. "You deserve that A," he says. "Maybe more than I deserve captain." "Don't tempt me to take the title from you," I say as he skates off. I could do it too. It would be easy. But then who would I be? Someone no better than his father. 5. Connor. The only thing that travels faster than a hockey puck in a rink is gossip. A fact that I am reminded of as I watch ESPN after practice in mine and Gavin's hotel room. The panel of sports analysts are talking about the unconfirmed brawl they heard about occurring during today's practice. How they found out about it is anyone's guess, as practice was closed, and will probably remain so until we can act like a civilized group of men. Which is fine by me. The longer we can keep my father out of the rink, the better. Not that he hasn't heard about the fight. He has, and he's been calling me ever since we boarded the bus to head back to the hotel. I don't have it in me right now to answer his call, which I know I'm going to pay for later. But I don't trust myself not to say anything to him that I shouldn't, so I keep sending him straight to voicemail. I can't avoid him entirely, though, as he's currently being shown on the TV screen standing in the team meeting room here at the hotel with Coach Chris and his staff. News of our team brawl broke right on time for every sports channel's afternoon roundup. The studio reporters are eager to break down whatever Coach Chris is about to say in regard to today's practice. Cameras and reporters were already at the hotel when we arrived. "Look," Coach Chris says, "there's a lot of personalities on this team. It's going to take a few practices for everyone to get used to sharing the ice and the spotlight. We're just experiencing the growing pains of putting each team's superstars together." "What about the rumors that everyone was out partying last night?" a reporter off-screen asks. Coach shakes his head and laughs. "We're in Las Vegas, not the Vatican, and everyone wants to have a little fun. But we have implemented a curfew that we expect everyone to adhere to from here on out." He looks at his watch, then glances over his shoulder at his staff. Over his other shoulder is my father, who's standing stiff-backed with his arms crossed. Turning back to face off-screen reporters, Coach Chris says, "Now, if you'll excuse me, my staff and I need to discuss tomorrow's practice." "One more question," a reporter yells out. Coach pauses and waits. I realize suddenly that I'm leaning so far forward on the bed, I almost fall off. I settle back a bit, and my heart rate picks up. For some reason, I'm dreading whatever this reporter is about to ask. It seems my father is as well, as he's narrowed his eyes on whoever is asking off the screen. "Is it true you named Gavin Marshall alternate captain?" I bite my lip as I watch my father's face shift into anger. I doubt anyone else watching notices it, but I do. It's unmissable for me. That brief crack in his stoic demeanor where his nostrils flare and his jaw pulls tight before he stiffens back up and schools his face into an unreadable mask again. My lips pull up into a slight smile. In theory, I shouldn't be as pleased as I am that announcing Gavin as an alternate captain has made him angry. I know nothing good will come of it, but it still feels like a win. He didn't want him on the team. Having Gavin get the A must feel like a slap in the face. He was probably banking on Gavin causing the fight and planning on using that to get him kicked off the team. "It is true," Coach Chris answers with a hint of pride in his voice. "Gavin Marshall showed maturity today, and that he can keep his cool under pressure." "He didn't cause the fight?" "No," Coach Chris says with a tone that shuts down any follow-up questions. The screen goes back to the in-studio analysts, and they begin to break it all down again. "Do any of us believe that the king of penalty minutes is capable of keeping his cool under pressure?" Everyone in the studio laughs. "Not a chance," one of them says. "It's more likely that Coach Chris named Marshall alternate captain to punish everyone." "I don't know," another analyst says. "He wears the A for the Blizzards. He could do the same job here for this team." "I don't see how," a fourth analyst says. "There isn't a player on the team that Marshall hasn't laid out flat on the ice." The screen shows a highlight reel of Gavin Marshall's most brutal hits, one of which is on me when we played against each other the day this team's roster was announced. There's another of him basically tossing my right winger over the boards back into our bench. I hear the beep of the door unlocking and look towards it to see Gavin walking in. He leans against it when it shuts. "How is it out there?" I ask him. "A mess," he says, and slides his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. He's back way too quickly and isn't sweaty, so I'm guessing the run he said he was going on didn't happen. This place is swarming with reporters. We can't go anywhere. How did they even hear about the fight? He pushes off the door, walks to the desk, and sits in the chair. Fuck if I know. He picks up the room service menu and waves it. You hungry? There's no way we'll be able to eat anywhere in peace tonight. I nod my head. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since lunch, and I've been dreading leaving the room to get a meal. His phone rings, and he answers it. Hey, he says. Give me a second. He pulls the phone away from his mouth and tosses the menu onto the edge of my bed. He points at his phone and starts walking towards the bathroom. I gotta take this. Can you order me a burger? Yeah, I nod. Anything to drink? Root beer, if they've got it. Not a beer after today? I ask him with a smile because to me, a drink sounds like a great idea right now. He shakes his head. I don't drink. Interesting. But don't let that stop you from getting one for yourself, he says, then closes the bathroom door. I start to look through the menu. It's all basic room service options, so I settle on a burger as well to make things easy. I'm about to pick up the phone to place the order when I'm distracted by Gavin's voice on the other side of the door. He sounds, for lack of a better word, friendly. I shouldn't eavesdrop, but I can't help but be curious. Sorry I haven't called yet, Gavin says. I've been looking for some privacy, but there isn't a good place right now with all the reporters. He pauses. I'm all right. He laughs. Believe it or not, I was the only one to not throw a punch. I know. Who'd have thought, right? His laugh gets even lighter. It's obvious whoever he's talking to is someone he can relax with. My lips turn down. The tone of his conversation feels like it's reserved for someone like a girlfriend. Maybe he's not as lonely as I thought. That should make me happy. In a way, it does. I don't want him to be by himself. But something inside me, a selfish part that should know better than to be uselessly pining over a straight guy, is gutted. I press the heels of my hands into my temples. This is stupid. I don't need to be developing a crush on this man. This man who, if it wasn't for this Olympic team situation, I'd happily be trying to outplay for the rest of the season and into the playoffs. We would be rivals again, not temporary teammates / co-captains, and we definitely wouldn't be roommates. That's what this stupid developing crush is about. We're sharing space, and that's weird for me. It's making me confused. He's still my rival, even if we have to work together for the next few weeks. But come the end of February, when we're flying home from Milan with gold medals around our necks, this brief blip of affection I'm feeling for the league's penalty king will be just that. A blip. Connor? I hear him say. I almost answer him, but then I notice he's still in the bathroom. My cheeks flush when I realize he's talking about me. I strain my ears. He's all right. Nice, actually. Nothing like his asshole father. Is that a smile I hear in his voice? Don't be stupid, Connor. He's not smiling. He's sitting on a toilet hiding from you on his phone, hoping for some privacy that you're not giving him. I shake my head clear, then pick up the internal phone, pressing the button for room service. When they pick up, I place our order. With that done, I go back to trying to focus on ESPN instead of listening in on Gavin's conversation. No such luck. Did you find out if you could come to Milan? I turn my head to look at the door. Who the fuck is he talking to? I'd like it if you did. I think it would be cool. I strain my eyes and my ears, willing some sort of latent superpower out of me that never comes. You're not an embarrassment, but I understand if you can't make it. Embarrassment? What the fuck? None of this makes any sense, and it's only leaving me with more questions. I know you never want money from me, but let me buy you this. All right, tell me you'll at least think about it. Okay, so he has someone in his life. Someone he wants to come cheer us on at the Olympics. I've literally never heard of anyone in his life. No one. I've looked. Gavin might be the one thing you can't use Google for. I frown again. Fine. Maybe I've been harboring a crush on the king of penalty minutes for longer than we've been sharing this hotel room. Sue me. Sorry about that, Gavin says, this time to me as he exits the bathroom. He kicks his gym shoes off, then sits on his bed with his back against the headboard. Did you place the order? I look at him and nod my head as I say, yes, should be up soon. Thanks, he says with a nod as he crosses his ankles and lifts his arm to place them behind his head. The motion lifts his shirt up slightly, showing me a few inches of his stomach along with a treasure trail of dark hair that I want to follow to its prize. He raises an eyebrow at me. Did you need something, Connor? Fuck. My chest and my cheeks heat. He totally caught me staring. And now he's looking at me like he knows I like what I see. Cocky prick. Thankfully, I'm saved by a knock at the door. I jump off my bed and rush to open it, and let the valet bring in the food. Gavin. It's cute how easy it is to fluster Connor. He's an absolute mess as he rushes to the door. I wonder if that blush of his is all over, or does it only rise to his cheeks? I bet it's all over. I bet his smooth chest is flushed and warm. If he wasn't my teammate, I'd be tempted to find out how pink and flustered he gets when he's about to come. If this was the off-season, and I met him somewhere that had nothing to do with hockey, and had no clue who either of us was, I'd do everything I could to find out. I doubt it would even be that hard. Like I said, he's always given me a station on my gaydar. I wonder if it's his choice or his father's choice that he hides that. Probably his father's. But then again, it would be his choice as well. I mean, I'm one to talk. I'm not exactly open about being gay either, but my approach to the matter is less about hiding it and more about letting people make their own assumptions about me and not correcting them. That way, I can keep the fact that I'm gay just out of sight. I don't want that level of attention anyway. It's nobody's business unless I make it their business, which is how I treat everyone else. If Connor wants to make it my business and confirm what I'm pretty sure is true, he can. But I'm not going to press. Besides, it's not like entertaining my curiosity about how flushed his skin gets when he's being fucked into a mattress is going to help our team get ready for the Olympics. Bringing that level of emotion into my playing is bound to make shit worse once it's time to return to the regular season. I get attached to my teammates, even ones I barely tolerate, and take the role of team protector, some say, too seriously, as it is anyway. Adding any sexual feelings to that dynamic is just going to end in disaster. But damn if it's not tempting. The idea of getting a good boy to do bad things, that bad thing being me, is delicious. Instead, I lazily indulge in watching the good boy in question set the small round table by our windows, overlooking the strip. He's in his team-issued USA hoodie and sweatpants, same as me, but he looks more the part than I do. That golden hair, too dark to be blonde, but too light to be brown. And those blue eyes are what everyone pictures when they think of an American Olympian. They most certainly don't picture me. Tall, broad, dark hair with even darker eyes full of brooding. Connor looks friendly and approachable. I look like everyone's least favorite bouncer at the nightclub they desperately want to get into, but never get the nod to enter. Food's up, Connor says, and takes a seat. angling himself to look at the TV where his father's anger at finding out I was named alternate captain is being shown again. If we hadn't had a closed practice, I'd suspect he was the one who broke the story about our brawl. The man has always had it out for me. A fight breaking between the team is just the thing he'd love to blame me for. "Thanks, dear," I say and wink at Connor. My teasing is rewarded with another blush rising to his cheeks, which was a mistake. I kind of want to kiss them now and feel the heat of his flushed skin against my lips. "Fuck off," he says, then smirks at me. "You paid for this." Dick. I laugh as I take a seat and lift my dome off my food. It looks perfect, and the fries served with it are still sizzling. I grab one and pop it into my mouth. Then I reach for the beer that came with it and twist the top off. I pass it to Connor before opening my root beer. "Thanks," he says. "Are you sure this doesn't bother you?" I shake my head no and bite into my burger. I can see Connor eyeing me across the table. "Just ask," I say as I swallow. We're stuck in this room together. He's bound to have questions, and for whatever reason, I don't necessarily feel like hiding my answers from him. It's that wholesome and earnest face of his. It does things to me I can't ignore. "I know you want to." He bites his lip. "I don't want to pry?" "It's not prying," I shrug. "We're stuck in this hotel room together. We may as well get to know each other a bit. Besides, that works both ways. Eventually, his wound-up secrets will come tumbling out to my amusement." I nod my head towards the TV. Plus, this shit's gonna get old really quick. "True." He laughs, then takes a sip of his beer. He places it down as he swallows and looks at me. His brows are furrowed together. "I know it's not my business," he says. "But, drinking is part of the culture of hockey. The rink rats don't call it the beer league for nothing." I take another bite of my burger and eye him as I chew. Perhaps they could have become more than rink rats if they laid off the booze. "Touché," he smiles at me. "Is that what you did?" "No. I've always stayed away from the stuff." "Have you ever had a drink?" "I have." I take a long swig of my root beer, and I'm pretty sure I see him watch my Adam's apple bob up and down as I swallow. But when you grow up where I did, like I did, the allure of booze quickly loses its appeal. "Ah," he says, and gives me the look like he's sorry he asked. I decided to let him off the hook. "It's an Alaska thing. We're all used to it." His lips quirk up. "I'm pretty sure alcoholism isn't specific to Alaska." "No," I laugh. "It isn't. But drinking yourself to death because your boyfriend, your son's father, is out on a fishing boat for 3-week stretches every month is something highly specific to Alaska." The words come tumbling out of me. I swallow and give Connor a hard stare. His eyebrows rise, and he pales into a ghostly white. I sit back in my chair, leaning to rest my elbow on the arm. That sure wiped the grin off his face. I've told no one in hockey the entirety of this story, and I don't know if I want to do it now. But Connor is staring at me, and I can tell it's going to eat him alive if I don't say any more. I wipe my mouth with my napkin, then take another sip of my root beer. "It's not all that bad," I say, deciding to continue. "If my mother hadn't drunk herself to death, I never would have played hockey." Connor now officially looks like a corpse. God damn it. This is why I don't tell people my life story. They always end up looking like they're the one that died. Or worse, they wear their pity so plainly on their face that I immediately want to punch it off them. "She died," he chokes out. I give him another hard stare. "That is what I said, isn't it?" "Yeah, but I was hoping you meant it like a metaphor." "Anyway," I say and take a breath. There's no going back now. As I was saying, She drank herself to death while my dad was on a stretch on a fishing boat. The details are a little fuzzy, as I was 5. His jaw drops open, and I fight the urge to laugh. He looks ridiculous, but at least he isn't reaching across the table to tell me how sorry he is. I point at his beer, encouraging him to take a sip. Lord knows he's going to need it if we're going to get through this next part. Once he's swallowed, I continue. My dad returned home and found me alone in the living room of our apartment surrounded by empty cereal boxes, and my mother unresponsive in their bedroom. No one knows how long she'd been dead for, but they'd guessed 3 days. He begins to open his mouth to speak. I hold up my finger at him. Don't, I say in a warning tone. I'm fine, and I don't want your pity. It was a long time ago, and things worked out. My dad moved us out of that apartment and into his great-aunt's house, where she could watch me when he was out on the boat, which was less often and for shorter stretches than when my mother was alive. It meant less money, but we had each other. That's when he started taking me to the local rink, and he and his great-aunt taught me how to skate. They thought it would be good for me, and they were right. The rest is history. I slump against the back of my chair and chug the rest of my root beer. He looks at me like he's trying to figure out what to say. There's a lot of options, and they're all shit I don't want to hear. But he's obviously settled on something, and his lips quirk up into a playful, but if I'm going to be honest, slightly sad smile. So, was it multiple different kinds of cereal, or did you just eat 7 boxes of Cheerios? I choke, then cough through my laughter. That is not what I was expecting, and I'll never tell this story again so no one will ever have a better response. He laughs with me, and the way he lights up is quite the sight. It's like the question lifted some of the residual tension that's been hanging in this room, maybe throughout all of Las Vegas since we've been here. I pop a fry into my mouth and look at him. It was Fruit Loops, I say, and the smell of it makes me want to puke to this day. He nods. Noted. Thanks. I appreciate that, I say, then go back to eating my food. Between bites, I look at him, raising one eyebrow. Your turn. He wipes his mouth with his napkin. My turn what? You know some of my shit. Tell me some of yours. Oh. He leans towards me. Do you have more cereal trauma you need to dump on me? Not today. I laugh. But truthfully, after all that, I feel pretty raw. Remind me at some point to tell you why I hate Rice Krispie treats. Now for fuck's sake, tell me something about you. He looks out the window as he ponders this. I get a moment to enjoy the way his nose wrinkles while he thinks. He's got a good nose, perfectly centered on his face. It's either never been broken, or he has one hell of a plastic surgeon. I've seen his mom. It could be the second option. But she is starting to look like a lizard. He turns to look back at me. This is a lot of pressure. I smile at him as I eat more of my fries. How so? He leans towards me again. Did you ever try out for a team, and the kid who went before you completely knocked it out of the park? You just knew at that moment that no matter how well you performed, it would never compare to the kid who slapped the perfect one-timer into the net from the top of the circle. Are you telling me my childhood trauma is comparable to one of your miracle goals? Shut up, he says, laughing. You know what I mean. Yeah, that's what we're competing over, whose life is more fucked up. He narrows his eyes at me. We're always competing. Don't act so surprised. Connor. Now it's his turn to narrow his eyes at me. We don't need to compete over this, he says, then with a wink adds, You don't stand a chance anyway. I sit back in my seat and laugh some more. I'm slightly unnerved by how we both keep ending up in stitches, even after he shared what he shared. I guess it's true what they say. Laughter is the best medicine. But deep down, underneath the laughter, I know there's more. I want to know it all. And I hate that I want that. I hate that he's tapped into this thing about me that I keep hidden. My attraction to him was so much easier to ignore when we were rivals. When I didn't get glimpses of who he is as a person and what makes those deep brown eyes of his look so filled with the darkest depths of his soul. Finally, once our laughter dies down and I can take a breath, I tilt my head and look at him. "Quit stalling," he says, and takes another bite out of his burger. "You're not getting out of this." No, I don't suppose I am. I feel the blood rush to my cheeks again as I contemplate how to say what's on the tip of my tongue. That thing that's been itching for me to voice for ages, but my father has made it clear it should remain unspoken. "We're waiting." Oh. I look around the room. Is there an audience? "Yes," Gavin presses, staring me down. "Out with it." I swallow. It feels like my stomach has dropped through the floor. I've never said this out loud, and Gavin is probably the last person I should be telling. How am I supposed to know I can trust him? "Come on, Connor. Fair's fair." I can't take the intensity of his pushing anymore. Finally, I whisper, "I'm gay." He lights up like the Luxor and points at me. "I fucking knew it," he yells and claps his hands together. My jaw drops and my eyebrows shoot up. "What?" He shakes his head at me. "I'm never wrong." I get my features back in order and fix him with my gaze. "Never wrong about what?" I ask as my heart rate picks up. As far as I know, most straight men don't spend time speculating on these sort of things. And there have been a few moments in the past 2 days that had me wondering about him. Moments that felt an awful lot like flirting. He stares back at me. "Who's gay and who isn't?" I raise an eyebrow. "And why would that be of any particular interest to you?" He shrugs and pops what's left of his burger into his mouth. "Because I'm always on the hunt for who might enjoy me slamming them against the boards, if you know what I mean." My mouth goes dry. Because yes, I know what he means. And yes, I might have even had fantasies about it. "Have you?" I ask. "Have I what? Slammed anyone in the league against the boards?" "Yeah," he laughs. "Everybody." "Not like that, asshole. Like you were just implying." He shakes his head. "No." "So there's no one like us?" "There might be," he shrugs. "I've definitely gotten a few vibes here and there, but no one who's been a definite yes or who has been forward enough about it." I roll my eyes, feeling defeated. "So no one who's as obvious as me." "You're not obvious." I don't believe him. "Really, Connor, you hide it well. You just can't hide it from me." "Great," I say, and slump in my chair. "Don't tell my father that unless you're looking for a payday. The only man I've ever been with got paid handsomely to keep his mouth shut." Gavin's expression turns hard. His lips press together, and his eyes burn with rage. "Your father is a real fucking piece of work." To be fair, he only paid the man because he was blackmailing me with a tape he made of our one-night stand. Gavin growls and shakes his head. "I take it back. You win. This shit is way more fucked up than my serial trauma." There's a lump in my throat that I try to swallow down as I offer him a sad smile. That's only because I can't claim to have been eating Captain Crunch while my father wrote that asshole his check. This makes his expression soften slightly, and he takes a deep breath. "I'm guessing it's safe to say that there's no boyfriend waiting for you in Chicago." "Definitely not," I say with a laugh that brings some lightness back into the room and causes him to relax again. Even still, His statement causes my heart rate to kick up. Maybe I'm not the only one whose stomach inexplicably drops at the thought of us being attached. His phone call is suddenly more intriguing. My lips twist to the side. He nods his chin at me. What's that look for? I tilt my head towards my shoulder as I continue to look at him. Now I have to know. Who was he assuring he wasn't embarrassed by them? Is it another man? Does he have a boyfriend that no one knows about that he's not afraid to claim? It's eating at me worse now than it was when I thought he was talking to a woman. Can I ask you something? We've gone this far. Shoot. I rub my hands on my pants. They've gotten clammy. I didn't mean to listen in earlier, but I couldn't help it. He leans back and crosses his foot over his thigh. I guess that's to be expected when we're living in tight quarters. Not a lot of privacy here. No, there's not, I say and take a breath, steadying myself for his answer. He looks at me expectantly. Was that your boyfriend you were trying to convince to come to Milan? He bursts out laughing again. God, no, he says. I was talking to my dad. Oh. My eyebrows lift, and my cheeks grow red again. He reaches across the table and presses my right cheek with his big, calloused finger. You're cute when you're flustered. You know that, right? No, sir, I did not know that. 6. Gavin. Waking up the next morning, I allow myself a few minutes to gaze at Connor sleeping. This feels like an indulgence, something I shouldn't make a habit of enjoying, but I can already tell it's going to be a regular thing while we're sharing a room together. If I'm smart, I'll be the one to request a roommate change in Milan. Unfortunately, I can already tell you that I'm not that smart. I also worry about him sharing a room with someone else. This is a strange thing to think about, and it wouldn't have crossed my mind before our talk last night. But I'd be lying if I didn't say it worries me what some of our teammates might say or do if they found out Connor's not straight. I don't care what they'd say about me. It's always been the higher-ups in the league I'm more worried about. The ones who can slam the door on my career. The people like Kennedy Sr., who are always looking for an angle to have me removed. But team bullying? Yeah, not a problem for me. It would almost be fun to see them try. They'd get an immediate demonstration of the phrase, fuck around and find out. That's not to say they wouldn't get the same demonstration if they fucked with Connor. Plus, the find out portion they'd find themselves on the receiving end of would consist of disproportionate punishment. This has always been my problem. A damn overdeveloped sense of vengeance. A need to right wrongs I can't control. It boils my blood. But it also makes me the #1 enforcer in the league. I like sticking up for my team. It brings me pride. It's not my title as king of penalty minutes that makes me feel that way. It's what those minutes represent. Time spent protecting my teammates, enforcing the code of hockey. And sure, it helps release some of the rage within me that's always underneath the surface. Connor has awakened that instinct in me here. It's strong, brewing within me, and I have yet to feel it towards the rest of the team. They haven't earned it yet, except for Bouchard, who's been grandfathered in due to being a member of the Blizzards. I can feel you staring, Connor says from across the room with his eyes closed. I roll onto my back and rub my eyes. No, you can't, I say, my lips pulling up into a smile. Are you going to the gym? His voice is quiet and sleepy. I am. Mind if I join you? My smile inexplicably grows larger. I turn my head to look at him. Now he's the one staring, but his eyes are half closed, still heavy from sleep. I don't mind. But just so you know, being cute won't make me go easy on you. The darkness of the room can't hide how red his cheeks get. Don't be a dick. I complimented you. I laugh. How does that make me a dick? You shouldn't tease me this early in the morning, he says. But the lazy smile pulling at his lips tells me otherwise. Tells me that he likes being teased, among other things in the morning. I'm not teasing, I say and sit up, letting the covers fall off my chest and pool into my lap. Now you're definitely teasing. He doesn't even try to hide that he's staring at my chest. I repeat my words from our first night in this room. Do you like what you see? You know I do. Do I? I ask. We haven't discussed types. Maybe you're into bears, or twinks, or ultra femmes. You probably watch Drag Race, don't you? God, no. He scoffs and actually looks insulted. I chuckle at him. Why is teasing him so easy? And worse, enjoyable? Dick, he says again, laughing. Come on, I say, getting up. I hold out my hand to him. Let's go. He grabs my hand, and I yank him out of his bed. Connor. It's possible that working out with Gavin this morning is a mistake. To start, he's distractingly strong. Each time he sets up a new exercise for us and demonstrates it, I miss what he's saying in favor of watching his muscles stretch the fabric of his workout shorts and t-shirt. Which is ridiculous. It's not as if I need to be taught how to lift weights. I have my own trainer I work out with back in Chicago. I'm convinced at this point he's doing it to tease me. To make me look at his thighs as they pull tight with each squat, his chest as it expands and contracts with each lift, his biceps harden into stones of muscle with each curl. And I let him do it, repeatedly. How much do you weigh? He asks me, pulling me from my stupor as I watched him load a bar up with 20-pound plates. What? Pointing at me, he asks, What are you, $180? Good guess. I nod at him. Just about. He grins and continues to place plates on the bar. Lightweight. I'm sorry? I laugh. Not all of us are built like trees, nor do I play my position in a way where that would be useful. Nor do I, he says, laughing, with a haughty shake to his head and shoulders that looks ridiculous on him. Do you always talk like an aristocrat? I hit his elbow with mine as I move to take a seat on the bench. Do you even know what an aristocrat is? Yeah. He laughs some more, and there's mischief in his eyes. It's a fancy term for dudes who like saying things like, nor do I, when they're trying to prove their point. I can't help but smile and tease him back. Apologies. Some of us have evolved past the ancient language of grunts and growls to express ourselves. His mischievous eyes turn dark and daring. My stomach flips. Don't challenge me, Connor. I can get you grunting and growling in no time. Heat flares in my cheeks, and his smile returns with a lick of his lips. He pokes at my cheek with his finger. I meant with the bench press, but it's cute that your mind went somewhere else. I narrow my eyes at him. Is he flirting with me? Don't act innocent. You knew what you were saying. Yeah. He points at the bar with a flip of his hand. That you're going to grunt and growl as you lift that weight. Let's go, Kennedy. Time is wasting. I lie down on the bench, and he moves to stand beside the top of my head, giving me the perfect view of his body from crotch to chin. Thank God he's clothed right now. Not that that's stopping me from thinking about all the fun we could be having in this position if he wasn't. Which are thoughts I shouldn't be having. I should be focusing on lifting these weights, and more importantly, preparing for the Olympics. That's what we're here for. I'm here to train to win gold, not drool over the team goon while practicing my minimal flirting skills. He places his hands near the bar to spot me, readying himself for when I lift. then looks down at me and smirks. Enjoying the view? Fuck off, I say and grab the bar. How is it that he can see right through me? Ugh. I grunt as I try to lift it off its supports. Nice grunt. He laughs and helps me lower the bar closer to my chest. Now all I need is a growl. How much weight did you put on this thing? I ask through clenched teeth as I lift. 160. What? I exclaim as I lower it back down with the help of his guiding hands. Grunting as I lift it back up, I add, my trainer has me lift 125. He helps me lower it back towards my chest. Your trainer is wrong. You should be pressing 80% of your body weight. I breathe out as I push the bar back up. I don't think your math is right. That seems high. He shrugs one shoulder. I round it up. Asshole, I say as we lower it again. My muscles are screaming and my blood pressure is rising. Give me one more, he says. I take a deep breath in, then begin to push up for one last time. A growl rumbles in my chest and up my throat as I push. With ease, he places the bar back on the supports, then pats my shoulders. There it is, he says. Told you I could make you growl. I laugh at him through labored breaths. There has to be an easier way to do that. There is, he says, but then his face turns serious. But that's something we probably shouldn't do. I deflate because he's right. And up until last night, that could have remained unspoken. But now that we know that each other is gay, that exploring that easier way is technically a possibility, it makes it that much more disappointing. Gavin. All I can think of as I look down at Connor while he rests on the bench is that I'm playing with fire. I've been playing hockey my whole life, and not once have I gotten close to blowing my cover and exposing to everyone around me all of who I am. For fuck's sake, last night was the most I've ever opened up about my childhood back in Alaska. I'm fine with the image in the league, and its fans have of me. Grumpy, brutal enforcer, dirty white boy from no place good Alaska. That's how they see me, want me, and need me. Finding out I'm gay would blow that entire image, which is ridiculous. Being gay doesn't change the fact that I am, indeed, grumpy, brutal, and dirty, but that doesn't fit the accepted mainstream version of gay men that is presented to the broader culture. The people who yell and cheer for gay men all picture the same thing as they promote us as their virtuous cause: soft, slightly effeminate, male light. It's so stupid. Male light my ass. I can say from experience, there is nothing more male than two men fucking. It's the most masculine thing a man can do on either side of it. And here I am, standing above Connor Kennedy, thinking about how much I want to press him over my head before I bend him over and fuck his brains out, grunting and growling with him to the finish line. The irony is, Connor could probably come out and still be beloved by fans. I even get the sense that he'd like to do it, but his father, who has too tight of a leash on him, would never allow it. But the NHL's PR team would eat it up for sure. Connor, with his charm and good boy good looks, could so easily be seen as acceptable by fans, which in turn would make him acceptable to higher-ups in the league. Anything goes with them if it drives up profits. That doesn't mean I would encourage him, though. Locker rooms all across the league would be a nightmare for him. Plus, the chirping he'd get on the ice during games would be brutal. In essence, he and I would run into two completely opposite problems if either of us was outed. At least in his case, he's beloved by everyone enough that his paychecks would still roll in. So yeah, we are playing with fire, and this flirtation we're engaging in is a terrible idea. Unfortunately, however, the way he's looking up at me with wide, hopeful eyes as I needlessly help him off the bench confirms that I'm doomed to keep making this mistake for the remainder of this Olympic experience. The spell between us is broken when the gym doors open. We quickly let go of each other as two women around our age, who are fully made up with perfect hair and makeup, walk in. Connor takes a step and turns away from me, busying himself with removing the weights from the bar. "Are we done?" he asks when he turns back to face me. The look of hope is still there, but it's more about wanting to get away from what's about to happen than hoping we both give in to what's simmering between us. Yeah. I toss him a towel so he can dry off his sweat. We're done. "Molly, look!" one of the women says. I can hear the fake surprise in her voice. "That's Connor Kennedy!" Connor catches my eye, giving me a look that says we need to get out of here. I couldn't agree more. The women saunter towards us. The one who spoke has her eyes locked on Connor, while the spare looks at me. Her gaze is assessing as she tries to place if I'm someone she should know. Puck bunnies like this never know who I am. They're so focused on players like Connor. It's quite funny, actually. Connor is without a doubt the biggest prize in the league for one of these women to try to snag. He scores goals, he always plays in the All-Star game, and he's talked about every morning on every sports channel. He's instant fame and instant money, which is, let's be honest, exactly what these kind of girls are always looking for. The sad truth is it usually works, when the hotshot player in their sightline isn't gay. Not today, ladies. They're barking up the wrongest two trees in the league. The woman with her eyes focused on Connor touches his chest with her finger. "I didn't know you boys were staying here." Bullshit. I cough and Connor blushes. She ignores me and clearly assumes the flush of Connor's cheeks is because of her. "I'm a big fan of yours," she says. "I watch all of your games." "Thanks," Connor says. He uses the towel I gave him to wipe his neck, which is sweating again. Are these girls making him nervous? I grin. That's adorable. She steps closer to him and lifts onto her tiptoes to whisper not so subtly into his ear. "I also have your jersey. I wear it to bed." I almost choke, trying to stop myself from laughing out loud. Her friend notices and glares at me. "Who are you?" she asks. Connor takes a step back to put some distance between himself and the woman that's trying to pull him into her clutches. He places his hand on my shoulder. "This is Gavin Marshall. He's a first-line forward and alternate captain for the Buffalo Blizzards." "Oh," the spare woman says. Her expression towards me lightens. "I didn't realize." I grin at her. "So I take it you don't sleep in my jersey." This time, it's Connor who barely conceals his laughter. He hides it by checking his watch. "It was nice to meet you, ladies," he says. "But we need to get going. As I'm sure you can imagine, we're on a very tight and busy schedule while we're here." "Of course," the woman who had eyes for Connor says. Then, undeterred, she adds, "Maybe we can catch up later. You can come to my room and sign my jersey." I knock him with my elbow. "Yeah, Connor, why don't you go sign her jersey?" He flashes me a look, and his nostrils flare, causing the bridge of his nose to wrinkle. "Tempting," he says to her. "But I need to keep my focus. If you'd like me to sign your jersey, I can do it in the hotel lobby this afternoon when we return from practice." He smiles at her. "You can probably get the entire team to sign." He pats me on the back and gives me a forceful push that if I was a smaller man, would have moved me. "Come on, Marshall. We're going to be late for breakfast." I flutter my fingers at the women and give them a wink. "Bye-bye, ladies." "You're such a dick," Connor says with a laugh under his breath once we reach the door. "You like it," I say, placing my hands on his shoulders to jostle him. "You're right." He flushes again. "I do. And yep, Unless I get this under control, I'm right back to being completely fucked. 7. Connor. Practice is weird, and it has nothing to do with Gavin and this unwise flirtation we've started. In fact, it's possible our brief flirtation is making us the most effective skaters on the ice. No one else is motivated, and I can't blame it on everyone being hungover this time. Maybe it's because of the brawl from yesterday and the bad press it's brought upon all of us. Or maybe we're just a terrible group of players who have all gotten too complacent about being the best of the best on our teams. I know one thing. We could all use an attitude adjustment. That's for sure. Good hustle, guys. I try to rally them with enthusiasm as we run drills, passing the puck back and forth from one end of the rink to the other and then into the net. There's a lot of good teams forming around the world, but Canada, in particular, is going to make this tough for us with their collective speed. We need to skate harder than the rest if we want to win this. Give it a rest, Skipper, Bradley Warren says. God, I hope that nickname doesn't stick. He sends a slap shot way over the net. It hits the glass with a loud thunk. Hey! Gavin lightly shoulder checks him when he comes to stop by his side. Show your captain some respect. Right. Bradley hits him back, but is almost knocked off his feet by his own impact. Gavin, of course, stands there unfazed. As if you respect this little kiss-ass. Gavin uses his stick to slide a puck closer to him, then flicks it towards me. I respect him more than you, I can tell you that. Yeah, right, Bradley says. I've seen your highlight reel. You've laid him out like roadkill and smiled about it. You sound envious, Gavin says, and I pass the puck back to him. He swirls it around a bit before he blindly passes it back to me. Of you? Bradley scoffs. I don't think so. Gavin grabs the second puck and lazily knocks it into an unattended net. He stands still and looks at Bradley. Of Connor, he says. I pass him back the puck we're both playing with, and he slaps that one into the net as well, punctuating this comment. He skates away from Bradley, leaving him red-faced and angry, and makes his way to center ice. In fact, Gavin yells out, I think that's everyone's problem here. None of you can let go of your egos enough to admit that Kennedy's a better player than all of you combined. There's grumbling from the group. Coach gives me a look and tips his chin towards Gavin, signaling to me that he thinks Gavin is onto something. I don't want to agree. This is a team full of world-class players, and we're all stars on our respective teams. But even if Gavin is right, this is something that I, as the captain, should have seen. I frown. Since when do you have such a hard-on for Kennedy? Nichols, a center like me from Dallas, mocks. I gulp. This tension I feel in the rink better not have to do with the team realizing that Gavin and I have been flirting with each other. As far as I know, we've kept that off the ice. No unnecessary touches, no lingering glances, and definitely no sexual innuendos when we banter back and forth. Well, no more than what comes naturally between all players as we rile each other up on the ice. Since we have Olympic gold medals to win, Gavin says. Or have you all forgotten that's why we're here? This elicits more grumbling from the group as they all avoid making eye contact. He grabs a puck and flicks it down the ice towards the net Bouchard is posted up in front of. Bouchard makes the save and Gavin grins at him. He turns to face the group again. Here's the deal, Gavin says. For each of you that gets a goal past Bouchard, he owes you a case of beer. Hey! Bouchard yells, laughing. What the fuck kind of deal is that? The kind that will get you to stop defending the net like a slice of Swiss cheese, Gavin yells back. Bouchard playfully flips his glove hand up at him. I assume he's holding his middle finger up in there. All right, Gavin yells and slides another puck over to himself. He swirls it around for a second, then passes it to me, and we skate towards Bouchard. The rest of the team chases after us, and once they catch up in Bouchard's zone, they begin playing defense to steal the puck and take their chance at scoring a goal. But they can't get it away. I'm too quick, and Gavin is too strong, and we pass the puck back and forth between each other seamlessly. It's like we know where the other is going to be instinctually. It's exactly the kind of dynamic I was hoping for when I came here. I've never had a teammate I could depend on like this, and Gavin Marshall is the last person I expected it from. He flicks the puck to me one last time before batting it away from two players at the wall. With a flick of my wrists, I send it over Bouchard's shoulder and into the net. Coach blows his whistle. "Run it back, boys," he yells, and signals for the team to skate back to the other side of the rink again. He points at his assistant coach. "Keep a tally. That's 1 case of beer for the captain." "Kennedy better be in the mood to share," Bouchard yells across the ice, "because that's the last goal that's getting past me today." He taps the post of his net with his stick, then crouches down, his eyes focused on the 20 bruisers poised to rush and take shots on him. Coach grabs a puck with his stick, then flings it towards the first blue line when he blows his whistle. We take off, all jockeying for our place and trying to reach the puck with our sticks. I grab it, but I'm immediately knocked to the ground. I jump back up, not surprised after yesterday's brawl that this team can play rough. Within a few seconds, I'm back in the pack, but quickly knocked to the ground again. Gavin circles around me. His eyes ask if I'm all right as I rise. I nod and try to catch up with the team, but I'm stopped when Coach blows his whistle. "No goal!" he yells and signals for us to go to the other end of the ice. "Let's run it back again. We won't stop until one more of you flicks one into the net." "Hey, have a little faith in me," Bouchard yells. "I do have faith in you," Coach yells back. "That's why I'm predicting it's going to be a long night." Gavin. Coach blows his whistle and tosses a puck to the center ice again. We all take off, but I'm not focused on the puck. I keep my eyes on Connor instead. He got knocked down twice on that last run, and I don't think it was an accident. Both hits looked deliberate, and my hackles rise unconsciously under my skin. There's a difference between roughing each other up trying to go after the puck and full body checking your own teammate onto the ground during practice. This isn't ever going to be a game where players don't play rough, but deliberately trying to hurt a teammate is a line that should never be crossed. Hell, even in regular season play, the last thing you want to do is seriously injure another player. A few bumps and bruises, sure, but a season or, worse, career-ending injury, no way. That's over the line. Which is exactly what I see when Bradley Warren hooks the blade of his stick around Connor's knee. It causes him to twist awkwardly on his ankle before he hits the ground. I skate to him and offer him a hand up. "You all right?" "Yeah." He knocks my hand out of the way and jumps to his feet. "I've got it." I skate away from him and head towards Warren. I press him against the boards with my stick across his back. "Try that again and I will end you," I growl. There's hundreds of players that would kill for Bradley's spot. There isn't a player in the league who wouldn't jump at the chance to go play for their country at the Olympics. I'm not opposed to opening it up for them. Yeah, I know what I just said. But messing with your own teammate is an unforgivable infraction. The role of the enforcer is to remind your opponents of the rules of the game. But the role of the alternate captain is to keep your own teammates in check, even if that means sending a toxic one to the bench. Coach blows his whistle. "Again!" he yells, and we all skate back to the beginning. "Are you sure you're all right?" I ask Connor when I reach him. He grins and nods at me. "I'm good," he says. "Now let's show these guys how it's done." "Deal." I grin back and ready myself for Coach's whistle. It blows, and we take off at full speed. Connor reaches the puck first, and I play like I'm his bodyguard, keeping everyone away from him, giving him all the space he needs to dance with the puck. He fakes left, then right, then left again, sending Bouchard back and forth and leaving the right side open for Connor to slip one right past the post and into the net as he skates by at full speed. Coach blows his whistle again, and I slap Connor's stick blade he has raised high above our heads with mine. "That's enough for today, boys," Coach says. "Bouchard, I expect you to hand-deliver 2 cases of beer to Kennedy and Marshall's room before curfew." "Actually," Connor says, "I'll match him, and we can buy a couple of cases for everyone to split in the team meeting room tonight. I think everyone earned it." Bouchard claps Connor on his helmet with his gloved hand and gives his head a shake. "Sounds like a deal," he says. "It's about time we all saw the Golden Boy get drunk." Connor. "Have fun, boys," Coach Chris says, depositing a few extra cases of beer into the team room. He cracks one open and takes a long, deep pull off the can. "I've ordered dinner for us all, but curfew is still in effect. All of you need to be back in your rooms by 10. No excuses." Quickly, beers are plucked from the cases by my teammates. Gavin reaches into one of the cases and tosses me a can. I catch it and crack it open. I take a sip and watch as Gavin is pulled into conversation by the guys and jostled about. Max Franklin hands him a beer, but he never brings it to his lips. Eventually, I see Bouchard casually grab it from him and replace it with the empty can he just finished. It's a practiced move, and I wonder if I'm not the only person Gavin's told the story about his mother to. Or maybe Bouchard knows him well enough from being a Blizzard that he's used to seeing him not partake in alcohol. Regardless, it's endearing to see him make the subtle swap without drawing attention to it, or to Gavin. Strangely, as I sip my beer and eat some of the food Coach had sent up, I have a lot of time to think and wonder as I watch the team interact. I lean against one of the tables in the back. They laugh and joke around, making them begin to look like a team of guys who might be able to play together and hopefully win together. Occasionally, Gavin looks my way, and with each glance, his face gets more worried. There's a line forming between his brows. He breaks away and comes over to me. "Come join us." I shake my head. If they wanted me to join, they'd have included me. He frowns, then leans against the table beside me. Our arms brush. "I want you to join." "Do you?" I can feel my cheeks flush, and he knocks me a bit with his shoulder. "Yeah, I do, very much." He's frowning a little as he pulls away from the table and grabs me by my shoulder, hauling me with him. "Come on, come join the team. They'll warm up when they see you loosen up." "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" I tease. He leans in close and whispers, "Never." The word sends shivers down my spine. Am I imagining it? Or was that the kind of never that says, when it happens, neither one of us will be taken advantage of? We will both be willing participants, and boy, oh boy, am I willing. Gavin takes my empty beer can and tosses it into a nearby bin. He's about to hand me another one when Bouchard comes over and slides in front of him. I hold my breath, not sure what to expect. But he surprises me and holds out a new can for me. I take it. "Thanks." "I can't believe you got 2 past me," he says. "It wasn't easy," I admit. He's a great goalie, with sharp reflexes even on his bad days. He wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case. "Yeah, well, that wasn't because of me." He tips his head towards me. "I know it got pretty rough out there." "It's all good," I say, and give him a placating smile. "Part of the game, right?" "Yeah." He laughs, then gestures with his chin at Gavin. You might want to tell your man that, because he's going to knock some of these players into the next season if they try anything like that again. I tried to conceal the thrill that runs through me at the fact that Bouchard referred to Gavin as my man. It's not even what he meant, but the sound of it pleases me more than it should. I look at Bouchard and pop my can open to take a sip. Just think about how much worse it would be if he wasn't on our team. Thankfully, that's something I've never had to think about. He laughs. I've been fortunate enough to play with him my entire career to know firsthand he means business when it comes to protecting his teammates. My stomach drops as I remember that this is what Gavin does. He protects his team, not just me. Isn't that the truth? I say, and raise my beer, holding it up in Gavin's direction. We're lucky to have him. Gavin subtly winks at me, and it sends shivers down my spine. He doesn't do that to the rest of the team. That's something I can have to myself. I take another drink from my can and replay practice in my head. I know I wasn't imagining what I felt today. Gavin and I worked well together. We anticipated each other's moves on the ice. We were where the other needed to be at all times, and we managed to score the only 2 goals against Bouchard. But it was more than that. Despite being roughed up by my teammates, I felt safe on the ice when he was skating with me. I've never once felt that. I'm an excellent skater. I can hold my own, but I've always had to outskate everyone on the ice for my own protection. Now with Gavin, someone who can both keep up with me and watch my back, I feel like there's not much I can't do. Gavin is good for me. He gives me more confidence, which, despite what everyone in the league thinks, is something I desperately need. Together, we can unite the team. Together, we can win gold. Gavin. Come on, Captain, I say to Connor as I pull him out of one of the chairs. His eyes have been slowly closing for the last few minutes. We should have wrapped this party up an hour ago. 10 minutes until curfew. Did everyone else go to bed? He asks around a yawn. Just about. I tell him and gesture around the room. There's only a few guys left, and Bouchard is ushering them out through the door. He points at me and mouths, "You good?" I'm good. I mouth back and nod. I hook an arm around Connor's waist. I have to stoop a bit to do it, but he feels dead on his feet. This is going to be a long trek up to our hotel room if he doesn't start cooperating. Are you carrying me to bed? Connor asks. He's staring up at me with his sleepy eyes that look twice as blue with how glossy they are. No. I shake my head at him as we get to the closed door. You better be ready to walk. The last thing you need is a picture of me carrying you. He narrows his eyes at me. Why isn't that the last thing you need, too? I steady him on his feet and try to assess if he's drunk, exhausted, or both. He stumbles into me and yawns. My money's on both. I grab his face in my hands and direct him to look at me. A smile pulls at his lips, and I hate to say what I'm about to, because it's going to make that smile go away. Because unlike you, I don't have a father who will make my life a living hell if I'm seen carrying another man to my room. As predicted, Connor's smile falls from his face, but he looks at me with wide, curious eyes. Your dad doesn't care that you're gay? He does not. Not that we talk about it. But then again, I have a sneaking suspicion we wouldn't talk about my love life if I was straight either. That's not how we roll in Alaska. It's a very your business is your business, and my business is my business kind of place. My father genuinely doesn't care who I date, or if I date, as long as I'm happy and he doesn't come home from a fishing trip to find me dead due to the bottle. It's a pretty low bar of expectations, but it works for us. That's nice, Connor says. I'd like to meet him. I'd like that too, I say, because it's true. My dad is the complete opposite of Connor's. It would be good for him to see the juxtaposition. I smirk at him. We could even introduce him to your father. Connor's face goes serious. I wouldn't want to do that to your dad. He can hold his own, I assure him, and reach for the door handle. Are you ready? We now only have 5 minutes to make it to our room. His lips lift up into a half smile. Race you? You're on, Kennedy, I say, and swing the door open with one hand and use my other on his lower back to gently guide him through. Connor. It wasn't so much a race back to the room as it was a stumble, but Gavin did a good job of keeping me from falling over. I'm hanging off one of his shoulders when we reach the room, and he has one of his huge hands pressed firmly on my lower back. It's been there a lot of this trek from the team room to our hotel room. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like the feel of it. It's strong, wide, and warm. Reassuring. Safe. He uses it to nudge me through the open door and into our room, where he puts me onto my bed. Once I'm seated, he drops onto one knee and begins to untie my shoes before he slides them off. He rises to his feet and stands in front of me. Come on, let's take your shirt off. I look up at him and admire his angular face and the kindness in his deep, dark eyes. I thought you weren't going to take advantage of me. I wink at him. At least, I think I do. I'm putting you to bed. He laughs, and one half of his smile quirks up. Now, come on, let's take your shirt off. I know you like to sleep in your sweats. And you like to sleep in your briefs. Actually, he grins like the devil. I like to sleep naked. You do? My eyes open wide, and my cheeks heat. No. He laughs again, then presses a finger to my cheek. But I knew saying that would make you do this. Dick, I say, and flop all the way onto the mattress. He grabs my hand and hauls me back to seated. Then, with careful fingers, he grabs the hem of my shirt and starts to lift it. I don't fight him. I'd lose that fight, and it's not one I want to win anyway. I want to be undressed by him. I want him to have his way with me. And most of all, I want to live a life where I can have that. What's this? He says, his fingertips lightly probing my ribcage. He dips his head slightly down to get a closer look. I lift my arm and look down to where he's touching. There's a decent-sized dark purple bruise there. He shakes his head. This looks like it was made with a stick handle. Did you take a hit to your ribs today? I look at him and bite my lip. Maybe. Where else did they get you? I'm not sure. He frowns and eyes my torso as he runs his hands up my arms. He stops when he gets to the small bruise on my jaw from yesterday's brawl. I smile at him, hoping to settle the concern I see washing over his features. You already knew about that one. I don't like how rough they're being with you. It's hockey, that's part of the game. It is, he agrees, raising one of his shoulders before he turns me slightly so he can check my back. But not like this. He turns me around and gestures at my pants. Can I count on you to take those off yourself? I lean back on the bed, supporting myself with my hands. I'd like it better if you did it. I swear a low growl escapes his lips as he eyes my pants. We can't, he says, and throws my sweatpants at me. I'd like to, but we can't. I know. He keeps his gaze on me and takes a deep breath in. On the exhale, he closes his eyes. When they open again, that hint of loneliness I've always seen in him is back. This must not be as easy on him as he makes it seem. The stakes of the Olympics, of the remainder of the regular season, of a possible playoff push are all on the line. It's our careers we would be risking. We've worked our entire lives to get here. And while it would feel good right now to give in to our impulses, in the long run, it will lead to nothing but regret. And that's if we're lucky. Because for me, there's a bigger disaster this will lead to. Heartbreak. I'm already feeling the beginning pangs of it as he closes the bathroom door behind him. 8. Gavin. Thank God we have the day off tomorrow. It's been a long week, tough practices, and the team can use a rest and recover before we take off for Milan in 2 days. Connor could use it most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can tell he's tired, and it has nothing to do with the on-ice workload. After seeing the bruise on him a few nights ago, I've been sneaking glances at the end of each practice before he hits the showers. That bruise is starting to fade, but others are appearing in its place. It's distressing to say the least, to see him getting this beat up by his own teammates. It's like everyone is going extra hard on him and concealing cheap shots. I thought, as a team, we were coming along. I thought we were better than this. Maybe they're just being competitive, but it feels different to that. And it's only gotten worse now that practice has been opened up to reporters and also Connor's father. God, that guy is an asshole. I'm honestly surprised his presence hasn't gotten the guys to lighten up a bit on Connor. He's had the opposite effect, which is surprising as we've all seen parents like Connor Sr. in the past while playing in youth hockey leagues, overbearing and yelling at their kid through the glass. There was one kid I played with back in Alaska who could barely conceal his panic attacks in the locker room after a poor practice. He ended up quitting before he even turned 13. I was lucky. We may have been broke, and I may have had to get all my gear secondhand or through donations, but at least my dad was never an asshole about how I played. He'd attend every game and practice he could when he wasn't out on a fishing run. And he'd always sit in the same spot in the stands, top row, center, so he could get a bird's eye view of the ice. If it was game day, he'd treat himself to a shitty ice rink hot dog and wash it down with a shittier cup of coffee, lightened with powdered cream. He had hopes for me, obviously. He wanted me to beat the Alaskan odds. But most of all, he loved watching me play. That's not the impression I get from Connor Sr. He stands behind the glass with his arms crossed and critiques Connor every chance he gets. He undermines Coach Chris, and I wonder how Coach hasn't punched the daylights out of him in Chicago if he's been putting up with this ever since Connor joined the Broadwings. He also doesn't hide his disdain for our teammates. He sneers at them, and makes it clear he doesn't think any of us should be sharing the puck with his son. Most of all, me. Which is why, when Coach blows his whistle for us to take a break, I send a flying slap shot into his direction. He's lucky the glass is there, as it collides with a loud thunk a few inches from the center of his face. He jolts in surprise, and I wink at him as I skate by. That would have been one hell of a shiner. That guy's a real prick, Bouchard says from his net a few feet away from me. You noticed, huh? We've all noticed. He holds up his water bottle that he keeps above his net during practice, offering me a squirt from it like he does when we're on our home ice in Buffalo. I hold my mouth open. Thanks. After I swallow and wipe my mouth and sweaty forehead with the back of my gloved hand, I move to stand beside him and rest against his net. Can I ask you something? You can, but you're probably not going to like my answer. I blow out a breath. So they are going after him? He pushes his helmet back so his face is no longer covered by the cage and looks directly at me. I don't think they're trying to injure him, but they're frustrated. You know how it is. He nudges me with his padded elbow, then takes a sip of his water,
They all know they can't compare to the league's golden boy, and having his dad here reminding them of that isn't helping.
I frown. I do know how it is. I'm just as guilty as they are of targeting Connor during regular season play. But he's my teammate now, and I've never once gone after a teammate when they haven't deserved it. That's against the code.
And I gotta tell you, Bouchard says, it's only going to get worse when we get to Milan. Connor has a lot of enemies spread out among each country's teams. Taking him out at the Olympics would be like scoring a hat trick.
I take a breath and absorb what he's saying. They can increase their chances at winning gold, as well as getting into the playoffs back home.
And then the Stanley Cup, Bouchard says. But that's assuming they don't have to face us.
He holds his forearm up to me and I tap it with mine. Any suggestions on how we fix this?
Getting his dad out would be a start.
Yeah, I grimace. I don't think that's happening. I'm pretty sure I'll get kicked off the team if I send him out here on a stretcher.
Would be fun to see, though.
There's a smile on his face as he says this, like he's imagining the scene playing out in his head. I glance towards the rest of the team. They're all grabbing sips of water from their bottles scattered around the boards by the benches. All except for Connor, who is stuck talking to a reporter with his father, who has moved away from the black puck mark I placed on the glass in front of him to be closer to his son. Most of the team is trying to act like they're not watching this interaction. I wish Coach Chris would blow his whistle to start practice up again, but I get the sense he knows from experience that doing that will be more trouble than it's worth. I look back at Bouchard. I can keep our opponents in check at the Olympics, but only if I'm not busy making sure our teammates aren't trying to sabotage Connor's career.
I think once we get to the actual games, their pride and desire to win will replace their animosity.
Yeah, but we still have to get them to want to play well with him, if we're actually going to win those games.
Take a play out of the goalie playbook.
How? I raise an eyebrow at him. Have the group work on their splits and butterfly stretches together? I don't think that's going to help.
No, you ass. He laughs. You ever wonder why goalies always room together on road trips?
Because you're all fucking weirdos? I tease him. And no one else wants to room with you?
Fair point. He shrugs. But that's not what I meant.
He offers me another squirt from his water, and I open my mouth. Then he takes one for himself.
It's like this. Each team has two, in your words, fucking weirdo goalies, correct?
Yes. I know how team roster works, smartass.
You know how the roster works for you puck runners. It's different for goalies, though.
All right. I hold my hands up. I'm listening.
It's like this, he begins. You all get rotated in and out through the entire game. Your shift ends and you take a seat on the bench, and the next group of guys go out. Around and around you go. In the end, you all, play around 18 minutes total?
More or less, I shrug.
Right. You all share ice time. It doesn't work that way for our goalies. Once coach says you're the one in net, you're in that net the entire game unless something goes catastrophically wrong.
Still not following what the lesson here is.
I'm getting there,
he says, staring at me, then points his stick down the ice to Olsen, who's standing in front of the other net, going through his routine of stretches and superstition-based rituals. They somehow lock eyes from across the rink, then raise a gloved hand towards each other.
Every goalie tandem in the league needs to figure out how to both compete with and support each other. It doesn't do either of us or the team any good if we can't get along. We compete for that net every game during practice. But we have to be humble enough to be happy for the other one when coach says it's his net to mind for the night. If we don't get along, if we can't put aside our egos and our bullshit, the entire team suffers.
So, I need to get the team to see they're not competing with Connor.
that there's plenty of ice to go around.
Exactly.
He takes another sip of his water. It would also help if you could get Connor to come out of his shell a bit. I look at Connor, who has been relieved from talking to his father and the reporter. He's now talking closely with Coach Chris near the bench. You think he's shy?
Not shy, Bouchard says. Guarded, like you, except he's not a hard-ass who scares everyone into compliance. He hides behind that golden boy image.
Interesting, I say.
I see you're not denying that you're a hard-ass.
Hell no, I laugh. That is by design.
I'm aware.
He hits me with his elbow again.
You big softy.
Fuck off. I hit him back, then quickly turn to face him. Wait, though. How'd you know I was going to ask you about Connor?
Dude, I've been playing with you for 7 years. Most of that time watching you clobber players into next week from my home in the crease. You think I don't notice when your protective instincts kick in? Connor may as well be a puppy out there the way you chase after him, making sure he's all right.
Fuck, I didn't realize it was that obvious. But at least he doesn't seem to think it's anything outside of my usual treatment of my teammates. Coach blows his whistle and signals for us to get into formation.
Have fun chasing him,
Bouchard teases and pulls his helmet back down into place. I skate backwards and give him the finger as I go to join the rest of the team to practice more drills. Connor. I take a deep breath to steady myself before I exit the locker room. I know who's waiting for me on the other side of that door, and I suddenly wish I opted to take a longer shower. But Gavin was covertly staring at me in there, and not in a sexy way. In the way he's been doing all week, where he rakes his eyes up and down my body, looking for signs of injuries I'd like him to lick and make better. Okay, maybe it is a bit sexy, which is also why I needed to get out of the showers as quickly as I could. No one, especially not the gay one on the team, wants to be caught with a raging hard-on in front of all of his naked teammates. I wonder how Gavin does it. My solution is to be first in, first out, and when it's not possible, opt to clean up back in my room. But Gavin has perfected the art of luxuriating in the shower and laughing it up with everyone else while he's soaping himself down like he's not one erection away from having his secret revealed. It's maddening. It's also why I'm so shocked when I feel him place his enormous hands on my shoulders from behind. I hadn't noticed he was out of the showers and had gotten changed. That's how good I am at keeping my eyes down in the locker room. He gives my shoulders a squeeze, and my knees get weak. I stop myself from collapsing into his hold, even though that is all I want to do. The idea of being held and supported by him is far too appealing. I'll walk out with you, he says, his deep voice washing over me like a warm blanket. You might want to rethink that, I say, suppressing the sigh I desperately want to let out. Why? You're afraid I'll tell your father to kick rocks and go bug someone else for a change? Actually, I laugh, that is surprisingly accurate. Good. He pats my shoulders, and then places a firm hand across my lower back and pushes me forward, because that's exactly what I intend to do. No, I say, but it's too late. The door has been swung open, and we are met with the waiting gaze of my father and a crew of cameramen and reporters. Over here, Connor, my father shouts over the fray. Sorry, Dad, Gavin says with obnoxious emphasis. But Connor's busy tonight. Gavin, please, I say under my breath as I watch my father's nostrils flare. One of Gavin's hands squeezes my shoulder, and the other one presses against my lower back again as he leads me away. Players only dinner is on me, he yells out as he guides me past my father and down the hall towards the players' exit. The cameras start flashing, and there's rowdy whoops and hollers coming through the locker room door as the rest of the team follows us out. Smiling, I look over my shoulder and watch Bouchard exit last. When he passes my father, he gives him a 2-finger salute, after which he catches eyes with Gavin and nods his chin at him. What on earth do those two have up their sleeves?
Gavin. A casual dinner of pizza and beer was a great idea. It's amazing how quickly you can get a restaurant in Las Vegas to accommodate 30 grown men and their appetites with very short notice. As soon as we stepped off the ice and I was able to get my phone, I called the famed pizzeria and warned them of our impending arrival. They didn't even flinch. Said they'd set aside a large section for us and do what they could to keep it private. Well, as private as they can. I won't lie. I chose this place knowing it would fail to keep us hidden. Most people take notice when a large group of men arrive in their proximity who look, at our best, like we've stepped off a Viking ship or, at our worst, from a Jiffy Lube. This restaurant is world-renowned for its celebrity chef, but it's also packed with vacationing families. Nothing brings a hockey team together faster than being surrounded by fans, especially young fans. I toss around a bunch of pucks I snagged from the practice rink for the guys to give out to kids, and I ask the host for some spare pens. By the time we finally make it to the tables they've pushed together for us, everyone's spirits are lifted. Even Connor looks like he can finally breathe. "Thanks for this," he says as he leans into my space. I ruffle his hair, then slide my hands to his shoulders to playfully jostle him around a bit. "Don't thank me yet," I grin at him. "We're in for a long night." He slowly shakes his head. "No, we're not." Grinning, I nod mine back at him. "Yes, we are." To emphasize my point, I pour him a glass full of beer out of one of the many pitchers that are strewn around the table in between trays of pizza. "This is a terrible idea," he says. I clink his glass with my bottle of root beer. "It's a great idea." I rise from my seat and clear my throat, grabbing everyone's attention around the table. "All right, boys. We've been cooped up all week. Let's blow off some much-needed steam." Connor. Blowing off steam looks and feels a lot like partying, which is exactly what we've been doing for hours now. I check my watch as I take a seat next to Bouchard in one of the VIP booths we've taken over inside Vegas's hottest new nightclub on the top floor of our hotel. It's officially past midnight, and after being locked down by the team's curfew all week, it feels very late. Apparently, I'm the only one who notices, as everyone else is partying like they have the energy to go well into sunrise. Bouchard throws his arms around me. He's drunk as a skunk and yelling over the loud music as he tells a story to our teammates crammed in this booth.
"Then this guy..."
He pulls me closer into his side and leans both of us forward, drawing me into the group.
"He goes and breaks my streak of shutsies within the first 30 seconds of the game."
He thumps me hard on my back.
"And now I get to play on the same team with them. Unreal. We are going to be the team to beat at the Olympics."
Everyone in the booth starts banging their fists on the table, then takes a round of shots that Gavin has poured for them all, me included. I look for him when I put my shot glass down, but he's slinked off again somewhere. I've been having a hard time keeping track of him all night. He keeps sliding in and out of view. He'll appear, leave a round of shots, or drop off more bottles of beer, then leave without a trace. It's maddening. Max Franklin moves from the other side of the booth and plops down next to me.
"It's good to have you on the team, man," he says. "I know some of the guys have been giving you a hard time."
"Nah," I deny, even though I've been favoring my right side all night when I sit in order to keep the pressure off my left hip, which is bruised, purple, and angry from the slam I took earlier today in practice that dropped me hard.
It's all in good fun. Max laughs and gestures at the surrounding club. The lights are flashing. The music is thrumming. And the sea of people before us are all moving together like a rolling ocean. This, he says, is fun. He rises to his feet and grabs his drink. What happens on the ice is work. With those parting words, he disappears into the crowd, finding his way to the dance floor. I try to find Gavin again, and I think I glimpse him by the bar, leaning over it and talking to the bartender. I'm about to get up and go to him when Bradley Warren steps into my space. "Looking for your daddy?" he asks, his voice dripping with contempt. And what if I was? I say back. I'm not, obviously, but what difference is it to this guy? My father is not his problem. He's mine to sort out and keep at bay. I've just never seen you without him as your shadow. I take a sip of my drink. It's not like it's by my choice. He laughs at that. This is why we can't follow you. How are you going to captain this team if you can't captain your own life? Honestly, I've been wondering the same thing. Hey, Bouchard says, passing Bradley a shot. Lighten up, would you? We're celebrating. I smile at him, and he gives me a fist bump, then passes me another shot as well. Bottoms up. The three of us each slam our drink, and Gavin finally comes close enough to me that I can reach for him. He catches me around the waist. Steady there, Captain, he says. His long fingers curl around my side and linger for a second longer than necessary before he pulls them away. Where have you been? I ask. I can't keep track of you. Mingling around, he says casually, then takes a long pull from the bottle of water in his hand. I can't take my eyes off his Adam's apple as it bobs up and down with each swallow. It doesn't help that he's wearing a tight-fitting V-neck t-shirt that frames his movements perfectly. If we weren't surrounded by our teammates, I'd be tempted to lick it. I lean up to talk into his ear. Mingling? Does that mean you're hoping to meet someone? He looks at me and reads me like a book before he leans in close and says, No, I do not need to meet anyone. The directness of his tone makes my cheeks flush. He grins at me and mouths the word adorable in my direction as he presses his finger to my cheek. It only makes my skin heat more. We're interrupted by Bouchard and one of our right-wingers, Calhoun. How is it that the sober one is the best at throwing a rager? Bouchard asks Gavin. Because the sober one keeps all your shit in check, Gavin yells over the music. Just like on the ice. Bouchard lifts his glass to Gavin, and Gavin hits it with his water bottle. Can I have a sip of that? I ask Gavin. He removes the cap, then hands it to me, and I take a long sip. After a night of mostly beer and shots of whiskey, the water tastes refreshing. I could have used one of these an hour ago. This is a hell of a party, Calhoun says to me. He's young, in his rookie season, and shows a lot of promise playing for Minnesota. You know, I grew up idolizing your dad. I laugh, trying not to make it sound bitter, and take another sip of Gavin's water. He'd love to hear that. I think I'll pass. He terrifies me. You and me both, kid, is what I want to say. Instead, I settle on, I can introduce you if you'd like. No, thanks, he says and shakes his head. I gotta know, what was it like to grow up raised by him? Exactly what it looks like now, I say. Exhausting. I don't envy you, Calhoun says. I did before this week, but damn, he's intense. You're telling me. I laugh, and this time it's genuine. He taps my water bottle with his beer. But you're all right, man, he says. I'm excited to share the ice with you. Thanks, I say. That's good to hear. And now that I've heard a similar sentiment from 3 different teammates, I finally understand what Gavin has done here. He's humanized me to most of the team.
What are we standing around for?
Nichols asks, coming over and pushing me and Calhoun out onto the dance floor.
There's chicks all around us dying to dance.
I laugh at how ridiculous his statement is. I couldn't care less about dancing with women. But I do spot Gavin being pulled along as well by Bouchard, and I definitely care about dancing with him.
Gavin. Okay, it's possible Connor's drunk. Because, as hard as I try, I can't stop him from obviously trying to dance with me. And each time he sways his hip near mine, it gets much harder for me not to grab hold of them and press him against me. I'd give anything to spin him around and let our bodies grind together. Let my hands wrap around his body, placing one on his hip and the other across his chest, holding him steady against me. But I can't, and I know it. So instead, much to his dismay and mine, I keep spinning a new girl in his direction and watch to see how long it takes him to frown and move out of their clutches. He's becoming well practiced at it.
"You're such a dick," he says to me with humor in his voice the next time he gets close enough.
"And you're being a tease," I say to him as I spin away and slip another female between us. He frowns at me, but I see a challenge in his eyes. This has become a game to him. Unfortunately, I can't give him the prize he wants. Me. I can admit I'm already a goner for him. There's a ton of good-looking men here, and I haven't been recognized nearly as much as some of my other teammates. I could score on the down low easily, but as I look at Connor, trying to find his way back to me, I don't want to. But I also can't give in to what I want. Even taking a taste of Connor, pressing my lips against his, would be the first domino to fall, ruining me. I know how I am. I'm capable of having the occasional anonymous one-night stand, but that's not what Connor is. He could never be that to me. I know him, and worse, I'm starting to care about him. Really care about him as more than even just my teammate. All the hate I've ever felt for him is gone. He's lit a fire in me, and it's not only felt on the ice, inspiring me to play some of the best hockey I've ever played. I feel it everywhere. It's getting so much harder to contain. I look towards the balcony exit of the club and make my way out there, hoping no one sees me go. I need a minute to center myself. Once outside, I take a deep breath of the cool desert air. It's quiet here, except for the dull thumping I can hear beating against the walls inside of the club. I find a secluded spot and look down at the Las Vegas Strip below. It's so different from where I come from. I used to climb the mountains behind the ramshackle houses in the area I grew up in, and look down at trees on the one side and the vast ocean on the other. Now, everywhere I go, there are lights and buildings. They both have their perks, but right now, I miss being at home away from it all. I miss the quiet and the privacy. If Connor and I were in Alaska, I could give in to what's calling to me, and no one would ever know. I feel him step beside me against the railing before I hear him say, "Thought you could get away from me." "No," I laugh. "There's no escaping you." He nudges me with his elbow, then very subtly runs his fingertips over mine where they're wrapped around the railing. "You don't have to." "I do, though," I say, and resist the urge to look at him. I lean more heavily on the railing. If I give in to you, to this, I won't be able to hide. "I doubt that," he laughs. "You being gay is the best kept secret in the league." Me and you together would blow that secret wide open. "It doesn't have to. We're both already good at hiding,"
We're not that good, I say, and finally look at him. Here in the glow of the Las Vegas Strip, he looks truly beautiful, handsome and strong, sure of himself, as he asks for what he wants. The truth about both of us lives right underneath the surface, and Bouchard's already noticed that you've brought out my protective streak. That's only going to get more obvious if I give in to what I want. I'm not the kind of guy who can just be casual about something I've claimed as mine. Of course, this makes him blush, and I come so close to caving in. Instead, I quickly brush his cheek. See, I say, you can't conceal this. I lick my lips, and I can't resist it. You're doing a good job of resisting it right now. He points out, then turns away from me. But I guess I see what you're saying. I let our fingers tangle on the railing, concealed by us standing as close as we are. Trust me, Connor. If I could, I'd make you mine in a heartbeat. I'd like that, he says, and leans his shoulder against mine. I should pull away, but I don't. I can allow myself this little indulgence if I can't have anything else. Hey, Bouchard yells, causing us to shift apart. He's looking at us from across the large balcony, right near the doors that lead back to the club. What are you two doing? Captain stuff, I yell back at him. You wouldn't understand. Connor bursts out laughing. He quirks an eyebrow at me. Captain stuff? I shrug at him. It's better than the truth. I push away from the rail and beckon him over with my hand. Come on, we should go back inside. He doesn't follow. I think it's time for me to go to bed. Truthfully, it's time for me to do that too. But if I follow him to our room right now, I'll just end up tumbling into his instead of my own, and wrapping him in my arms, never letting him go. Yeah, I say. I wish I could join you, but it's for the best if I don't. He nods his head and blows out a breath, and I reluctantly turn around and follow Bouchard back inside. He steps in front of me when the door shuts behind us. He's looking at me deadpan. Captain stuff? Seriously? What? I ask. Nothing. He shakes his head and laughs, then steps to my side and throws his arm around my shoulder. Let's get you back on the dance floor. But it's the last place I want to go. 9. Connor. The next morning, I feel like I've been run over by Gavin, both physically and emotionally, and not in the way I would like. The way my head pounds and the queasiness of my stomach is more reminiscent of the morning after getting trucked unconscious by him during a game. Truthfully, I'd rather that have been the reason I feel like hammered shit this morning as opposed to being hungover. At least the former would have meant I'd have some physical contact with him, which is what I'm really craving. I'd give anything to know what it feels like to be pressed against his body for longer than a hockey hit, to know what he looks like when he's hovering over me, both of us sweating in the sheets instead of our jerseys. I want to know what his lips feel like against mine. Are they soft and pliant, or hard and unyielding? I already know what his cock looks like. I've snuck a few peeks at it in the locker room. It's perfect, of course. Mouth-watering, even when soft. I have yet to see him hard, but I know he won't disappoint me. I wonder if he's looked at mine. Has he lain awake thinking about sucking me off like I have about him? I take a quick glance at his bed. Empty. I heard him get up first thing this morning to go to the gym. I heard him get back to the room last night as well. Both times I pretended to be asleep because I'm a complete coward, and I can't face him right now. He tried to get my attention when he came in last night, less than an hour after I did. I lay there with my eyes closed, listening to him say he wishes he could, but it's better for me if he doesn't. I don't believe that. Over the past week, he's improved my life immeasurably, and we haven't even kissed yet. I'm holding on to that yet. I need it to get through my day. I need the possibility of just one kiss to keep me from losing my mind in my frustration of not being able to explore this connection we're forming. Our chemistry on the ice is perfect. It's only logical to assume it would carry over into the bedroom. I look at my watch on my wrist. It's the first nice thing I ever bought myself with my own money. A Heritage Grand Seiko with an ice blue dial. The time says 8:30. I'm supposed to meet my parents for breakfast at 9 o'clock in their suite. I wasn't given an option. Dad texted me the time and instructions to be there before the team's bus left the practice rink yesterday. Even through text, I could tell he was fuming Gavin intercepted his dinner plans for me. This morning, I will pay for it. Getting out of bed, I face a choice. Take the time to shower and be late, or throw myself together and be on time. Which, according to my dad, means I show up at least 5 minutes early to everything. It's always been like this, even when I was a little kid. Squeezing in a stick and puck practice before school. If ice time started at 6, I had better be there with my skates laced by 5:55, watching eagerly from the boards while the Zamboni finished resurfacing the ice. Not that I had a choice. He created and set my schedule. By the time I was a teenager and he retired, he'd been turning my bedroom light on at 4:30 every morning, uttering for me to get my lazy ass up and shove a chalky protein shake into my hand. With no longer having his own career to worry about, he turned to watching over my playing like a hawk. As soon as he was able to, day in and day out, my training regimen was cranked up to 11. As I walked out of mine and Gavin's hotel room, I hoped to see Gavin coming out of the elevator. I know he says we can't do this, and I will respect his wishes. But if I could just see him, I might be able to make it through this breakfast. It sounds ridiculous, and I know I sound like a child instead of a 24-year-old when it comes to dealing with my father. But he's had me under his thumb for so long. It feels impossible to break free. Gavin's the first person I've met who has no problem telling the man no. When he does it, it makes me feel like I'm able to do it as well. Someday. But probably not today. Knocking on the door to my parents' suite, I let out an audible breath. My mother answers, fully decked out in fashionable athletic gear, like she's about to run out the door in favor of a yoga class instead of breakfast. Typical. She kisses me on the cheek. "Gotta run, darling," she says. "I found this great private yoga instructor here. He's a dream." I bet he is. "Have fun, dear," my father says robotically without looking up from the tablet in his hands. He's scrolling through it at the table that's set for breakfast by the open doors of the suite's balcony, which overlooks the Las Vegas Strip. Sometimes, I wonder why these two are still married. They have nothing in common. And my mom's interest in hockey disappeared the moment I was too old to be considered cute for photo ops with her on the other side of the glass from my dad during game warm-ups. She went back to being a Playboy bunny for a few years, but aged out of that, and has since spent all her free time bouncing between personal trainers and now, apparently, a yoga instructor. While she worked on her physique, I spent most of my time being carted around from practice to game, to practice, to my dad's games by our driver Harris. He probably logged more bleacher time than either of my parents did before my father retired. "Sit." Dad beckons me to take a seat around the corner from him at the table. I sit, then pour myself a large cup of coffee from the pitcher. In front of me on the plate is a spinach and chicken omelet, with a side of fruit instead of potatoes, and no toast in sight. It's the last thing I want to eat right now. He peers at me over the tablet, then places it down between us with the screen lit up. By reflex, I look. It's a sports blog. I recognize their logo above the heading that reads, Team USA Hockey tears it up in Las Vegas. Are they celebrating too early? Below that is a grainy picture of me dancing with some unknown woman that Gavin placed in front of me when I was trying and failing to dance with him. My father looks at me and grins, but it's not friendly. He turns the screen off.
At least there's finally a picture of you with a woman in the press, he says. But that's not the only good thing I have to say about this.
I take a sip of my coffee as my head begins to pound. It's a stupid sports blog looking for content.
And you idiots handed it to them on a silver platter. They should be talking about how well you were playing together. Instead, they get pictures of all you partying like some regular suburban jackasses on a boys' trip with friends.
Friends. What an interesting concept. We've only been playing together for a week. But I can genuinely say that a few of these guys are feeling more like friends to me than my teammates back in Chicago. I can thank Gavin for that. In 7 days' time, he managed to bring us together. Not all of us, of course. Bradley Warren and a few others are still cold towards me, but some, like Bouchard and Franklin, and Calhoun and Nichols, I can see us being more than just teammates. What's wrong with making friends with these guys?
You're not here to make friends. You're here to play hockey.
Is it so wrong for me to want to do both?
Yes. You don't need these guys as friends. In 10 days, you'll go back to your original teams and back to being enemies.
I frown. I don't want to be enemies with any of them. Most of all with Gavin. Is this what he means as well when he says he can't do this? Is he looking ahead, knowing that when the Olympics are over, we're going to have to take each other out on the ice? I mean, I don't stand a chance against him as it is anyway. A hip check from me would barely register to him. But the other way around could be a career-ending encounter. That being said, experiencing friendships has me wondering if that's the missing piece that has kept us from winning the Stanley Cup in Chicago since I've been on the team. We can never quite make it over the hump and secure those 16 games to glory.
Look, he says, calmer than he was a minute ago. I get it. I was you years ago, but I didn't become a legend in this game by being everyone's best friend. You need to get out of your feelings if you're going to win Olympic gold and the Stanley Cup this year.
Ah, there it is. He expects me to win both, like he did. But I can't do that by myself. Hockey is a team sport, and the team works better when we like each other. I risk looking directly at him. I don't think the Broad Wings can win the cup this year.
Ridiculous.
He dismisses me with a wave of his hand.
Analytics has us ranked as the team with the #1 chance.
Analytics doesn't take into account group dynamics, I say. There are some significant rifts on the team. I've been feeling it for a while, but I didn't have the experience to figure out what the issues were. I couldn't see the bigger picture until I got here, and Gavin made it so crystal clear. My father, and therefore, by association, the Broadwings, have been focusing too much attention on me as the golden boy leading this team to the cup. Analytics only look at numbers. They don't have the ability to detect resentment built up within the ranks because the team's first-line center has been made the league's poster child of hockey perfection. Case in point, the Blizzards, who won the cup last year. They were ranked 8th in the conference and blew into the playoffs, demolishing every team. For weeks, I couldn't figure out how they did it, but now I have an idea. It's obvious from working with Gavin and Bouchard that their team genuinely like each other.
This is news to me,
my father says, and turns his tablet back on. He opens up the team's internal app.
Do I need to arrange a trade?
No! Unless it's me, I wish I could say. I ball my hands into fists, then release them. My father, undeterred by my exclamation, keeps scrolling through the roster. We have time. The trade deadline is still 3 weeks away. I place my hand on the tablet, lowering it from his view. Can we forget I said anything? It's not a big deal. I don't want to be responsible for someone's life being uprooted out of nowhere because I panicked and blurted out truths I shouldn't have at breakfast with my father. He looks at me, his nostrils flaring with his annoyance. What is your problem? If there's an issue on the team, I'm going to fix it. There isn't an issue. You just said we can't win the cup. I'd say that's a huge issue. He picks the tablet up again. Is it Lars? I bet I could get a good trade off him. We don't need him. He does the same thing you do, but not nearly as well. It's not Lars, I yell. Can we please drop this? Jesus, Connor. He shakes his head at me. You're acting as if I'm going to trade you. I wish he would. The words are right on the tip of my tongue. I wish I could say them. I wish I could tell him the truth, that I can't live like this with him any longer. He punches me in the arm, harder than what would be considered playful in the locker room. You need to toughen up. I didn't raise you to be this weak. Gavin. After my workout, I wander around the hotel's amenities to avoid going back to our room. I need more time to clear my head. I can usually accomplish that in the weight room, but even squatting a new personal best, motivated by my frustration, wasn't enough to settle the barrage of thoughts demanding I revisit my decision about Connor. This would be so much easier if he could be a one-and-done situation for me. If I could hit it and quit and get him out of my system. But I know that's not the case. He checks too many boxes on my list of needs in a partner. He's well-built, lean and muscular, with an ass I'd like to take a bite out of like an apple. He's hard-working and dedicated, goal-oriented, and unafraid of a challenge. He's kind, ridiculously so, and quietly patient. He understands hockey, not only the sport, but the demands it places on life and any potential partners. The practices, the road trips, the long hours, the stench of the gear. In our room, he's calm, settled, and has no issue obeying a curfew, which leads me to believe he's probably a lot like me during the season, content to follow a routine. His calmness through all the chaos has me craving something new, a quiet place to return to with him away from it all, which ultimately is my ideal situation. I don't want to be alone forever. I want someone I can trust will be there when I wake up. Someone who won't run away from me when I'm gone for long stretches during the season. Someone I can depend on to build something with me when things are good and bad. When it's hockey season and when it's not. But that's the issue. When the Olympics are over, we will never be able to have that together. We'll return to our cities and settle back into our established routines without each other. I know he understands all of this because he lives all of this, same as I do. And that's what would keep us from working in the long term. We live in 2 separate cities, playing for 2 different teams. We won't be able to just go home after practice and relax with each other like we are doing now. We won't be able to sit side by side and break down the highs and lows of the games we just played. What I'm really doing, and I'm not sure if he gets it, is saving us the trouble of making our return to regular life away from the Olympics shrouded in the inevitable heartbreak of losing a partner on and off the ice who understands it all. Because if we cross that line I've laid, heartbreak is the only way this ends. And that's the best case scenario. Worst case is we're found out. He'll get to keep his career, but I won't. He has more protecting him than I do. Sure, I don't trust any locker room he's in to be particularly friendly towards him, and the fans will eat him alive, but the league has invested millions in him. No matter what, they'll want a return on their investment. Whereas for me,
The higher-ups like Kennedy Sr. will finally get what they've always wanted. A reason to extract me from their precious league. I'm a nuisance even with them under the impression that I'm straight. I don't have a safety net. I don't have anywhere else to go. All I have is hockey. Without it, I'm nothing but the Alaskan trash they all say I am. All the security I've built for not just me, but my dad as well, will be gone.
Yo, Marshall!
Bouchard's voice calls from behind me.
Wait up!
I stop and turn to face him. He's running towards me, slowly, like someone who was out drinking all night. Struggling today? He stops when he gets to me and places a hand on my shoulder to brace himself while he leans forward to catch his breath.
You have no idea, he says. I fell asleep on the deck chair by the pool last night.
Jesus, I laugh. I guess I should have made sure you made it to your room last night.
Unnecessary,
he says, standing up straight.
There's more important people on the team for you to babysit.
Oh no. Who fucked up last night?
No one.
He shakes his head, then raises an eyebrow at me. He sucks in a breath like he's about to say something. Then, his face twists up like he's processing a thought.
You want to get breakfast?
Actually, yes. I do want to get breakfast. That will easily buy me at least another hour before I have no choice but to head back to my room and face Connor with his pleading eyes, asking me to give in. Sure, I say. I could eat.
Good. And you're paying because I can't find my wallet.
Seriously, dude. I laugh. You're not exactly convincing me you don't need a babysitter. He hits me with his elbow as we start walking towards the restaurant.
I got it under control. I already canceled the cards. Now my passport, however...
Dude, what the fuck? I say, completely exasperated by him. He grins at me.
I'm kidding. That stays in my luggage.
At the restaurant, he pulls the entrance door open for me, and we head inside. The host grabs 2 menus and thankfully leads us to a table in the back. Once seated, and after we've both ordered coffee, he goes back to grinning at me like the Cheshire Cat.
Stop that.
You're fucking creeping me out.
Did you fuck him yet?
Shocked, my skin goes cold. I'm sorry, what?
Dude, it's cool if you did, I don't care.
As refreshing as that revelation is, I still laugh uncomfortably through my dry throat and pull at the collar of my USA Olympic team sweatshirt. It suddenly feels way too tight. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like hell you don't.
He laughs as our server drops off our coffee. I take advantage of the situation and ask our server some questions about the menu before I place an order for a BLT with a side of crispy hash browns. When she leaves, Bouchard takes a loud sip of his coffee and eyes me over the brim of the mug.
You don't need to lie to me.
How can I lie when I don't even know what you're talking about?
Marshall, I'm a goalie, not a ref. The last thing I am is blind.
He pauses and points at me with emphasis.
And you've been eye-fucking Connor Kennedy for a week now. Just do it already.
I have not, I hiss at him and lean forward, bringing us closer together so hopefully anyone listening in at a nearby table doesn't hear this conversation I do not want to be having. The last thing Connor or I need is to have our secrets blown up because Bouchard can't use his indoor voice. Bouchard points at me again, but at least seems to get my drift about the volume.
You have to,
he says, much quieter than before. He smiles and shakes his head.
I don't know how I missed this about you.
Knowing I've lost, I stop denying it. Well, it's not like I advertise it. With a half shrug, he says,
Neither does my brother, but that doesn't make him any less gay.
I didn't know your brother was gay.
Nobody does. That's exactly my point.
How come he hasn't come out?
For the same reason you haven't, dumbass. He reaches across the table and cuffs the back of my head. I flip him off. Yeah, but he's not in the league. That doesn't mean he doesn't want to be. I mean, fuck. He's committed to St. Louis. He's just waiting to be called up from his college team. Will he be? Probably. The kid's got silky mitts. What's he gonna do? I don't know. Be a miserable prick like you are, would be my guess. I stare at him. I'm not miserable. Yeah, you are. Happy people don't end up with the title King of Penalty Minutes. Hey, I'm proud of my crown. Are you? His question stops me in my tracks. I thought I was. Look, he says as our food is dropped off. He waits until the server is gone, and he's taken a bite of his breakfast to continue. You're a great forward and an excellent enforcer. I wouldn't trade you for anyone, but you've changed since being put on the team with Connor. I pick at my BLT. I don't think I've changed. You have. He points at me with his fork, which has a chunk of pancake dripping in syrup hanging on the end of it. I don't want to say you've gone soft, because that's not it. But you're playing with more heart and less bark and bite out there. He shoves his fork into his mouth and chews. It's also nice to see you smile for once. Except smiling isn't what I feel like doing right now. Even if what you're saying is true, I say and take a bite of my sandwich, I can't act on it. Why not? Because there's an expiration date on whatever this is, and it's fast approaching. There doesn't have to be. He shrugs and shovels more of his pancakes into his mouth. Bullshit. Why? It's not like the league has rules about this stuff. Only because they never thought they'd have to, I laugh. I still don't see what the issue is. You two are obviously into each other. I won't lie, it's fucking weird. He pauses and points at me again. And not because it's gay. Don't wrap me up in some homophobic bullshit. It's weird because you two are supposed to hate each other, and it's very clear that you don't. I put my sandwich down and sigh. He's right. I don't hate Connor at all. I don't think Connor is capable of hating anybody. I wish he'd hate his dad. That guy's a real asshole. No shit, I say with a pointed tip of my head in his direction as I pick my sandwich back up to take another bite. He's a whole separate problem. Let me guess. He has no idea his golden boy likes to suck cock. I drop my sandwich back onto my plate and flip my hands up at him. Dude, come on. Sorry, he says. Just observing that Connor Sr. doesn't seem like the kind of dad who won't freak out about you and his son bumping uglies in the Olympic Village. That is an astute observation. Jesus, man. Have you been taking diction lessons with him or something? Since when do you say shit like astute? I grin at him, since the word diction is involved. He lets out a full belly laugh. All right, I walked right into that one. I shake my head at him, and we both concentrate more on our meals. The conversation shifts to general hockey shit, like who we think is going to be the toughest team to beat at the Olympics. Both of us agree that Canada is going to be the toughest. But teams like Finland and Czechia are bound to be a problem as well. Eventually, our bellies are full and our plates are empty. As promised, I pay for the check and we walk out together. That hit the spot, he says to me as we head towards the elevators. He hits the button to go up. Are you going to your room? I ask. Yeah. He yawns. I desperately need a nap. I might sleep straight through until our flight leaves tomorrow. The doors open, and we both step inside. He hits the number for the team's floor, and we ride up in silence. The higher we go, and the closer we get to Connor, the more my heart begins to race. In some ways, Bouchard is right. Maybe I am overthinking this.
Maybe there is a way we can make it work once we're back in the regular world and out of our Olympic bubble. Unfortunately, even with Bouchard's support, I still don't see a path forward. There's too much at stake and too many landmines we can't skate past. Will Connor still feel the same way about me when this is over and everyone heads home? Will we be able to play against each other when our teams meet for a game? I don't doubt that he'll be able to make that particular switch, but there's no way I'll be able to do what I need to do in order for my team to win. If I give in, there's no way I'll be able to eye him like a target, an obstacle in the way of our repeat championship. The elevator door opens on our floor, and I feel like I need to go back down and then up again a few more times to get a handle on how I need to conduct myself when I see Connor alone in our hotel room. With some luck, he might not be in there. He could be out avoiding me as well. Bouchard steps into the hall.
"Come on, jackass,"
he says, and starts walking away while holding 2 fingers up on either side of his head.
"You've got captain stuff you need to do."
He stops, and I bump into him. The grin on his face when he looks at me is treacherous.
"In case you didn't know, captain stuff is a euphemism for sex."
"Yeah." I shove him hard. "I got that."
Connor. I've been back in this room, sitting on my bed watching ESPN for an hour, and I'm still miserable from breakfast with my father. He soured my entire day off. I don't know why I'm surprised. The man has never let me enjoy a weekend in my life. Even our family vacations revolved around hockey in some way. It was either taking me to camps, or junior league tryouts, or to watch foreign leagues and scout giant Europeans to pull over to the NHL. It's my own fault. I should have taken charge earlier. I should have told him when I entered the draft not to select me. It was always his dream for me to play for the Chicago Broadwings. I never cared who I played for. I only wanted to make it to the league and play because despite everything, including my father, I love hockey with my entire heart. I let out a heavy breath. I guess what he said is true. I am weak. If I wasn't, I would never be in this mess. Maybe I should quit the Olympic team. The pressure is mounting, and I feel like I'm going to burst. There's still time for them to replace me. I can take some time to think, and most of all, get away from Gavin. For as infuriating as my morning with my father was, he's right about one thing. When the Olympics are over, we'll all need to return to business as usual. I already don't know if I can handle being on the other end of Gavin's game again when we play them after this. It's only been a week, but knowing he has my back has the one thing that's kept me going after each cheap shot I've taken from my less than thrilled I'm here teammates. As if to emphasize my weakness, my eyes begin to blur and sting. God damn it, I mutter and smash my palms into my eyes. I don't need this right now. I hear the door open, and I turn to face Gavin as he walks through it. I bite my bottom lip and attempt to set my resolve, determined to tell him what? That I get it? We're a terrible idea? Or that I don't care, and I can't spend another minute in this hotel room not knowing what he feels like on top of me. His face and eyes soften when he sees me. Fuck it, he says and strides over. He grabs my face between both of his hands and kisses me harder than a faceplant right into the ice. 10. Gavin. Kissing Connor Kennedy is the best mistake of my life. He's over the initial shock of me attacking his face and has moved on to giving me everything he's got, which is more than I thought I could ever have. He lets me take control, opens his mouth for me when my lips ask, and allows me to swipe my tongue across his. He hums when I suck on his lower lip.
and lies down with ease when I push him into the mattress with the force of my size. He wraps his arms around my neck, and he doesn't resist me when I grab his right leg and hoist it over my waist so I can settle my hips and rock my hard cock against his. He moans into my mouth when I lay my body down on him. It's exhilarating how easily he handles my full weight. 230 pounds of solid muscle, and he pulls me down like it's not enough, like he needs more of me all over him. I agree, it's not enough. I need more of him. I need to feel his skin. I need to smell his scent. I need to see him naked, taste every inch of his body, and hear him gasp, moan, and call out my name as I take him apart. I break the kiss and start with his neck by pressing my nose against the skin underneath his jaw, taking a hard sniff before I lick him. Intoxicating and clean, I can taste the freshness of his skin and smell the subtle spicy notes of his soap. His scent reminds me that I didn't shower after my workout this morning, whereas here he is, laid out beautifully beneath me, clean and ready to be devoured, even if that wasn't his intention for the day. And now he has my stinking ass smothering him, as I'm driven forward by my no longer restrained need to be as close to him as possible. I slide one hand beneath him and the bed and create space underneath him to pull his shirt up. Off, I say, pulling my lips away from him. Now. Connor. There is no disobeying Gavin Marshall. Not when he speaks to me in that tone. It's deep and urgent, and I feel it vibrate down my spine. As I take my shirt off, I catch my breath. He steals it again with the way his dark eyes deepen into pools of black as he takes in what he sees. His eyes rake over my body, and he licks his lips like he's about to eat for the first time in ages. With one hand, he grabs my face again to hold me steady as he kisses me. With his other, he presses me back down onto my back and lays his weight on me. He doesn't move his hips, but he keeps his hard length, which, even through fabric, is unmistakably large, pressing firmly against mine. I want him to move. I want to feel him grind against me. But something tells me that Gavin, despite the urgency of his kisses, is a man who likes to take his time. So I let him. I let him kiss me over and over again and enjoy the way his stubble feels against my skin. I let him run his rough hand up and down the side of my body, then slip it underneath my back and hold me more firmly to him. I let him nibble my collarbone and lick and sniff my neck. I let his scent wash all over me. It's heady with sweat, testosterone, and need. So much need. I would bottle it and bathe in it if I could, forever smelling like Gavin Marshall. A not-so-subtle way to let everyone know that even if this is a one-off, for one day I was his. For one blissful moment in my buttoned-up life, I got to have him. Wild and free. I'll let him break me. He pauses his assault on my neck and lifts away enough to look down at me. There's softness in his eyes as he brushes some of my hair away from my brow. "Where'd you go?" he asks. I wasn't aware I had gone anywhere, unless he's speaking of my creeping thoughts. "Nowhere," I say, and reach my hands between us to slide them underneath his sweatshirt. I need to feel his skin. "Gavin." I dip back down and kiss him, slower this time to keep him grounded, and I can feel him get out of his head. I reward him by giving him a little thrust of my hips. He moans around my lips, so I do it again. Lifting off of him once more, I pull my sweatshirt off, then lay my torso flush against his, letting us be skin to skin while I kiss him some more. His body is warm,
and his skin is a soft layer covering hard, lean muscles. I can't get enough of the feeling of him against me. This is a joy I never let myself have. Sex for me is almost always utilitarian, a means to an end, maintenance on par with masturbation. But with Connor, as I knew would be the case, I want more, so much more. Not only out of this encounter, but every time I can be with him from here on out. He isn't maintenance, he's nourishment. It's like Bouchard said, Connor has brought something out of me, something primal that I keep locked up tight for my own safety. For whatever reason, Connor held the key to unlock it. The protective and territorial instincts he provokes in me are beyond what I feel for my team. I'd go to the ends of the earth for the blizzards. But for Connor, I'd burn it all down if it meant I could keep him from harm. If I could make him mine. It's terrifying. He can and will be ripped from me. And then what will I do? Sink farther into myself and drown like a boat ripped apart by vengeful seas. But right now, he's mine, and I'm going to luxuriate in this moment of frozen time. I break our kiss and go back to tasting his skin. I work my way down and around his chest, taking a stop at each nipple to enjoy the taut bud of pink flesh between my lips and under the caress of my tongue. He practically whimpers his approval, and I keep going until I meet the waistband of his sweatpants. I gaze up at him. He bites his kiss-swollen bottom lip and blushes. "You first," he says, almost shy. I grin at him, then rise off the bed and drop my sweatpants, taking my briefs down with them. I lean over the bed and kiss him once while I hold my dick with my hand, giving it a lazy tug. I wish I knew what he was thinking. Connor. I know exactly where I want him to put his dick. Gavin. He parts his lips, and a barely audible wow escapes them. Your turn, I tell him. He hesitates and gestures at my junk. I wasn't expecting all that. Most aren't. I grin. Then I use my hands to flip him onto his stomach. I go back to tasting his skin. All of it from the nape of his neck down to the small of his back where he has 2 perfect dimples, one above each cheek of his ass. I kiss them both, then grab the waistband of his sweats and yank them down around his thighs. I pause when I see the large purple bruise on his left hip. I kiss it softly and commit it to memory, so I remember to be gentle there in case I start to lose control. With my hands, I spread his ass cheeks. Goose flesh forms, and I hear his breath hitch. I slide one hand up his back to give his neck a reassuring squeeze. I remember he doesn't have a lot of experience, and the little that he does have hasn't been good at all. Feeling anger run through me, settling between my temples, I take a deep breath. I don't want to ruin this for him. I don't want him to leave this encounter hating me for what we do. I want him to feel good, and remember it always. I want this to be the baseline of what he'll accept for himself from anyone he's ever with besides me. Because as much as I want to claim him, I know in the end, outside of right now, he can never be mine. Don't worry, I tell him, sliding my hand back down. I'm going to take care of you. I lick his crack from his balls to his back. He shivers and lets out a gasp. I do it again, and again, and again. Then I concentrate on his hole, letting my tongue work in slow, smooth circles to relax him. It works, and makes him moan some more. I can hear his deep breaths and the soft uttering words. "Oh, God," he says. "You're filthy." I lift my mouth away, and you're fucking delicious. I can't get enough.
I pull his sweats the rest of the way down, then place my hands on the backs of his knees and gently guide him to lift his ass higher, so I can free his erection from where it's trapped between him and the bed. From there, I go back to work on his hole with my tongue, and use my hand to slowly jerk his cock with a light grip, easily dragging my rough hand over the velvety skin of his dick. His cockhead is wet with pre-cum. I let myself taste it by taking a long, luxurious lick of him from his hole, over his taint, across his tight balls, down his length, and finally swirling my tongue around his head. Delicious, I repeat when I swallow. When I go back to circling his hole with my tongue, he's gone completely pliant. His body is relaxed except for his dick, which is rigid, hard as stone in my hand as I stroke it. He looks over his shoulder and eyes me with want. Keeping my eyes locked on him, I take another long, luxurious lick of his hole before pulling away so I can flip him back over, then crawl up his body again to kiss him, to let him taste himself on my lips and tongue. As we kiss, our hard lengths slot next to each other. We both moan at the contact, the glorious slide of hard cock against hard cock. It's a simple thing, but there truly isn't anything much better than feeling another man beside your own manhood. I grab the back of one of his legs with my hand and bring his knee to the side of my torso so he can rest his ankle on my back. He must be spending time with the goalie coach for how easy he is to maneuver. Pulling out of our kiss, I lock eyes with him and thrust my hips. Is this all right? His lips part on another gasp, and his pupils are blown wide open. I'll take that as a yes. I thrust my hips again. Pleasure courses through me. Connor. He's staring directly into my eyes as he sets a rhythm, sliding his erection back and forth against mine. I can't look away. The intensity behind his eyes has me frozen, but not like trapped prey, even though he practically has me caged in his hold. His body is everywhere, and I'm completely exposed beneath him. It should be terrifying, but it's not. It's comforting. It's intense. Most of all, it's safe. I'm safe to finally give in to my wants and needs. Fuck, you feel good, I say, barely recognizing my voice for how huskily the words escape my lips. He grins as he dips down and kisses me hard and fierce. When he pulls away, he spits into his palm, then reaches between us to wrap his hand around our dicks, holding them more firmly together. My toes curl and my head drops back, exposing my neck as he begins to thrust faster. My whole body is thrumming. And though I'm worried I should be doing more, I trust Gavin to bring us both over the edge and into our bliss. Unlike me, everything about him is intoxicatingly self-assured. He licks at my exposed neck and steadily begins to pick up the pace. I can feel my chest and cheeks flare warm. He lifts away from my neck and gazes down at my body. His smile is pleased as he looks at my flushed skin. Perfect, he says, and runs his thumb across the head of our dicks, collecting the precum that has formed there, giving his hand even more slip as he continues to thrust his length against mine. He looks down at me with warm, lust-filled eyes. You're perfect. The words have barely escaped his lips before he hunches back so he can return to kissing me and still have space between us for his hand to work our cocks. He takes his time. Nothing about the way he froths us together is hurried. The pace he moves is designed to draw out this with no breaks. He moves slow and strong, and it's absolutely all-consuming. He only breaks his kisses to tell me what a good boy I'm being for him. My entire body heats with his praise. He notices. Grinning like a dog down at me, he uses his free hand to palm my cheek again. I lean into it, and he starts to pick up the pace. It's all I need. Within a few more thrusts of his hips, sliding our cocks together in his hand, I'm coming all over his chest and moaning out his name between staggered breaths. Fuck! The word rolls out of him like a growl as he leans his head to my chest and licks at a portion of my release with his tongue. It's filthy, and I love it. He lets go of my spent dick and quickens the pace of his fist over his own cock as he continues to lick me clean until he asks, "Can I come on you?" "Please." And he does so with a series of grunts. When he stills his hand, he bends down and kisses me slowly, letting me taste myself on his tongue. Second period. 11. February 16th, Milan, Italy. The Olympics. Gavin. The Olympic Village is quite a spectacle. There are lights, flags, and people everywhere. The Olympic rings are on display, and the torch blazes high above the entire village. Everything looks new. The buildings, the streets, even the lampposts all look like they've either been replaced or polished to perfection. The stadium we'll be playing in is the centerpiece of the village. It's the jewel of the entire experience. Not that I'm surprised. It's the Winter Olympics, where ice sports reign supreme. It shows. We're given a hero's welcome when our bus pulls up to the dorms we're staying in. There's a sea of people standing outside the door, waiting our arrival. I can hear them through the bus's blackout-tinted windows as they surround us, trying to look inside. "How do we do this?" Connor asks. He's sitting a respectable distance from me by my side, making sure we don't look like two men who were attached at the lips and hips 24 hours ago. "Should I go out first and follow you a few people after me?" he asks. "Not a chance. I'm not letting you out of my sight," I say, then grin at him. But I promise to keep my hands to myself. His cheeks flush, and he flashes me a mischievous smile. Under his breath, he says, "I wish you wouldn't." I whisper into his ear, "I'll make it up to you when we're alone." "All right, captains," Bouchard says as he rises from his seat behind us and places his hands on our shoulders. I haven't confirmed with him that Connor and I got together yesterday, but he knows. Honestly, I'm glad I don't have to say anything to him. If I could say nothing to anyone about Connor and me, I would prefer that. It's not a hiding in the closet sort of thing. It's a, why the fuck does everyone else get to date in peace without it turning into a 3-ring fucking circus sort of thing? "Are you two ready to lead us through the fray?" I look over my shoulder at him. I'm always ready. "Good." He claps my shoulder. "Because we're going to need your big ass to clear a path for us. Have you seen how many people are out there?" "Gentlemen," Coach Chris yells as he stands and turns around at the front of the bus. He looks sharp in his black suit. The USA hockey team management opted to carry over the league-mandated dress code for travel during the Olympics as well. It's not the only tradition we're keeping. We're following the playoff beard rules as well. No shaving until we either win gold in the end or lose during the tournament. It's not even 2 full weeks, but it's long enough for most of us to get scruffy. I can't wait to feel Connor's beard between my thighs. I bet it's soft, not scratchy at all. "Your rooms are on the 8th floor," Coach continues. "You'll see your names on the door. Keys are inside. And since none of you killed each other at camp, your roommates haven't changed. Any questions on room assignments?" "Yeah," Bouchard says. "Why'd you say your rooms? Are you telling me you're not staying with us?" "Thank the hockey gods I'm not. I'll be at the Four Seasons." He lifts a finger up, and his face turns stern. "But don't you boys start thinking you can misbehave just because I won't be around to babysit you. Curfew still stands. 10 p.m. every night unless a game runs late. Got it?" "Yes, Coach," we all answer in unison. "Good. I'll make sure you're all settled in before I leave to get some much-needed rest. I recommend you boys all do the same." He checks his watch. Now, let's get moving. Opening ceremonies start at 5. You need to be back on this bus by 4, and I will leave anyone who's late behind. So don't get caught up signing autographs out there. He gestures for us to rise. We do. Then he steps out of the way of the door. File out, boys. Captains, lead the charge. The minute the bus doors open and the people in front see Connor step off, they go wild. They're screaming and calling his name, jabbing Sharpies at him and jerseys or pieces of paper to sign. There are kids trying to get him to sign their sticks and their helmets. He takes it all in stride and tries to accommodate as many of the kids as he can with a wide, friendly smile on his face. He's less apt to stop for an adult, and he ducks the women trying to touch him as he moves through the crowd. While we were in Las Vegas, I had almost forgotten how beloved he is. Sure, we had the occasional run-in with fans, but nothing like this. This is a mob, and they all want a piece of him. I keep my eye on him as I sign some things for a few kids gathering around me as well. There's some little bruisers in this bunch. One of them is sporting an impressive shiner that I compliment him on. He smiles with pride. He's even missing a tooth. I give him a fist bump for it and let his father take our picture together. He's your biggest fan, his dad says. I tell the kid I'll keep a lookout for him in the league. He looks like I've made his day. I hope that's true. I make my way towards Connor again as the sea of people has separated us. I'm pleased to hear my other teammates' names being called as they get off the bus as well. If it had been only Connor being made a tremendous fuss over, we might have lost some of the camaraderie we finally achieved at training camp. Looks like I have some competition, I say to Connor, leaning so I can speak directly into his ear. Ahead of us is a group of women wearing American flag bikinis, despite the frigid winter weather. They have Connor's number painted across their chests. Connor looks at me and fake gags, so I run interference for him and block him like I'm playing defense to keep the other team away from the net and get Connor inside, past the sliding glass doors. Quiet comes over us again. Well, as quiet as it can be on the inside of a building when there's screaming fans outside. Hey, Kennedy! Bouchard yells as the automatic glass doors slide closed behind him. He ruffles Connor's hair. Do you mind if I try to turn those girls out there into Bouchard fans? They're all yours. Connor laughs as he smooths his hair back into place. A few other players make their way in, and we follow security to the elevators, which is comical since I'm larger than both men assigned to escort us to the 8th floor. You hiring? I ask them. They both laugh, breaking their serious demeanor. The heavy steel doors close and the elevator begins to glide up the shaft. Is it always going to be like this? Connor asks. This is the biggest crowd we've seen yet, one of the security guards says in a thick Italian accent. We'll keep it under control, the other one says. Connor and I share a look. I discreetly place my hand across his lower back. We're squashed against the wall behind everyone else anyway, but I want him to know that I've got him. When the elevator reaches the 8th floor, I feel my phone vibrate in my pant leg. I pull it out of my pocket. Hey, Dad, I say. Yeah, just arrived. It's complete chaos here. Connor looks at me with expectation. He's been listening to one-sided conversations of me trying to convince my dad to let me pay for him to come here for the past week. Even if I convinced him now, there's no way he could arrive on time to make it to our first game tomorrow. Yeah, I know you can catch it on TV, I say as I walk looking for our room. Connor frowns and quietly says, Damn it. I shrug at him, trying to convey that it's fine. This is how my dad is. He's a simple man, and while I know he wants to see me skate on this humongous stage, doing so is anything but simple. He's never once asked me for anything, and he's never accepted my offers to upgrade his life. I'm not shocked or offended in any way that he won't accept my offer now. I just wish he'd let me give him this to thank him for all he did for me growing up. I know it wasn't easy doing it mostly by himself. Thanks to him, though, I somehow beat the odds. No one back from where I'm from has ever been a part of anything like this. The parts and people of Alaska everyone wants to pretend don't exist, as they eat the crab and halibut and salmon men like my dad caught for them to feast on at their fancy parties don't belong at the Olympics. Call me if you change your mind, I say into my phone. I'll get you a cheap seat and a cheaper hot dog. My dad laughs at this, and I join him. All right, talk to you soon. I hang up my phone and come to a stop where Connor is standing in front of the last door on the floor. Thank the hockey gods we only share a wall with one set of teammates. It better be Bouchard and Olsen. I check the door and breathe a sigh of relief when I see their names. Still not coming? Connor asks as he opens the door. Nope. But I can tell he's tempted. Maybe if we make it to the semifinals, I can get him on a plane. We'll keep trying, he says. Like getting my dad here is our problem and not just mine. It endears him to me more. He closes the door and leans against it as we take in our new home for the next 2 weeks. It's tiny, ridiculously so, and it's organized around 2 small beds. They're twin-sized at most. I stride towards them. This won't do, I say, then lean down to push one bed against the other. I admire my work. Much better. Thanks, Connor says. Now, where are you planning on sleeping? I let out a booming laugh as I walk back to him in 2 big steps. He yelps when I pick him up and throw him over my shoulder. I carry him to the bed, then toss him onto it. Leering at him from above, I say, "Oh no, you're mistaken. This is my bed, and I intend to defile you in it." He raises himself up on his elbows and looks at me with barely concealed lust. Does that count as rest? Yes, I say, and I undo my tie. Connor. We're gonna have to take it easy on the bed, I say as I crawl back into it with Gavin after cleaning myself up in our closet of a bathroom. I think I heard the wood cracking. He wraps me in his arms and pulls me close, sated and content from quick blowjobs. He hums into my neck. No deal. I can't stop myself with you. I've noticed. I laugh. He pulls me tighter. No, seriously, Connor. I can't stop. Does it seem like I'm asking you to? I laugh again, but nerves are beginning to creep in. We still haven't taken this to the next step. We still haven't crossed over to the true point of no return. Penetrative sex. Him inside of me. It's what I want. It's what I need. Which is terrifying, because at some point, not just he, but we are going to have to stop. It's the last thing I want, though, and I'm afraid I have no choice in the matter. But how is this going to work when we return to the real world? No, he says, laughing sleepily against my neck. You're a complete slut for me. You say that like you're not the one who could hardly wait for the door to close to get my dick in your mouth. He hums again. It's a good dick. I bet you say that to all the boys. I tease, but he responds by squeezing me tighter again and kisses my neck. No, only you. Liar. I laugh. You're as gay as I am. All dicks are good dicks. His lazy laugh vibrates the bed. Some dicks are bad dicks, but yours is the best dick. Are you saying I have a better dick than you? Yes. He nuzzles my neck and takes a deep inhale. His breath starts to get slow behind me. He's moments away from falling asleep,
and I don't blame him. The past 24 hours have been a whirlwind, and that's without taking traveling across the world into account. So I close my eyes and join him, opting to relax into the now. Who knows how many days I'll have to enjoy him like this. Gavin. I know we're supposed to be taking the opening ceremony seriously, but no one should have been surprised that we're not, especially me. Don't get me wrong, I get it. I know why people in the crowd or at home watching are into this. For most of them, it's inspiring. For me, it's a waste of time. I'd much rather be playing hockey. Or better yet, back in mine and Connor's room, picking him apart with my hands, mouth, and my dick. That sounds like fun. This feels like the world's most boring procession of egos on display. Hockey players in general aren't made for pomp and circumstance. We're made to be hooligans, better suited for a full-on Donnybrook than orderly introductions followed by polite waves. Our rowdiness as we jab each other in the arms, jostle each other's bodies, and dodge cheap nut shots is earning us dirty looks from everyone else taking themselves too seriously. Thankfully, no one has spotted the flask that's being passed around between some of the players discreetly, but that might be because I'm working as their blocker. I eye Connor, who, unlike the rest of us, is trying to keep it together. He looks incredible, all decked out in our United States team jersey. His hair is perfectly combed, and his smile is camera-ready, which is good, because there are hundreds of cameras holding him in their sights, broadcasting him around the globe, most distressingly, directly into his father's judging eyes. I can't wait to get him back to our room and set him free. But in the meantime, I have to stay away. I don't trust myself not to give in to my impulses around him now that I've unlocked that particular Pandora's box. If we were next to each other, it would be too tempting to touch him, whisper into his ear, kiss his full lips.
Yo, Marshall, Bouchard!
A familiar voice I haven't heard in over a week calls out behind me. I turn around to see Alexander Tavish. Bouchard is quick to grab him into a hug. All right, let him breathe, I say as I pull Bouchard off Tavish. It's good to see him. He looks at me expectantly, with his arms spread out wide.
Don't tell me I've been replaced.
Bouchard snickers, and I kick him in his shins before I wrap Tavish into a bear hug, lifting him off the ground.
What the fuck is this?
He points at my face when we break apart.
Since when do you smile?
You don't want to know, Bouchard says. I playfully hit him with my shoulder, knocking him off balance. He stumbles, laughing, and almost runs into a nearby figure skater who looks at him with displeasure. Tavish eyes the two of us.
Not even 2 weeks away and you're sharing private jokes? Where's your sense of loyalty?
Oh, he's loyal, Bouchard says, still laughing. I give him a hard stare. You are one more wisecrack away from me playing the alternate captain card and asking coach to play Olsen in net at tomorrow's opening game.
You wouldn't dare,
Bouchard challenges.
You're still playing Slovakia tomorrow, right?
Tavish asks. Yeah, I say. Should be an easy game.
You really only have to watch out for Mrazek,
Tavish says.
The rest of their players are mid at best.
When are we going to see you on the ice? Bouchard asks him. Tavish grins.
If I have it my way, not until the finals.
It does seem like that's what they're gunning for, I say. A Canada versus USA gold medal game. Tavish pushes my shoulder.
That's assuming your boy over there.
He pauses and nods his chin at Connor.
Makes it through the gauntlet.
Great, I grunt. So your team is after him too?
Dude, everyone's after him,
Tavish says like it should be obvious. Told you, Bouchard says, his tone sing-song.
The next 2 weeks,
Tavish says,
are going to be like Stanley Cup playoffs,
but worse as far as dirty play goes. Bouchard leans forward and grins at him. We're not too worried, he says. Kennedy over there has unlocked a new evolution of Gavin. What, like some angry Pokemon? The opposite, actually, Bouchard says. I give him another warning glare. Oh, no, Tavish says. Don't tell me Marshall turned his back on us and became that pretty boy's guard dog. That's one way to put it, Bouchard says. Hey! I stop them before this goes any further. Didn't all three of us promise to bring our A-games to this? I jab Tavish in the chest. If I remember correctly, you're the one who told us not to take it easy on you. True, he says, grinning. I can't wait to battle you on the ice. Just make sure when you return for the regular season, you'll be back to watching my back and flattening Kennedy's. Bold of you to assume he's not flattening it out now, Bouchard says under his breath. I ignore him, choosing to instead slap Tavish a high five as I loudly say, Deal. Going back to watching his back will be easy. It's the other half of that deal I know I won't be able to honor. I'm worried about what that's going to mean for both of us. 12. Connor. As the ref holds the puck above the ice, I can feel all eyes in the stadium are on me. It's the first official face-off of the Olympics, and I intend to win it. My stick is poised, and my reflexes are ready. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Gavin focused on Slovakia's biggest man on the ice, Mrazek, who back in the States plays for Dallas. Gavin's glaring at him like a dog, waiting to be given the command to attack. Typical Gavin. My idea of a successful start is winning the first possession of the puck. His is making the first hit. It makes me smile. The ref raises his left hand. Here it comes. I keep my eyes trained on the ice, ready for the puck to fall. In this moment, time stops. I drown out the crowd and hear nothing but the puck hitting the ice, followed by the scraping sound of my stick as I connect with it, and send the puck zooming out of the scrum and over to Max Franklin. I skate as fast as I can towards him, then fall in line a few feet beside him, so we can pass the puck back and forth on our way to the net. He passes to me. I hear Mrazek nearby, chirping Slovakian obscenities at me that I can't understand. Until, of course, he makes a sound I recognize. Oof! The noise everyone makes when they get hammered onto the ice by Gavin. Every time you come near him, Gavin growls, I'm gonna be right there to lay you the fuck out. Franklin passes the puck back to me, and I take a shot. The puck flies over the goalie's left shoulder, right into the net. The horn blares, and the crowd goes wild. The first goal of the Olympics is scored in less than 18 seconds. My team is ecstatic. Most of all, Gavin, who is in the center of my teammates on the ice, who are all giving him an uproarious hug. Once they release me, I skate to the bench and tap the gloves with the rest of my teammates as they yell and bang their sticks on the boards to celebrate. Coach gives me his familiar nod of his head that I always get from him when I score for the Broadwings. As the coach, he doesn't get to celebrate like the rest of us. He needs to stay focused. All right, he yells. That's enough. There's still 59 minutes left to play. Keep your heads in the game. Gavin. Connor's goal lit a fire under Slovakia's team. They scored at the end of the first period, and have made their own game frustrating our offense now in the second. They keep stripping our forwards of the puck, and when that doesn't work, they're getting more aggressive with their hits. Which is fine by me, because Coach has given me the green light to go off. Send them into the glass, he says to me as he pushes me over the boards for my next shift. Like a rocket, I skate out towards Mrazek right as he's about to hit Connor. He's out of luck as I reach him first and send him into the glass like Coach instructed. I thought I told you to stay away from him. But as I'm yelling at Mrazek,
Connor's been hit by one of their defensemen. He hits the ice, then quickly jumps back to his feet and skates back after the puck. He snags it away, and I skate towards him to be like his shadow, knocking Slovakian players around like they're buoys in a frozen harbor. Connor drives down the lane and flicks the puck over to Bradley Warren, who's keeping pace with us on the other side of the ice. He catches it with his stick, then flicks it right into the net over the goalie's gloved hand. The horn blares, the lamps light, and Bradley lifts his stick over his head to celebrate. All of us in the zone rush him and press him into the boards, patting his head and slinging our arms around his shoulders.
Nice shot,
Connor says to him with a high five.
Nice assist,
Bradley says, and actually hugs Connor. I never thought I'd see the day, but I guess it's like Bouchard said. Any resentment our team might hold against Connor would be forgotten once we got here and started to win. Connor.
Damn. We all made the mistake of thinking this game was going to be an easy win, a warm-up to the actual fight for gold. But as the horn blares, signaling that the Slovakian team has scored again to tie the score midway through the third period, we're all swearing at ourselves. Bouchard is taking it the hardest. He just banged his stick hard onto the crossbar of his net.
Hey, I say, and tap his helmet with my glove.
Memory of a goldfish. There's still plenty of game left.
He stares at me. His eyes are intense, but I see the moment in him when he steadies himself.
Their goalie,
he says, his voice serious. I've never heard him be anything but jovial.
I've been watching him all game. He's weak in his 5-hole. Send one between his legs.
I tap his glove with mine and skate off to center ice, readying myself for the next face-off. When the puck hits the ice, I snatch it with my stick and skate off like a dart towards their goal. Gavin is on my heels, keeping everyone away from me. I fake left, like I'm going to shoot over the goalie's glove. He takes the bait, leaving his 5-hole wide open like Bouchard said he would. I send the puck right between his legs, where his lack of hip flexibility has left enough space for it to slide through cleanly. Gavin. The hug I wrap Connor in lifts him off his feet. I'm so overwhelmed with joy and pride that I'm tempted to kiss him right here on the ice. Of course I don't, but the temptation is there for sure. Instead, I whisper into his ear through his helmet, "You are going to get the best fuck of your life tonight."
Slow down,
he says. There's still 5 minutes left on that clock. Let's not start planning our celebration. I grin at him. Yes, Captain. He pushes me off, smiling ear to ear. Go beat somebody up, would you? With pleasure, I say, and find my position for the next face-off, staring Mrazek down once again. When the puck drops, we come out with all of our might. Every one of my teammates on the ice is determined to keep this lead. We all want to put this game away. No one is letting up. "Keep it clean, boys!" Coach yells at us from the bench. He's right. Any of us getting sent into the sin bin right now would make us short-handed, which is exactly what our opponents want. They keep trying to bait me, but I won't take it. I keep the hits I can't avoid clean, which seems to frustrate them even more. They're starting to skate sloppily. Connor notices it too, and at the 1-minute mark, he passes the puck to Franklin, who chips it into the top right-hand corner of the net. The horn blares again, and we're back to celebrating. The fire that was fueling the Slovakian players has burned out. They're done, and they know it. All that's left for us is to run out the clock and keep the puck away from our defensive zone. As soon as the time runs out, Bouchard is hauling ass away from the net to join the rest of the team as we congratulate each other by the bench. I crash into him like we do back in Buffalo, then thump him 3 times on the back with my fist. He put in a lot of work tonight, blocking over 38 shots on goal and only letting 2 slip through.
but I know him well enough to know he's beating himself up over it. Tough game, I say to him.
And it's only going to get worse,
he says. He points at Connor, who's being jostled around by everyone on the team. He's finally getting some proper respect from the group.
He played his ass off tonight.
Yeah, he did. I agree. Bouchard hits me with his elbow.
So did you. And you only spent 4 minutes in the box. That's a record for you.
Couldn't risk leaving him unguarded. Bouchard shakes his head at me, but he's grinning.
What are we going to do with your throne in Buffalo?
Polish it. We'll be home in 2 weeks, ready to kick some ass on our home ice.
Uh-huh,
Bouchard says, like he has his doubts. I look at him and question his tone. What?
I'm just wondering if you've given any thought on how you're going to deal with playing against him once we get back to the real world.
My cheeks go cold. I have thought about this, at length, in the quiet moments I have alone with nothing but myself, and my concerns for what's to come next, for company. I try to imagine what it will be like to play against him, and I can't do it. It makes my stomach clench. So instead, I indulge in his presence, breathing him in, and try to think of every way around the inevitable I can. We only have one more regular season game against the Broadwings, but after that, we're bound to see them in the playoffs. The Blizzards are the #1 team in the East, and they're the #1 team in the West. Us meeting in the Stanley Cup Finals is an inevitability. I might get out of our regular season game. I could take some time to separate myself from him and the feelings I have. But I can't do that in the playoffs. And truth be told, I'm too loyal to my team to leave them stuck with me as a neutralized player, left ineffective on the ice because I can't play rough against my boyfriend. All these years, I've been worried about the league's higher-ups coming up with any reason they can to get rid of me. And here I could hand them the ultimate reason by falling for their golden boy. It's ironic, really. They hate me for my brutality and strength, and in the end, it would be my soft, caring side that would allow them to fuck me. At some point, I'm going to have to make a choice. It's either Connor or my career. Connor. Are you all right? I asked Gavin at our post-win impromptu party in Bouchard and Olsen's dorm room. How we managed to cram the entire team in here is somewhat of a miracle. Coach Chris would murder us if he saw us right now. But we all needed to let loose after that win. And Bouchard and Olsen offered their stockpile of smuggled liquor along with a card game in their room. The festivities are starting to die down, and people have slowly been tapping out and filing into their rooms. But I'm not leaving until Gavin is ready. We have our own form of celebration to do. He smiles at me, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I'm good. He lays a card down from his hand when it's his turn to play. Just getting tired. We can go back to our room, I suggest. He nods his head, then plays another card. I watch him in silence. The look in his eyes is like the Gavin I first met, lonely and troubled by whatever it is that swirls in his mind. He'll deny it, but I know he thinks too much. He has a myriad of reasons. His dead mother, his dad. Proving himself as something more than the Alaskan white trash he's convinced everyone sees him as. Protecting his team. Keeping his secrets to himself, all while trying to walk the tightrope of remaining in the league. The list goes on, and I'm sure it's filled with things I don't even know about yet. But right now seems like an odd time for him to be disappearing inside his head. We're at the Olympics. We just won our first game on our quest for gold, and he has me to be by his side throughout all of it. My stomach drops. Maybe that last one is the problem. Maybe he's second-guessing this thing with me. He did say we shouldn't do this. He tried to warn me it would be a bad idea, But I pushed anyway because I couldn't resist the way he makes me feel. Safe, seen, and understood. I bite my lip and watch him throw down the last card. He rises to his feet and thanks Bouchard and Olsen for letting the team party in their room.
Don't forget practice in the morning,
he says to the few remaining team members there. Bus picks us up at 9 a.m., I say. Bouchard gives us a salute.
Aye, aye, captains,
he says and laughs to himself as he gathers the cards. Once we get back into our room, whatever was haunting Gavin seems to leave him, mostly. There's still a trace of it in his eyes as he holds my face between his palms before he closes his eyes and kisses me. But at least here, while we're alone, he feels settled, centered, content in this little corner of the world we've temporarily carved out for ourselves.
I've been wanting to do that all night,
he says when he breaks the kiss. Could have fooled me. He kisses me again quickly, then continues.
I almost did it after you scored that first goal.
That would have been quite the moment, I say, feeling relief wash over me as he kisses me again. This time deeper, more urgent. The kind of kiss I've been waiting for all night. I relax into it. We're okay. I have nothing to worry about. Not now, at least.
Take off your clothes,
he commands, and I comply.
Now get on the bed.
I step back and fall onto the mattress, looking up at him as he removes his sweatshirt. He keeps his eyes on me the entire time he strips. When all his clothes have been shed, he grips his cock and gives it a few slow strokes.
Do you want this?
I lick my lips and beckon him over. You know I do. His eyes flare with lust, burning away that hint of loneliness I saw before. He gets on the bed and immediately crowds me. He's everywhere. His lips are pressed against mine. His right hand is cradling my jaw. His left hand is lifting up my right leg up in line with his torso so he can lay his body down on me, lining up our erections. And somehow, it's still not enough. I need to be closer to him. Fuck me, I whisper into his ear between long kisses. He stills his body and lifts away from me slightly so he can look me in the eye. Inside those soulful brown pools, all I see is caring.
Are you sure?
My heart clenches. I've never been sure about anything my entire life. I'm sure about this than I ever was about hockey. I need Gavin, all of him. And I want to feel that need satisfied inside me the only way I can imagine how. I'm sure, I say. Please, Gavin, fuck me. He dips down and kisses me again, long and deep. It makes my entire body hum.
Roll over,
he says the next time he pulls away, and I do as he lifts himself from me. Once on my belly, he spreads out my legs. Then I feel his wide hands spread my ass cheeks apart. I shiver with pleasure when his tongue laps against my hole. Just like the first time he did this, he makes a meal out of me and slowly feasts on my tenderest flesh. His licks are slow and lavish, and his hums of approval vibrate up my spine, setting my entire body ablaze with heat and desire for him. But as good as this feels, it's not enough. I need more of him. I'm desperate. Please, Gavin, I need...
What?
He cuts me off, his voice husky. He licks me again, and I moan.
What do you need?
He licks me again, and then I feel one of his blunt fingertips press firmly against my hole.
Do you need this?
He presses it inside while his other hand moves in a soft circular motion around my lower back.
Or,
he says as he gently curls his finger inside me, brushing against a spot that makes me buck my hips forward. Do you need something more? More, I pant, practically begging. I need you. You have me, he says, and curls his finger again. This time I laugh. The sensation on my prostate, plus his words, are too much to contain. My need for him, my desire, and affections towards him are dangerously close to bubbling over the surface. I'm almost too far gone, and my fear is that I don't think I care. Please, Gavin, I need more of you, all of you, inside me. He uses his hands to roll me over, then crawls up my body to give me a kiss. Anything for my captain, he says, then pulls away from me and leans over the bed. I can't see what he's doing, but I can hear a zipper being pulled and the sound of fabric rustling. When he comes back, he's holding a condom and a bottle of lube. I eye the condom. I know it's the responsible thing to do. I know it really doesn't make a difference, and that sex is supposed to still be just as great with one. The only other guy I've been with used one, but he wasn't Gavin. And right now, I want to feel him skin to skin if I can. I bite my lip and soften my eyes. He follows my gaze and seems to read my mind. I'm negative, he says. I was tested before the season started, and I haven't been with anyone since. We don't have to use it, but it's up to you. I can't make that decision for you. I reach and pull it out of his hand, then toss it to the floor. He laughs, and his lips pull into a hungry grin. Then, with his hand, he grips the back of my knees and pushes them up and forward. He's exposed my most vulnerable area in a shameless way, then dips back down and begins licking at my hole again. This time, his licks are fast and forceful, moving with a purpose of getting me as wet and pliant as possible. Once he's satisfied, and I'm mewing and moaning at the top of the bed, he stops and pops the lid of the lube open, drizzling an ample amount onto his hand. He smears the lube across my entrance. Every nerve ending in the area is already buzzing with anticipation. Then he pours more lube into his hand and spreads it around his hard dick, giving himself a few strokes while he does it. He looks at me with great affection. Are you ready? I nod and beckon him to me. Carefully, he lifts my hips, resting them on his bent knees, then guides the head of his dick to my hole. He pauses, pushing forward, and favors brushing the head over the area a few times before he grips himself steady and begins to press inside. The flush that I feel paint my skin the moment he breaches my entrance warms my entire body as it makes my heart race. He runs his free hand over my chest, then up my neck, and stills his palm against my cheek. Beautiful, he moans, and plunges deeper, bringing himself down to the hilt. He remains still for a moment, with his eyes closed. His breaths are deep, and I can see him swallow. Are you all right? I ask. He smiles and opens his eyes to look at me again. I should be the one asking you that. The truth is, I am more than all right. Sure, his cock is huge, larger than anything I could have ever imagined putting inside of me, and while in some ways it hurts, in other ways it feels too perfect right where it is, like it's been supposed to be there this entire time. But I can't just say that. So instead I say, it'd be better if you start fucking me. He laughs and gives a thrust to his hips. The pull, then push, drags his dick over my prostate and my toes curl. My mouth drops open on a gasp, and he does it again, and again, and again, setting a smooth rhythm. He adjusts my legs so I can wrap my ankles around his torso, then leans forward and kisses me while he begins to fuck me deeper and harder. He's a sweating, grunting mess, and couldn't be hotter if he tried. My dick between us is screaming for attention, but I'm afraid to give it any, as I know the moment I wrap my fingers around it, I'm going to come hard and fast, and this will be over before I'm ready. So I ignore it and focus my attention on the sensation of Gavin sliding in and out of me. I want to memorize each thrust. I want to continue to feel his thickness in me for days to come. I want my whole to be forever changed by his presence. His thrusts begin to speed up and become erratic. He's getting close, and I suppose it's time for me to start chasing my orgasm as well. When I go to reach my hand between us, he pushes it aside, then lifts his body enough to reach his hand down and grip me himself. He matches the strokes of his hand with the thrusts of his hips, both moving faster and faster. "Gavin, fuck," I moan. "I'm gonna—" "Do it," he says, practically growling. "Come for me, Connor." And I do. He cries out as I come and gives me 3 more hard thrusts before his hips slow down, sliding his cock in and out at a much softer pace while he's being consumed by his own orgasm. He's beautiful when he comes, masculine and strong with sweat beating down his neck. When he collapses on top of me, I kiss the sweat from his neck and enjoy the salty, heady nectar. "That was," I say, not knowing where I want to go with my words. "Everything," he says for me. 13. Gavin. A little fact about me that will shock no one is that I've never shared a bed with anyone before Connor. Not once. Ever. Sure, I've had sex with a decent number of men, but I've always bolted out the door within 5 minutes of me taking off the condom. And I most certainly have never asked any of them to stay at my place. Hell, I've never even asked anyone to come to my place. For a few reasons. 1, I'm not dumb enough to go cruising in my own city. And 2, inviting someone to see my place sounds like a nightmare. They'd ask too many questions about how I live, which consists of nothing but the barest of essentials. But lying here with Connor, my arms resting around his body, my hips pressed against his backside, I've never been more content. And I've never been more screwed, because I know I'll never find someone else who can replace him. Another man's body would feel wrong here. Another man's scent wouldn't be as soothing. Having another man mumble, "Good morning," as he stretches his legs and arms, making his back and ass pull rigid against me would feel criminal. "Good morning," I say back to him. My lips brush the back of his neck. "Are you hungry?" "I'm starved." "I can go get us some breakfast from the cafeteria downstairs and bring it up if you'd like." He hums and relaxes his arms and legs, melting his body back into me. "What time is it?" I pick up his wrist and check his watch, which makes him laugh. "I guess I could have done that." "It's a little after 7. We have time to relax before practice." He yawns. "Did you want to work out?" "No. Our schedule is relentless right now. I might give my body a break from the weights." I say. It's a good idea. Between daily practices and nightly games, and not one day off unless we lose. I have no time to squeeze in my own workouts without sacrificing something else. Something else like lying in bed with Connor. I only have so many days left with him before we need to stop and go back to our respective cities and teams. Besides, daily sex with him is a workout in and of itself that I can't get enough of. "I can come with you to get breakfast," he says. "Nah, stay here." I kiss his neck and run my hand down his naked body. Just like this. "I want to have you for dessert." "Since when is dessert served with breakfast?" "Since you." I give him a little spank on the side of his right hip. "Cue up the next episode of Sierra 6 on your laptop.
We can watch it when I get back. Connor. His side of the bed is still warm, and I'm luxuriating in it. His scent is everywhere, and I'm starting to understand his obsession with smelling me. It's intoxicating, hot and heady. Who knew it would be this blissful? I suppose I did. I've always wanted something like this. But this life, this career, my father, none of them have allowed me to enjoy this simple pleasure. Sharing a bed with a man. I might suggest to Gavin that we stay here and never leave. Just live in this makeshift double bed with the seam through the middle we try to avoid falling into. I smile when I hear his footsteps coming towards our door. That was fast, and I'm glad about it. I'm starving, hungry for both food and him. When I hear him knock, I'm surprised. It should be unlocked, I say, not wanting to get out of bed and away from my comfort I've melted into. Besides, I'm naked and these rooms are surprisingly cold. They must not have swung for a decent heating system in their haste to retrofit this building for dorms. He opens the door and I sit myself up to greet him. My face immediately falls when I see my father walk in. Panic flutters through me as I pull the bedding up for better coverage of my naked body. What are you doing here? Then, my panic settling into anger, I ask, and how did you get up here? These dorms are for athletes only. He eyes me with disgust. These dorms are to keep athletes like you in, not to keep people like me out. My blood runs cold under the surface of my skin, draining me of all my color. How could I have been so stupid as to let my guard down? He gestures at the bed. This better not be what it looks like. Tired, caught, and knowing there's no convincible lie I can tell him, I try to muster up what's left of my dignity. I look him in the eyes and set my shoulders back. So what if it is? Damn it, Connor. I refuse to believe you're this stupid. He grabs a shirt that's hanging out of the top drawer of the dresser and tosses it at me. Get dressed, he barks. You're coming with me. I throw the shirt on, but only because it's one of Gavin's, and he doesn't realize it until he sees the Alaskan Crab Fishing Guild logo emblazoned across it. I can see the fight raging in him, and frankly, it's beginning to rage in me too. He's controlled so much of my life, and robbed me of being able to have someone in my life like Gavin. I won't let him ruin this now. What are you more upset about? I ask, my jaw tense. That I'm sharing a bed with one of my teammates, or that it's Gavin? He doesn't answer my question. Is this why you played like shit last night? Ah, I see. The real reason for his visit. Him finding me naked in bed is as much of a surprise for me as it is for him. I grab my underwear from the foot of the bed, then stand up to put it on. If we're going to have this fight, I want to have it eye to eye, not with him looking down at me like I'm a kid again. I didn't play like shit. We won. You gave away 2 goals that would have been yours, he yells back. You could have easily had a hat trick. I made the right call by passing. I'm not like you. I don't make selfish plays. My heart is racing. I never talk back to my father. Not like this. But I can't let him steamroll all over me anymore. His nostrils flare. Being selfish made me the best. He jabs his finger into my chest, right between the crab in the t-shirt logo's eyes. You're too soft. You've always been too soft. I'm not soft, I bellow. You are, my dad bellows back. He leans closer. And you're distracted. He sneers at me. I can't believe that piece of Alaskan trash made a bitch out of you. Yo! I hear Bouchard's voice on the other side of the door, followed by a knock. He pokes his head in. When he sees me,
He raises an eyebrow and curls up the corner of his mouth. I can almost hear him ask if I want him to escort my father out. Instead, he says,
"It's getting a little loud in here."
"Mind your business,"
my father barks at him. Bouchard tips his head at him.
"Technically, sir,"
he says, a smile pulling at his lips,
"I was minding my business, but you decided to have this conversation at high volume."
He steps all the way into the room and stares directly at my father. Even without his goalie gear on, Bouchard is bigger than him. Much bigger. He's built like a veritable mountain in front of the net.
"Now, unless you want the rest of the team to hear you, I suggest you keep your voice down. And if you're smart, you'll be off this floor before Marshall gets back onto it."
He gives me one last look, silently asking if I'm good. I nod at him, because for the first time in my life, I am. Bouchard walks back towards the door. He pauses with his hand on the knob and looks back at my father.
"See you around, Mr. Kennedy."
Gavin. When I step out of the elevator onto our floor, carrying breakfast in both hands, I see Bouchard coming out of my room. He spots me and points at his room next door. I follow him into it. "What the fuck is going on?" I ask when he closes the door.
"You have a visitor,"
he says. For a moment, I get excited, thinking maybe my dad has shown up. But then I see the grave look on Bouchard's face, and I know exactly who's in there. With Connor. Alone. I want to burst through the wall. Bouchard takes the tray of food out of my hands and places them on his bed. It's then that I realize we're not in here alone. Olsen steps out of their tiny bathroom. He holds his hands up.
"Hey, man," he says. "I don't even have an opinion. You two do you."
I nod at him, then look at Bouchard. My heart is racing. Does the entire floor know?
"I don't know, man. Shit got loud, but I stepped in before it got that loud."
I look at Olsen for confirmation. He shrugs.
"Probably just us."
Okay, so it's not a complete disaster. I mean, truthfully, now that I'm confronted with it happening, I don't care if my teammates know I'm gay. What are they going to do? Kick me off the team? They don't have the power to do that. But Connor, I do care about keeping his secret from them. And I definitely care about protecting him from any further backlash from his father.
"I wouldn't say that,"
Bouchard says. He shakes his head.
"After that display, there's no way that man is winning Father of the Year."
No shit. I laugh bitterly while my blood continues to boil. "If anything," Olsen says and sits on his bed, "if the rest of the team heard the way he's talking to Connor, they'd have rushed into your room and beat the shit out of him." Funny, I say, because that's exactly what I want to do right now. Bouchard places his hands on my shoulders and looks me in the eye.
"Don't,"
he says.
"Connor's a big boy, and this is not your fight."
It kind of is my fight, I say. I'm the one who kissed him. I'm the one who started this. I gotta get in there. I spin away from him and move towards the door.
"Gavin."
Bouchard's hand is back on my shoulder.
"If you go in there, you're only going to make it worse."
At least they finally stopped yelling at each other, Olsen says. He's right. There's no sound coming from the other side of the wall. Bouchard's eyebrows quirk up, and he thrusts his thumb over his shoulder towards the wall between our rooms.
"Quietest it's been in there since we got here."
I narrow my eyes at him, giving him my best stone-faced glare. "It's true," Olsen says. "So you knew before this morning?" I ask Olsen. He shrugs again. "Like I said, it's none of my business." Goalies, man. They truly are the gatekeepers of every team. I hear my room's door shut while we're silent, followed by footsteps pounding down the hall. I gotta go.
I say to Bouchard and grab the trays of food I brought up. Thanks for stepping in this morning.
Don't mention it,
Bouchard says. He looks at Olsen.
You hungry?
Yeah, he says. I could eat. Bouchard opens the door for me and sends me on my way as they leave to go get breakfast. I balance the trays of food for me and Connor in one hand and let myself into our room. I expect to see Connor upset. Run-ins with his father tend to do that to him. Instead, he looks calm, slightly flushed from exertion, but calm like the whistle just blew to signal the end of a stressful first period in a game. Nice shirt, I say, with a quirk up of my lips. The sight of him in it melts what's left of my rage. Thanks. He blushes, pulls at the hem as he looks down at it, and laughs lightly. You should have seen the look on my father's face when he saw it after he threw it at me and told me to put it on. He takes his eyes off the shirt and looks back at me. His eyes and smile are mischievous. In my need to touch him, I put our food down on the bed, then brush his flushed cheek with my knuckles. You all right? He nods his head. I think so. I should have been here. I flatten my palm against his face. He shakes his head, then leans into my touch. No, that would have made it worse. Still, I say, I'm supposed to protect you. Fight flashes in his eyes, but it's not aimed towards me. Save it for the ice, he says. I need to handle him by myself. I nod. I get it. The fight between Connor and his dad has been brewing longer than long-held NHL team grudges. I can't have this fight for him. But I can kiss him. So I lean down and pressed my lips against his. When I pull back, there's words on my lips I need to swallow down. Words I never thought I'd say to anyone. Words that feel an awful lot like they're designed to express love. Instead of speaking, I kiss him again with more urgency to stop the words from bubbling up. 14. Connor. The anger from my fight with my father has carried over into tonight's game. It's fueling me in a familiar way. Like when I was a kid, and he'd scream at me during the entire ride home from a game that we lost. Back then, the next game, I'd take all my anger and every word I could not say back to him with me on the ice and skate like my life depended on it. He, of course, took my fierce skating as a sign that his particular brand of motivation was the trick. It never once occurred to him that it was my hatred of him that made me go all out. Spite is a hell of a motivator, which is exactly what I'm feeling when I'm let out of the penalty box. Thanks for keeping my throne warm for me, Gavin says as he skates by wearing a wide grin. I chase after him. Or, more specifically, the puck he's just taken possession of in our offensive zone. He knows I'm coming. Already, in the short amount of time we've been playing together, we've learned to read each other on the ice, to trust one another, to know where the other will be on instinct. He does a spin move with the puck, sending it back towards me blindly, then blocks the lane by screening the goalie so I have a clear shot. I take it and send a bullet right past the goalie's ear and into the net. The horn blares, and the team is on me in celebration with helmet taps, fist bumps, and hugs. "You slick motherfucker," Bradley Warren says to me, tapping my helmet. He's smiling broadly. "I'm not looking forward to seeing you in the postseason if you bring this energy with you." "I promise to take it easy on you." I wink at him. "Don't you dare," he says back with another tap to my helmet, then skates away. Gavin is suddenly right beside me. "Looks like you made a friend." I smile at him. "It looks like you made us a team." "Couldn't have done it without you, Captain," he says,
thumping the C on my jersey with the side of his fist. He skates away from me backwards, but keeps his eyes locked on mine, wearing an effortless smile as he goes. All of my affection for him bubbles through me. I can't imagine going back to not having him on my team and by my side.
Gavin. Way to win, boys! Coach Chris yells out when we get back into our locker room. He's holding the game puck in his hand and looks around. A lot of you have earned this today, but I gotta give it to your captain. The locker room erupts into applause. Connor, of course, blushes furiously and tries to wave off Coach. No way, son, Coach Chris says, and pats Connor on the back. You earned this for sure. He looks at the rest of us. Hurry up and get cleaned up. Press is waiting to be let inside. We all groan in unison. I know, Coach says. You've got 5 minutes until they descend. Or less, it would seem. The doors open, but it's not the press that comes inside. It's worse. Connor Kennedy Sr. is pushing his way through the door, making a beeline towards his son. He's smiling, but it looks fake and calculating with whatever mind game he's playing. Now that's what I like to see out of my boy. Connor recoils as his father approaches and attempts to wrap his arms around his son. The air in the room has gotten thick. His arrival has smothered the joviality we were all enjoying. Bouchard looks up at me from where he's sitting, untying his giant shin pads from his skates. He's not the only one who's picked up on the tension, though. Everyone seems to be trying to busy themselves with something more interesting in their surrounding areas. From across the room, I lock eyes with Connor. He's looking at me over his father's shoulder. My heart rate rises, and I move to come near him. He stops me by subtly shaking his head. Standing at my stall, I keep an eye on him as I towel dry the sweat from my hair. You can practically hear a pin drop in this room with how silent it has gotten aside from Connor and his father talking. The arrival of Connor Sr. sucked all the life out of it. Either he doesn't notice or he doesn't care. I'm inclined to think it's the latter, as he's making a big show of congratulating Connor on his play and ignoring everyone else in the room. Yes, Connor played his heart out. We all saw it, and we all agree. Watching him play tonight was a thing of beauty. He was unstoppable. He was also unselfish. On each play, when possible, he would line people up and pass the puck, creating opportunities for Franklin, Nichols, and Calhoun to score their own goals. I mean, this game wasn't even close. We blew Finland off the ice with a final score of 6-1. That doesn't mean it was easy. Finland has a lot of talented players, 4 of which play in the NHL with us, but they were no match for Connor in his fury tonight. Had they met us on another day, they might have stood a better chance. But Connor was on a mission to prove himself during this game, and nothing was going to stop him. I look back at him again. He's listening to his father. But his eyes have gone hard, and his lips are pressed tight. It kills me not to be able to pull him away. But this is not my fight. This is the one area I can't protect him, even though that's all I want to do. That said, he does seem to be doing fine on his own. The confidence of winning the game is giving him a boost. He was obviously propelled to fight his father on the ice tonight, even though, technically, Connor Sr. wasn't who he was playing against. But Connor sure as hell skated like he was, and he's carrying that energy over into the locker room now. His shoulders are back, and his jaw is set, ready to bite at anything negative his father may have to say about his play or the team. I get it. Well, not entirely. I've never had to skate against my dad's assumptions of me, but I have had to skate against Connor's father's. The man has never once wanted me to win. Not now.
and not when he first laid eyes on me when I was 16.
Marshall!
Coach grabs my attention. I glance up from my seat where I'm unlacing my skates. He looks frustrated.
In my office!
Connor looks towards Coach, then back to me. I shrug at him. As I walk past, I catch the look on his father's face. He grins like the bully he is, and his eyes are full of disdain. I don't know what Coach is about to say, but I can guarantee whatever it is, Connor Sr. has something to do with it.
Close the door and take a seat, Gavin,
Coach says from where he's now sitting behind his desk.
If it's bad news, I'd rather stand.
He leans back in his chair, with his lips pressed tight as he considers me. He gestures for me to sit down. I do.
It's not bad news to me, he says. But just because I don't care, that doesn't mean you might not feel some sort of way about this.
His tone is tired and resigned.
I
say, and let out a breath, deflating like a balloon. So this is it. I've been outed, and there's no need for me to guess by who. However, I'm shocked Connor Sr. would go this route, since it was his son who he found out I was sleeping with. This seems like a risk. It couldn't have been a hasty decision on his part. It's an obviously calculated move. Connor Sr. doesn't make moves he can't win. However I react to this has to be just as calculated. He wants me to act hastily. He wants me to react in a way that will cause me to be kicked off the team and shipped back to Alaska, bypassing even going back to Buffalo. He's been hand-delivered what he wants. A way to bait me into doing something that would finally get me kicked not just off this team, but out of the league as well. He's counting on me to make a brash move. I take a deep breath. So what's the play here? How do I fight back without losing Connor and what I've worked my entire life for?
There's no official source,
Coach says, eyeing the shut door. Or, more accurately, attempting to stare a hole through the steel at who's on the other side of that closed door.
It was leaked moments ago to the press anonymously.
And what exactly did this anonymous source say?
Only that you were caught naked in bed with another man you snuck into the dorms and into your room.
I tip my ears towards my shoulder. Well, that's a lie.
No shit,
Coach says, and I realize he knows the truth. So, what am I looking at here, as far as repercussions go? He can't answer right away because there's the sound of commotion ringing out on the other side of the closed door behind us. He gets up from his seat and locks the door. Pausing next to me on his way back to his desk, he pats me twice on the shoulder, then sits back down in his seat with a heavy sigh.
As far as I'm concerned, there are no repercussions. Not on the team, at least. And if any of your teammates, though I sincerely doubt they will, as most of them are terrified of you, give a shit about this, they will have to deal with me.
I don't give a shit what my teammates say about me on this. There's only one teammate who I'm concerned for right now anyway, and there is no way he's going to have an issue with me being gay, for obvious reasons. Coach laughs.
I didn't suspect you would.
But seriously, Coach, what is the fallout going to be? This anonymous source didn't do this for nothing. He pulls a bottle of whiskey out of his desk and silently offers me some. I shake my head no. He nods, then pours some into the empty but dirty coffee mug in front of him.
I think the anonymous source expects you to run scared, which is stupid. You're not afraid of anything, and you think he'd know that by now.
That's not exactly true. My major fear in all of this is getting kicked out of the league, but I tip my head at him anyway. He raises the mug, then sips his drink and says,
I also think he's banking on this causing you to back away from the other man you've been sleeping with. I can promise you that's not happening. Thank Christ, Coach says with a heavy exhale. I can't risk losing Connor out there. If we lose, or worse, he gets sidelined during a game with a season-ending injury, I'm out of a job when we get back to the real world. Seriously? I ask, my eyebrows rising. Coach Chris has been a coach for over a decade, and he was a player before that. Between coaching and playing, he's won 4 Stanley Cups and 1 Olympic silver medal. He's a legend in the NHL, the same as Connor's father, but I guess he's not even safe from Connor Kennedy Sr.'s wrath. I don't know why I'm surprised. He looks at me and takes another sip of his drink. I've been working under the general management of Connor Sr. since Junior hit the league. My job is always under threat. This is ridiculous. You're an excellent coach. Thanks. He raises a mug at me again, then takes another sip. He goes quiet, considering me before he says, To be honest, I might have just lost my job by calling you in here to give you a heads up. He looks towards the door. The chatter going on in the locker room is indecipherable, but it is abundant. You probably did him a favor, I say. Ambushing me with the press wouldn't have been a good idea. Coach laughs again, but it's hollow. I'd pay to see you knock him out. It would be the best 5 minutes I'd ever spend in the penalty box. He drains his drink, then pours himself another one. If I had another exit, I'd let you slip out of it right now. He lets out a deep sigh. But unfortunately, I don't, and the press isn't going to leave until they see you. Can I have another minute to consider how I want to do this? Marshall, you can have as much time as you need, he says, then swallows his drink down in one gulp. After placing the mug back down, he rises from his seat, walks around his desk, and pats me on the shoulder again before he heads towards the door. Connor. When Coach's door opens, I hold my breath, expecting to see Gavin coming out of it. From the look of hungry-eyed anticipation on my father's face, I can see he does as well. A brief second of disappointment washes through his features when he sees it's Coach Chris rejoining us instead. My father's been waiting for this moment, standing beside me. Gleefully listening to the press in the room ask the entire team how they feel about the rumors in regard to Gavin Marshall. Bouchard is practically staring daggers at my father as Coach steps into the fray. Coach Chris! One of the reporters yells out and thrusts a camera in his face. Did you know about Gavin Marshall? He stands tall and casual, with his hands in his pockets, giving off an air of annoyance with the question as he answers. I don't make a habit of keeping tabs on who any of my players are sleeping with. It's none of my business, and it's none of yours. But this is big news, a new reporter says. Is it? Coach cuts the reporter off. I think you're all looking for a story where there doesn't need to be one. He points around the room. These boys nearly shut out Finland tonight. That's what you should be reporting on, not wasting your time on something that doesn't affect the game. I gulp. It kind of does affect the game. Not in a bad way. Since getting together, Gavin and I have both been playing the best hockey of our careers. There's no way that's a coincidence. We bring something out of each other both on the ice and off. I look at my father and flip my hands at the media shitstorm stirring around us, being sure to keep my voice low so only he can hear me as I ask, Why would you do this? He leans in closer. To bring you to heel, he says, and there is unmistakable darkness in both his eyes and his tone. My fists clench at my sides. That's what this is about. Controlling me. Like he doesn't do that enough already. Connor Kennedy. A reporter and his cameraman turn their attention to me. Do you think it's good for the team for Marshall to remain alternate captain? Would the team be better off if Coach Chris appointed a better option like Warren or Franklin?
No, I say, unclenching my jaw, but not my fists. Gavin is good at his job. I can make a case that he's a better captain than I am. He brought this team together at training camp, and he'll keep it together now. Bouchard, another reporter yells. You play with Gavin Marshall in Buffalo. Did you already know about his proclivities? Like Coach Chris said, it's none of my business who anyone in the locker room sleeps with. He unhooks his shoulder pads and pulls them off, then drops them to the ground. They make a loud clatter when they hit the floor. Gavin Marshall has always had my respect, and will continue to have it. How about you vultures go find a story somewhere else? This is the Olympics. It should be pretty easy. If I wasn't so worried about Gavin and the reporters and cameramen, I'd run across the room and hug Bouchard right now. He's not the only one, though. The rest of the team is rallying to stick up for Gavin as well. Most of them repeat the sentiments of it being none of anyone's business that Gavin Marshall is gay. It's working. The reporters seem to be running out of steam, but I'm not naive enough to think that this will be the end of it. Gavin still hasn't made an appearance. I'd be lying if I pretended not to be nervous about it once he does. I wish I could talk to him. I wish I could help him formulate a plan. After all, this is my fault. If I'd only stood up to my father years ago, this wouldn't be happening. Gavin's sexuality could have continued to fly under the radar, and he and I could be together in peace. We could be working on planning how to make our relationship work back in the real world away from the Olympics, instead of trying to keep it from being exposed here to his detriment. He's not dumb. He has to know it was my father who did this, and that my father has thought this through, weighing all the pros and cons of outing my lover but not me. A hush comes over the room, and for a minute I'm dumb enough to think it's the reporters leaving, having realized there's no worthwhile story here. But then I see Gavin stepping out of Coach's office. He's still in his skates, though they're unlaced and clinging loosely to his ankles. He's out of his jersey and shoulder pads, but the bottom half of his uniform is still intact. The dry-fit shirt he wears under everything is anything but dry. He's still soaked in sweat from exertion of the game. He has to be dying for a shower. The reporters swarm him like sharks. He stands before them, looking bored and completely unbothered. It's sexy as hell.
Gavin Marshall, do you have any comment about the allegations you snuck a man into your room?
He smirks at my father.
Who said I snuck him in?
I gulp. There's no way he's going to out me, is there? He wouldn't do that. I don't think he would. He's probably conveying to my father he knows it was him. But is it fair for me to let him go through this alone? Are you saying it was another athlete?
I'm saying if I was straight, this would be a non-issue, and you would treat it as such.
He sits down and begins to finally remove his skates.
Do you think this is going to affect your ability to play?
Another reporter asks. Gavin shakes his head and laughs. He looks directly at the camera.
I've been fucking men for a while now, and it hasn't affected my gameplay one bit.
The room goes silent again. Gavin will be levied a heavy fine for the use of crude language with the press, but he doesn't appear to care. He removes his other skate and places them into his stall with the rest of his gear. Then, looking back at the crowd of reporters hovering over him, he asks,
Does anyone else have any more ridiculous questions?
Just one. A female reporter steps forward. Is he worth risking your career over? Gavin stares right at her.
Yes,
he says.
He is.
15.
Gavin. Coach clears everyone but the team out of the locker room, including Connor's father, who looks at me like he thinks he's won something. I don't know. Maybe he did. He's at the very least painted me into a corner. I'm not going to out his son to take some of the heat off of me. Even if Connor decides to step forward on his own, which, looking at him and seeing the way he's biting his lip as he looks at me across the locker room, I can tell he's debating if it's something he should do. I'll advise him against it. This thing between us, no matter how wonderful it is, has an expiration date on it. There's no way this can carry on once we return home. Not publicly. How would that even work? Two rival players playing against each other? No one is going to accept that. Especially not Connor's father. Listen up, everyone. Coach steps to the middle of the room, but all eyes are on me. I think this goes without saying that this changes nothing for us as a team. Ignore the press in regard to this. If any of you ends up on ESPN saying something stupid, you're benched. Am I clear? Yes, coach! Everyone but me and Connor yells out. Good. Now finish hitting the showers. Bus leaves in 30 minutes, and I'm canceling tomorrow's practice. I think we've earned a morning to ourselves. He walks back into his office and slams the door shut. I can only imagine the size of the drink he's pouring for himself right now. If I drank, I'd join him. I look at Connor. He's still biting his lip. I can see the war of his thoughts happening behind his eyes. His brow is furrowed, creating a deep worry line through the center. I want to smooth it away with my finger, then kiss it away with my lips. But now is not the time for me to do that. Not while everyone is here to witness it.
Have you checked your phone yet?
Bouchard says, sliding down the bench to sit beside me. No, should I? It hadn't even occurred to me to do that. He shrugs and does a poor job of containing a smile.
You should probably ignore social media for a while, he says. And the sports blogs. And YouTube. And ESPN.
So, in other words, don't check my phone. He shrugs again, and that smile is still there.
At least check your text messages.
Warily, I reach and grab my cell phone off the top shelf of my stall. It is loaded with notifications, but the most important ones I see are these two.
Alexander Tavish. Fuck whoever sold you out, but you better not use this as an excuse to skip town. I want to face you in the finals, even though I expect this to make you twice as angry as you already are when you get there. R.I.P. every team you meet from here on out.
Coach Matthews, you're playing some amazing hockey over there. Don't let this distract you, and don't worry, you'll still have a spot on the roster here in Buffalo. We're rooting for you. Seeing messages from both of them fuels my resolve. This thing that Connor Sr. did means nothing, to me at least. But I don't think he did this to hurt me necessarily. This was about controlling Connor. Fucking up my private and elusive existence was just a bonus. Connor. I've been dying to get Gavin alone in our room for hours. But of course, the press is still waiting for us outside the locker room, making it impossible to get us to the bus efficiently. As a team, with Gavin leading the way, we push through them with our heads raised high, avoiding eye contact with all of them. Once on the bus, we all let out a collective sigh of relief. But it's still tense, and everyone remains quiet as the bus pulls away from the arena. This entire team has been blindsided. Obviously not to the extent Gavin was, but everyone is feeling the effects of being caught up in an unnecessary scandal. We're athletes. We came here to play hockey and win gold medals. Navigating the outing of a gay teammate isn't something any of us have trained for. Gavin is sitting beside me with his eyes unfocused as he stares out the window. I can see his reflection in the glass.
He looks like he's seeing nothing but the blur of the city streets as we roll through the village to get back to our dorms. Those dark eyes of his have gone heavy and tired. Once again, I see traces of the 16-year-old Gavin I met years ago in the lonely eyes of the man beside me. I slide my hand across our seats and find his, which is resting on his thigh. I lace my pinky over his, hooking us together. He gives my finger a little tug, then repositions our hands so he can place his on top of mine, giving it a squeeze. I squeeze back, trying to remind him he's not alone in this. I'll face whatever's coming with him as quietly or as loudly as he wants. As the bus pulls up to our building, Gavin gives my hand one last squeeze before he lets it go. "Fuck," he mutters, still looking out the window. More press and hundreds of fans are waiting outside trying to get a glimpse of him. Fans might not be the best word. Sure, there are some who are cheering him on that we can hear through the glass, but within that sea of cheers, there's an undercurrent of boos that roll steadily underneath them. Bradley Warren turns around in the seat in front of us and looks right at Gavin. "Ignore them," he says, then holds his fist out for Gavin to bump. Gavin does, then rises from his seat, rolls his neck, and sets his shoulders back. I step out of his way so he can lead the way for all of us once again. He's made it very clear he has no intention of cowering in the middle or the back of the line. He will be front and center, but he won't give anyone what they want, which is a rise out of him. Standing tall and proud, he walks off the bus, pushes a line directly through the crowd and straight into the building with his head held high, his eyes unseeing. It's not until we get into the elevator that everything about him relaxes. His shoulders soften, and his back is no longer rigid. Bouchard comes over, steps in front of him, and bonks his head against Gavin's. As a hockey player, I'm used to seeing this display of affection, but it's usually done when everyone's helmets are on. It's far more intimate without them. Holding steady, their eyes locked, I hear Bouchard ask, "You good?" Gavin nods his head. "I'm good." Bouchard thumps him twice on the chest with his fist, then turns away when the elevator door opens on the 8th floor. We all get out and let the elevator go back down to collect the rest of our team, who were silently kind enough to let Gavin take the first lift up while they stood guard. The walk down the hall feels like it takes an eternity. My heart is beating in my throat. I can hear it in my ears. The only thing that will make it stop is to get Gavin alone and do the one thing I've wanted to do since this total nightmare started. Kiss him and tell him he's worth it to me as well. "Are you hungry?" he asks me, already searching through his phone when the door closes. I startle. It's the last thing I expected him to say. "Not really," I say. But that could be because my stomach is still on the locker room floor where I left it an hour ago. "More for me then," he says and laughs, pressing some buttons on his phone before he brings it to his ear. "I'm going to order us a pizza. You good with that?" "I guess so." I throw up my hands, then stare at him while he waits for someone to answer on the other side of the line. I'm practically burning a hole in his perfect, handsome face. How is he so calm right now? Why isn't he raging? Why isn't he screaming? It's what I'd be doing. Finished with placing the order, he tosses his phone onto the bed and looks at me. "What?" "Are we not going to talk about what just happened?" I yell in my exasperation, not at him, but at the world, at my father. "Come here," he says, stepping towards me and wrapping me in his arms. He takes a deep inhale of my hair. "This isn't talking," I mumble into his neck. "I know. It's committing you to memory." Panic rips through me. Memory? Why memory? He holds me tighter and inhales again.
We knew when this started it couldn't go on after the Olympics.
No, we didn't. I choke out. Update. My missing stomach has been found, and it's lodged itself in my throat.
Yes, we did.
He pulls slightly away from me, but only far enough that he can remove one hand from behind my back and slide it across and around my shoulder, then bring it to my face. He holds me steady to look directly at me. His brown eyes are back to being sad, lonely, and most of all, hurt. They hide nothing.
We have 10 more days like this,
he says, and brushes my lip with his thumb.
I intend to make the most of them.
I hope you do too. I pull away from him. But you said I was worth losing your career over.
You are,
he says, and catches my arm, tugging me towards him again.
But I'm not.
I crumple to the floor beside our makeshift bed. He sinks down with me and slings an arm over my shoulder, pulling me into his side. We rest our backs against the shitty wooden bed frame. That's not true, I say to him.
It is true, Connor. You have a lot more to lose than I do.
But I can't lose you. I'm suddenly glad we're no longer looking at each other, as my eyes are beginning to burn. I shut them tight, trying to keep my tears at bay.
Babe.
He laughs with more affection than I can handle in his voice right now.
We're going to lose each other anyway.
We don't have to, I argue, because we don't. We can make it work. We can do long distance, then spend the summer together.
And then go back to long distance in the fall again.
He pauses and takes a breath.
Connor, believe me when I tell you it's tempting. But it's not enough. And it would be impossible for us to do.
How would we handle playing against each other? How would we handle it anyway? I ask as I lose the battle with the tears that have been collecting. I hastily wipe the underside of my eyes with the backs of my hands. Do you think it matters if we're broken up or not? He lets out a sad, watery laugh, then sniffs.
Probably not.
Then we owe it to ourselves to try. I turn myself and climb over his legs to sit on his lap. I grab both sides of his face and take advantage of the fact that in this position, I can look down at him. Promise you won't just walk away from us. Tell me you'll try. We can make it work. He smiles at me, and I can feel my cheeks begin to burn. He touches my skin. His thumb runs across my cheekbone. Then he uses the knuckle of his finger to swipe under my eyes for me.
We can try,
he says, and wraps his arms around my waist. He pulls me to him and kisses me. I'm smiling when we break apart, but I still don't feel settled. He's not wrong. Things are going to get a lot harder on us back in the real world. There's distance, and road trips, and team drama, and the playoffs. There's my father, and then the fallout of Gavin being outed, alone and by himself. It's as if he's read my mind.
Promise me something, he says.
Anything.
Don't come out. At least, not right away. Let's keep this between us until the end of the season. Give us a chance to make it work before the press get a hold of it.
I nod my head in understanding. I don't like it, but he's right. If I came out as the mystery man in question, we'd be putting the nail in our own coffin. The press would feast on it. And the stress of it, along with playing under an extra microscope, would doom us before we could get a proper start. No matter how well we played, no matter even if we bring home the gold, this would be the only story anyone would care about. There would be no easy adjustment period for us to find our way. And that's not even including the shitstorm we'd have to deal with when it comes to my father. My eyes sting again with my frustration. He runs his knuckle a second time across the soft skin underneath my eyes. It doesn't have to be forever, he says. We can make a plan for you to come out as my boyfriend when you're ready. Hearing him call me his boyfriend brings a shy smile immediately across my face. He brushes my cheek with his finger. Adorable, he says, smiling as shyly as I am. You know I can't resist it when you blush. I roll my eyes at him. You don't play fair. How do I not play fair? You knew that was going to happen the minute you called me your boyfriend. Gavin. Maybe. I shrug and give him a guilty smirk. And I'll do it again. I pull him towards me for another kiss. This time, I take it slow and long, savoring the taste of the forbidden fruit that is him. This is a terrible idea. I should have said no, but I couldn't. Not with the way he was looking at me with so much hope and fire in his eyes. I melted, just like he's melting into this kiss. He feels boneless in my arms, and suddenly all I want is to fill him up and make him whole again. With one hand wrapped around his back, I use my other for leverage and pull us up off the floor. I place him down on the bed, bringing his head to rest on the pillows, and lay myself down on top of him. I find the one part of him that is hard, his dick. I rut mine against his and try not to get frustrated by the layers of clothes between us, keeping my skin from his. Do you know how perfect you are? I ask him. I'm not perfect, he says. You are. I reiterate, then dip down to feast on his neck. He'd have to be in order for me to risk it all. I've looked this through. This doesn't end well for either of us. Heartbreak would be the easy way out. We can make this work, Connor says. I want to do this for us. He places his hand on my shoulder and pushes me away from him, then uses that leverage to flip us over. To be fair, I went willingly instead of using my extra strength to keep him pinned underneath me. I want to do this for you, he says, and begins to slide down my body. When he reaches the buckle on my belt, he unhooks it, then undoes the buttons of my pants. I lift an eyebrow up at him. Are we still talking about giving this relationship a shot? Yes. He continues to work towards pulling my cock out of its confines. I give him some mercy and lift my hips, making the task easier for him so he can slide my pants off. When my erection is free, he's quick to wrap his hand around it before he dips his head down and licks the head. Fuck, I moan. Had I known this was what calling you my boyfriend would do, I'd have said it back in Las Vegas. His skin flushes, and he looks up at me while my cock is still in his mouth. My breath hitches. The power he has over me right now, while also looking so vulnerable, needs to be studied. It's almost too much to bear. I reach for his face with my hand and slide my thumb over his skin. I can feel my rigid dick below the surface of the flesh of his cheek. You're so good, I say when I get my breath back. Too good. I slide my hand into his hair and thread my fingers through the silky strands while he goes back to working my cock with his hand and his mouth. I've always been someone who has control over my body, but right now, if he keeps this up, I'm going to blow before I'm ready. Before I've had the opportunity to return the favor. Take off your clothes, I command. He pulls his lips off my dick but keeps stroking me with his hand. No,
This is for you.
I laugh as a wave of pleasure surges through me. If this was really for me, you'd take your pants off and come up here to straddle my face. His eyes go wild, like this is an option he hadn't thought of. With his free hand, he clumsily works on getting himself free from his own pants. When his dick is free, my mouth waters. That right there. That's what I want. I beckon him to me and help him position himself so that his legs are on either side of my head and his erection is hovering over my mouth. I lick the head, pulling the collected drop of pre-cum from the slit onto my tongue. Connor gasps. That's not fair. What's not fair? I ask, then lick the head again.
I wanted to do this for you. Let you know that we're in this together.
Do you think I don't know that? He's crazy if he thinks I don't. I can tell by the way he's been looking at me since the moment I came out of Coach Chris's office that he's in this with me. All it would take is for me to give him the nod, and he'd jump right into the fire his father set ablaze. But I don't want him to do that. I want him to protect himself. It's not too late for him. He doesn't need to jump into this mess with me. Not publicly, at least. Connor. I place my hands on his waist and use them to gently bend him forward so his lips hover over my rock-hard dick. He grabs a hold of it again and begins to stroke it. You don't have to prove anything to me. I slide my hands back down his body and place them on his hips, then use my strength to press my body down, placing his cock into my waiting open mouth. I engulf him completely, taking a deep breath of the soft hair of his inner thighs. With my hands, I hold him there, swirling my tongue around his hard length. He finally takes my cock back into his mouth. This time, I can't control myself. My hips begin to buck, the slide of his hand around my shaft, and the warm, wet heat of his mouth is criminally good. Nothing should ever feel this indulgent. I release his dick from my mouth to moan out praise. Fuck, Connor, you're so good at this, just like that. He hums, sending vibrations around my dick. I buck harder and faster, chasing my orgasm. I'm close, but I need to get him to his climax first. So I slide his dick back into my mouth and go to work. With each swirl of my tongue over the head of his dick, he moans, and finally his hips begin to move as well, grinding himself on my face. With one of my hands, I encourage him to move faster. He obeys and begins to let himself go. It doesn't take long before the saltiness of more of his pre-cum coats my tongue. Then, just as soon as I've swallowed that down, he's flooding my mouth with his release. Hot, thick, and delicious. My skin heats as I swallow it. Then, as soon as it's all gone, I cry out around his softening dick and shoot my load into his eager mouth. Connor. All I can think as I swallow is that was hot as hell. I'm starting to understand why he's always so obsessed with licking me clean. He grabs my hips and flips me over onto my back, then positions himself to hover over me. From this position, I get to watch the remnants of his lust wear off in his post-orgasmic haze. It's replaced immediately by deep affection that has blown his eyes wide and heavy. What have you done to me? He asks, then kisses me deeply. I feel a thrill course through me at the idea of the small remaining traces of each other's releases mingling together across our tongues. What have I done to you? I ask. What have you done to me? I'm ruined. No, he says with an echo of sternness in his voice. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I smile and look into his eager eyes again, expecting to see his happiness reflected. Instead, I see sadness. I reach up and place my palm against his cheek.
He closes his eyes and leans into my touch. When he opens his eyes again, that sadness is gone, and he's lazily smiling down at me. Somewhere on the bed beside us, his phone chimes. Blindly, he reaches for it, finding it near my knees.
Probably the pizza guy,
he says once he grabs it. He gives me one more kiss, then looks at the screen. He grips me with his other arm and hauls the both of us off the bed and onto our feet in one fluid motion.
Holy shit!
What? I ask, panic bubbling through me again. What if it's another rumor about him? What if my father talked some more? What if someone close to us outed me as well? We just agreed to give this a real shot. It would be our luck that the rug would be pulled out from under us immediately. Gavin, what is it? He grins at me. My dad. He's on his way. 16.
Gavin. Dad, it's already arranged, and it's easier this way, I say into my phone from my seat in the locker room.
Yeah, I know you hate it, but for fuck's sake, get in the damn car.
I rub my forehead. He has your ticket with him. No, they're not on the glass. I got you the cheap seats. There's probably a support beam in front of you. Just get here. All right, I'll see you after the game. Connor snickers across the locker room at me and shakes his head.
Did he get in the car?
He better have, I grumble. Leave it to my dad to be the one man on the planet to try to turn down a free ride from the airport in a luxury car that takes him straight to his son's Olympic hockey game.
He'll make it,
Connor says as he puts on his shoulder pads. I know. And I do know. I left the driver that I hired to pick him up with explicit instructions to get him into the car and to the stadium, even if he has to zip tie him, then black bag him to do it. Shaking my head and smiling to myself, I put away my phone, then concentrate on lacing up my skates. There's only 15 more minutes until we have to be on the ice to warm up. With a bit of luck, my dad will be here before the first face-off. Now that I'm off the phone, I can't help but notice how eerily quiet it is in the locker room. I look around. Everyone already has their game faces on, and most of them look like they're out for blood. Latvia is about to get picked apart out there. It's been a long 24 hours for not only me, but the entirety of our team. It's safe to say that all of us would love to give the sports world something to talk about other than who I fuck. We don't just need a win. We need a narrative change, because the current narrative playing on a loop on all sports channels sucks. Has all my rage on the ice been because I was living in the closet? No. Will my presence in the locker room screw up the Blizzards' team dynamic? No. Does this revelation about me tarnish the Olympic Games? Probably yes, but I don't care. I'm not the first gay athlete to ever step onto the Olympic ice by a long shot. It's like everyone in the world has forgotten men's figure skating exists. Finally, Bouchard breaks the silence.
You know what we need is some crazy-ass skier to do a quadruple backflip off a cliff or some shit.
I turn in my seat to look at him. You say that like your crazy ass doesn't take 80-mile-an-hour puck shots to the dome for a living. He grins at me.
Says the guy who makes a living skating full speed into full-grown men. Which,
he shrugs and his face twists up with a hint of curiosity.
It's suddenly dawning on me as something you might enjoy more than I thought.
Fuck off. I laugh and toss a roll of hockey tape at him. He catches it and tosses it right back at me. Max Franklin raises his hand from where he's sitting on the other side of the aisle.
Speaking as someone who's on the receiving end of Gavin's shoulder checks, he's not the crazy one in the situation. He had me debating retirement last year.
Agreed, Nichols says. I couldn't remember my own birthday for a week after my team played the Blizzards over Christmas. You're all exaggerating, I say, I don't hit that hard.
Connor levels me with his gaze and raises one eyebrow. Don't play innocent, king of penalty minutes. I smirk at him. He's got me there.
Yeah,
Coach Chris says. He looks right at me.
Don't worry. I have a water bottle in there with your name on it. Just make sure any time you spend in the sin bin tonight, Latvia pays for more than we do.
I nod my head at him, then finish getting dressed. Connor. This game would have been a bloodbath even without Gavin being outed. Latvia plays dirty. We all know it. And on a regular day, they might have been able to get one over on us. But not today. Our team is angry, and Latvia, purely by chance of the tournament, has landed in the position of being our punching bag. They're not helping their case. They keep trying to clip Gavin between his legs with the blade of their sticks. And twice I've seen him take shots in the ribs with a stick handle. He's keeping his cool. Well, as much cool as you can expect out of Gavin, who's currently taunting some giant Latvian forward as he drives down the lane. I can't hear what the Latvian player says to him, but I do see Gavin dip down, lowering himself so he can slam into him with his shoulder. It's a brutal hit that takes the Latvian skater off his feet and has the ref blowing their whistles as Gavin and another Latvian player toss off their gloves. The ref breaks up the fight that's about to ensue, pulling both players away from each other and skating them in opposite directions.
Say it again,
Gavin yells across the ice.
Say it again one more time, and I'll let you pick the hand I used to beat the fuck out of you with.
I gulp. I'm beginning to understand why Gavin's worried about us playing against each other when this is over. Because now I'm horny. The Latvian player makes a jerk-off motion with his hand.
Yeah, that's what your dad should have done instead of making you,
Gavin says as he's locked into the box. I skate past him and give him a wink, then get ready for the next face-off.
Gavin.
Ah, yes, my home. It feels good to be in here. This game is exactly what I needed to blow off this excess steam and residual anger that I'm feeling. I hate to say it, but it's working better than the sex I had last night with Connor. Not to say it wasn't good sex, it was, exceptional even. But sex with Connor is not a place where I can rid myself of pent-up rage. That's what the ice is for. That's what carving deep edges and marring a pristine smooth surface is for. That's what smashing the other team into oblivion is for. I almost feel sorry for them. Almost. It's still Latvia, and everyone on that team is a massive prick. But they had no idea what they were getting into when they stepped out on the ice with us today. They likely thought this was going to be an easy win, that we were going to be distracted by the shitstorm my being outed has created. They might have banked on the revelation of me being gay splintering our team. They were wrong. If anything, it has made us closer. No one is talking any shit. In fact, both Max Franklin and Bradley Warren have taken penalty minutes for shutting people up with cross-checks and blunt force takedowns. And not once has Latvia been able to take advantage of the power play. Bouchard is locked in tonight, possessed in a way I've never seen him before.
Connor. This game isn't even close. We're nearing the end of the third period, and we've scored 6 goals. Latvia hasn't managed to score 1. As it stands, Bouchard is 4 minutes away from securing the first shutout of these Olympics. He's focused, and blocking shots on goal with the same tenacity the rest of us use to block the Latvian players from getting their homophobic jokes off. Bouchard makes another impressive save with his glove, then flings the puck down the ice. We circle around our defensive zones while the refs set up another face-off. I look at Gavin across from me in the circle. His face is slightly red from exertion, and his dark hair is coming out of the sides and back of his helmet, dripping in sweat. On the shoulder of his jersey, there's a splash of blood. Not his. That belonged to the giant Latvian forward who thought calling Gavin a cocksucker was a good idea. All in all, Gavin has done well tonight. Sure, knocking that guy's front tooth out did give him a second trip to the sin bin, but like Coach requested, it cost Latvia more than it cost us, as their star forward hasn't been back in the game since. The ref lifts his hand, and we all prepare ourselves for the puck to hit the ice. He drops it, and I win the face-off, sending the puck out of the circle and right to Max Franklin. We take off down the ice, and I have Gavin following me, keeping me from taking a hit each time I have the puck in my possession. When we get near Latvia's net, I take an opportunity. I fake left and make space for Gavin to move to my right. I look at him and wink, then pass the puck to him. He chips it into the hole Latvia's goalie left wide open on the right side of the net when he thought I was going to shoot left. The lamp lights, and the goal horn blares, and Gavin turns to look at me with his arms raised over his head. The smile on his face is large and exhilarating. I wish I could kiss him. Gavin. Stepping off the ice at the end of the game, I'm still amazed I scored that goal. Connor set me up perfectly. There was no way I could miss. Everyone is losing their mind as we head down the tunnel to the locker room. I'm beaming. This has been an incredible night. This win is exactly what we needed. The entire team is buzzing. We're all yelling, jostling, back-patting, shoulder-checking, and playfully hugging each other while we make our way down the tunnel back to our locker room.
One game closer,
Bradley Warren yells out and slaps Connor a high five as he walks past him.
Latvia didn't stand a chance tonight,
Max Franklin says, and ruffles Bouchard's sweaty hair with his gloved hand. Not just Latvia, Connor says. We can actually win this. Bradley grins at him.
I want it,
he says, then bonks his helmet against Connor's before he takes a seat in front of his stall. That's how it's done, boys, Coach yells as we all file into the locker room. Once seated, he holds up the game puck. Every one of you deserved this, but I gotta give it to Bouchard. He tosses it towards him, and he catches it. That was a hell of a shutout.
Thanks, Coach,
Bouchard says, nodding at Coach in appreciation of his acknowledgement of his work as well as the team's applause, hoots and hollers. He rises and holds the puck up for everyone to see.
But I don't deserve this.
The team tries to object. He waves us off and starts walking across the locker room towards me.
This one's for you, buddy.
I shake my head at him. I won some fights, and I knocked out a guy's tooth.
You scored a goal. That's gotta be a first for you.
Smiling, I punch him in the arm. You know that's not true. Keep it, I say, and wrap him in a hug. It's yours. The cheers from my teammates all around us agree. They all find their own way to congratulate him as he makes his way back to his seat to remove his gear. He earned that puck. Shutouts are not something that happen often, especially not ones like that. I hate to break up this party, Coach says, but you all know the drill. Press is on their way in 5 minutes. He looks at me. Marshall, in my office. Why? I laugh, still smiling ear to ear from our win. I've already been outed. What else could there be? He grins at me. I have someone in there who wants to see you. I'm quick to my feet and striding to the door. Coach already did me a solid by helping me get those tickets for my dad. I should have known he'd find a way to sneak him down after the game. Nice game, kid, my dad says when I walk through the door into the office. He walks right up to me and gives me a giant bear hug. God damn, it was good to see you play. 17. Connor. Gavin's father, Garrett, is so similar to Gavin. I immediately like him. They're the same height, the same build. They have the same deep brown eyes and longish, thick, dark hair. They could be twins, except for the fact it's obvious they were born decades apart. Garrett Marshall's face bears more deep wrinkles. His beard, which is fuller, longer, and less maintained than Gavin's, is peppered with gray. Most striking is while he is the same size as Gavin, he's built like a dad, and not like an athlete like his son. He's also gruffer than Gavin, which I didn't think could be possible, but it's easy to see that despite that gruffness, he has extreme affection for his son. He keeps patting Gavin on the chest whenever anyone compliments Gavin on his gameplay, or asks Garrett if his son has always been a bruiser. But when reporters descend into the locker room, it becomes very clear where they are most alike. Garrett Marshall is having none of it with their questions. He stands behind Gavin with his arms crossed over his chest, covering up the top part of the Team USA logo of the official team jersey he's wearing that has Gavin's name and number emblazoned across the back of it. "Do you think your reputation as a goon is good for young gay kids to see?" one of the reporters asks. "That's interesting," Gavin says, his expression blank. "You were all asking the same question when I was picked for this team back in January, except it was all kids, not just gay kids you were concerned I was influencing. My answer is still no. The enforcer is an important role to fill on every team. It doesn't matter the sexuality of who plays it." "What about the coaches across the league who'd rather do away with enforcers like you?" a different reporter asks. "Are you afraid of them using your sexuality as a wedge to have you removed from the league?" Gavin's eyes narrow. "I dare them to find the page in the rule book that says fucking men means I can't play hockey." The grin Garrett Marshall breaks out in behind Gavin is menacing. I've seen that look before, many times from his son sitting in the penalty box, waiting to be let out to take care of unfinished business on the ice. It does its job. The reporters all take a step back. It doesn't stop their questions, though. Instead, they focus on the rest of us. Across the locker room, I see Bouchard boisterously answering questions about his shutout. He's naturally gregarious, but this is extra, even for him. He's doing his best to be a distraction from the Gavin show. I give him a nod. Suddenly, there's a camera in my face and a reporter holding up a microphone. "You could have scored that last goal, giving yourself a hat trick, but you passed the puck to Gavin Marshall instead. Any reason why?" I run a hand through my hair and give the reporter my best smile. There's no selfish play going on out there for us. He was there, and he had a better, clearer shot on goal. It's as simple as that. "Gavin Marshall isn't known as a scorer. Was it worth the risk?" I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Who is this reporter? A friend of my father's? But instead of taking the bait and getting angry, I laugh lightly and run my hand through my hair again before saying, "We were up by 6 goals, and even if we weren't, I'd still have passed it to him. He had the better shot." The reporter accepts my answer, but doesn't leave. "With 4 games left, do you think you can keep this momentum up to win gold?" "I do," I say confidently. "This is an elite group of guys. We are all playing our hearts out there." "The revelations about Gavin Marshall haven't become a distraction?" Now I'm definitely angry. I can feel my nostrils flaring, but I quickly relax them, as I hate whenever I do anything similar to what my father would. Unlike Gavin, who has obviously been influenced by his dad in the best ways, I deny any opportunity for my father's way of being to take hold within me. I take a breath and focus my thoughts on Gavin instead, then answer the reporter's question as if I'm speaking to my father through the camera. He's probably in his box seats shaking hands with hockey legends and world dignitaries while watching this right now. The revelations about Gavin have made us a stronger team. There isn't a man on the ice wearing a United States team jersey right now who wouldn't take a hit for him. Whoever did this messed with the wrong team. I catch Gavin's gaze after I say this. He smiles and nods his head at me, then bends forward to finish unlacing his skates.
Gavin, I like you, my dad says, throwing his arm around Connor's shoulders. Connor's smile is both shy and bright, like he's pleased with having made a good impression, but humble enough not to get too cocky. Of course, I haven't had a chance to tell my dad who Connor is to me yet, but it does make me happy they're getting along. Actually, my dad is getting along with everyone. And now that we're all cleaned up and have moved the entire team up to the private skybox for the Canada versus Germany game scheduled ahead of us, we can all properly celebrate. I grab 2 bottles of root beer and a regular beer from the bartender, then walk over to Connor and my dad. I hold them out and they take them. My dad unhooks his arm from Connor's shoulders and takes a swig of his root beer. I can't believe this is that prick Kennedy's son. Connor and I both laugh. No offense, my dad says, and clinks Connor's drink with his own. None taken. Connor waves him off before he takes a sip of his beer. No one is more aware of what a prick he can be than I am.
Seriously, Connor,
Bouchard says, coming to join us.
How do you play for that man?
Connor shrugs. It's not like I've ever had much of a choice.
When's your contract up?
Bouchard asks. Never? Connor huffs out a laugh. But technically at the end of next season. But I know my father will be pushing me to sign an extension this summer to lock my contract down early. I look at him, studying his face. He's still smiling, but some of the life has left his eyes. I can see him fretting behind them, like he's watching his entire life play out in front of him and he doesn't like what he sees. Do you want to stay in Chicago? I ask. My heart rate kicks up as I wait for his answer. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it before. My contract is up at the end of next season as well. Maybe we can find a way to play for the same team. Maybe I could convince him to play for the Blizzards. Ideally, no, Connor says, but I don't know if that's possible.
You should come play with us,
Bouchard says, then punches me in the arm.
I know Gavin here would love that.
My dad flashes me a curious look before he glances at Connor, whose cheeks flame bright red. Connor looks down and away from both of us. Smiling, my dad takes his gaze back to me. He shakes his head and starts laughing.
Shit,
Bouchard says.
Did I just out the 2 of you to your dad?
It's not like you're doing a good job of hiding it, Max Franklin adds from a few feet away. Or that we didn't all hear Kennedy Sr. lose his shit over it the other day, Bradley Warren says. Great, so everyone knows? I say, and look at Connor. His eyebrows are lifted in worry, and he's chewing on his lip. I beckon him to me and wrap my arm around his shoulders. His posture softens in my hold, and I'm reminded of how new this is for him. Not just people knowing he's gay, but more importantly, the people around him being chill about it.
Dude,
Bouchard says,
you've had a hard-on since day one, and it points directly at Connor.
Fuck off. I flip him the finger with my hand that's resting on Connor's shoulder. He laughs at me. It's true, Nichols says, and clinks my root beer bottle with his beer.
And none of us gives a shit,
Calhoun shouts from across the room where he's watching the game through the box's windows. Thank Christ, I say, and give Connor a squeeze. I wish he'd say something, but I understand if he wants me to continue doing the talking. As long as he knows I have his back, that's really all that's important. Because I really wasn't looking forward to beating the shit out of all of you if you had something to say about us.
Yeah,
Bradley says,
None of us are that stupid.
Connor. Well, I guess the cat's officially out of the bag, but no one seems to care. Or, like Bradley said, none of them are stupid enough to voice a negative opinion about us out loud. It's strange, knowing that everyone here knows, and they're choosing not to care or say a word. I'm a bit shell-shocked, if I'm being honest. It's so foreign to me, after years of my father treating my being gay like it was a blemish on him. But seeing our teammates like this, it gives me hope that Gavin and I can find a way to be together in the long term, and have it not be a big deal. Granted, this is just the team's reaction. The greater sports world, as I've seen from what's happened to Gavin, won't be anywhere near as nonchalant. If my father has his way, he'll use this to chase Gavin out of the league, then do everything else in his power to force me back into the closet. I'm only barely out of it. No one outside of this room knows, but my father will make sure this side of me never sees the light of day as long as I'm still playing hockey. Knowing our relationship, he'll likely make it impossible for me to be out after retirement too. He can't have his gay son tarnish his reputation merely by existing. But I can't think about that right now. Instead, with the air cleared around the team, it's nice to finally be able to stand inside Gavin's hold. He squeezes my shoulder again, and I finally feel I can breathe.
I should have known it was him,
Gavin's dad says, grinning. Why? I ask, curious. What is it about me that makes him say that? Garrett leans in, conspiratorially.
Gavin has a type.
I do not, Gavin says, giving his dad a playful push to the shoulder. This is news to me, but I guess we never discussed our exes. Not that I really have one other than the guy who blackmailed me to discuss.
You do too,
Garrett says.
Dad, I've never even dated anyone, much less introduced you to someone I kicked it with for a night,
Gavin says.
Don't need to,
Garrett says.
You're my son. I know you. That still doesn't explain how he's my type.
Intrigued, I look back and forth between them like I'm watching a shootout, and I'm the puck going from one end of the ice to the other.
You're an enforcer,
Garrett says.
You like to protect people. It was only a matter of time before some teammate of yours was going to awaken this side of you to the point you can't ignore it.
He stares at Gavin and sips his root beer. I blush as a result of his appraisal. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be insulted or not, I say.
Definitely not, Garrett says. You're what I've always hoped for my son. Someone who appreciates how big his hidden heart is. Dad, what the fuck?
Gavin says, looking touched. It's a face I've never seen on him. He pulls me closer and places a kiss in my hair. I could melt right here on the spot.
I'm just saying, I'm rooting for you two.
You seem like a good fit. He turns his attention to me.
However, I have to warn you, Connor. Gavin isn't the only marshal with a protective streak. If I see your father, I might punch him.
Noted, I say. And then, of course, because we're cursed, my dad picks this moment to walk through the door with my mother hanging off his arm.
Gavin. For fuck's sake, why is he here? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The man walks around like he thinks he owns the place. Of course that includes private skyboxes at the Olympics reserved for teams who want to join in on the festivities. Doesn't he have his own box to hang out in full of other entitled rich assholes? My father's lips curl up at the corners, and his eyes narrow. Speak of the devil. There's that miserable prick right now. I look at Connor. His face has paled. He steps away from my hold and moves towards his parents.
His father is red-faced, and his mother looks completely oblivious to her surroundings and the battle warring between her husband and her son.
Darling,
His mother kisses him on both cheeks.
I missed the game. Did you win?
Connor puts his hands into his pockets and says, "We did. It was quite the shutout."
That's nice, dear. I'll go get a drink to celebrate,
she says, then stumbles towards the bar. Is that what the term hot mess means? My dad asks me quietly. If this display wasn't so sad, I'd find his question funny. The situation is quickly going from bad to worse. Connor's mother seems to be the only person in the room who doesn't notice. I'll give my teammates credit. They're all trying to play it cool, but I can see them all giving Connor and his father the occasional glance. The air has gotten thick again. Lost is the lightness we were all enjoying mere minutes ago. Is this my opportunity to punch your boyfriend's father? My dad asks me. Maybe, I say, but only if I don't do it first. He places his hand on my shoulder. Leave this to me, son. I have a lot less to lose. I smirk at him. Don't be so sure about that. This isn't Alaska. I know nothing about bailing someone out of a European jail. It's Italy. They'll probably serve me pasta, then offer me a job. We both burst out laughing, which, of course, draws attention to us. Connor Sr. walks over. His shoulders are set back and proud, but his nostrils are flaring, and his jaw is tense. In a surprising move, he holds his hand out to my father. Who are you? My father takes his hand. He holds it for a second too long, and I can see the tension in the tendons of his hand as he squeezes tighter than what is considered polite. We've met. Connor Sr. harshly pulls his hand away. Have we? I can't say I remember you. God, this guy is such a condescending prick. I genuinely can't believe he's my Connor's father. They couldn't be any more different. I can understand why you don't remember me. We only talked briefly on the phone, but you did leave an impression. I tend to do that, he says, looking smug as he pats his pockets. Did you want an autograph or something? No, my dad says, stern, then twists his lips to the side and narrows his eyes at Connor Sr. What was it you said to me that was so memorable? His face relaxes into a casual smile. I know what it was. You asked me who I thought I was sending my Alaskan trash kid to your junior hockey camp. Doesn't ring a bell. Connor Sr. stares at my father like he's bored. My blood is running hot, but somehow my dad remains calm. He takes a step closer to Connor Sr. and uses his proximity and his size advantage to tower menacingly over him. Interesting, he says. I remember telling you to kick rocks when you threatened to send him home and stop his chances of playing junior hockey, which is exactly what I'm going to tell you right now, you elitist piece of shit. My Connor looks at me panicked. His eyes are wide, and he's chewing his bottom lip again. If it only affected me, I'd let this play out. I'd even jump in and help my dad give this man the beating he so clearly deserves. But that will only make things worse. While Connor Sr. may have wanted to hurt me as a kid at camp in Ann Arbor and ruin my chances at playing in the junior hockey league, his motivations here and now are to control Connor. Making my life a headache is just a bonus to him. Calling security and having my dad arrested would be icing on his cake. I place a hand on my dad's shoulder. Don't waste your breath on him, I say. Let's go watch the game. My teammate from the Blizzards, Tavish, is on the Canadian team. Yes, Bouchard says, stepping in between the two grown men engaging in a battle of wits. Connor Sr. takes the opportunity to give my dad one last glare, then walks away towards his son, locking him into a conversation. Bouchard leads my father and me away.
Let's see if Tavish has picked up any new tricks.
I look at Connor as we walk towards the door that leads to our box seats. His eyes are downturned as he listens to whatever it is his father is saying to him quietly. He looks miserable. I wish I could grab him and pull him away. Instead, I mouth, "Come join us." But I don't think he will. 18. Connor. Like everyone predicted, it's looking like the final matchup will be against us and Canada. They won their semifinals game tonight, and we skated through our last two games with ease. As long as we beat Sweden tomorrow night, which there is no reason to believe we won't, we'll finally play Canada to close out the games in 2 days. And then it's over. We go home, and I'm dreading it. I can feel you fretting. Gavin sleepily mumbles into the back of my neck. He's naked, spent, and curled around me, holding me close. I never want to leave this shitty, lumpy, pushed-together bed. Are you worried about the game? No, I say. I'm worried about what comes after. I'm worried about what happens when we leave this place. I'm worried about what happens when Gavin and I go back to being rivals instead of the powerhouse duo we've become over the last few weeks, both on the ice and in the bedroom. I'm worried about how I'll adjust to no longer having him by my side and curled around me while we sleep, which, for the first time in my life, I'm able to do soundly, lulled into a deep slumber by his nightly presence. He rolls me onto my back, then turns my face to look at him. His eyes are soft and sleepy, but they carry the same melancholy I'm harboring in our post-incredible sex haze. He drags his hand down my chest and across my stomach, then settles it on my hip, curling his large fingers around the outside of it. "You're fretting about something," he says. It hurts too much to look at him right now, so I take my gaze to the ceiling and throw my left arm casually over my head. I close my eyes and enjoy the way his hand feels on my hip. Possessive, yet also incredibly tender. "Do you think it's too much to ask the equipment managers to pack this bed up for us?" he asks. I can hear the mischievous grin in his voice. It pulls my lips at the corners. "Where would we put it?" He kisses my shoulder. "My place, obviously. It's a step up from my mattress on the floor." I open one eye and look at him. "Please tell me you're joking." His grin grows. "About which part? Me taking this bed home, or replacing the mattress on my floor?" "Both, actually," I laugh. His smile fades slightly. "Neither," he says. "This would be a decorative improvement for me." "Dorm room chic. I like it." "No, you don't." He laughs. "I bet your place is completely decked out." Now it's my turn for my smile to fade. It is, I admit. But I don't love it or feel at home there. None of it was picked out by me. My mother had her decorator do it all, and I sort of just went along. Too busy with hockey and keeping my father happy to focus on filling my place up with furniture. Hell, I barely picked the unit. I was rushed into purchasing a place in that building by my father as an investment. Gavin lifts his head and looks at me. There's a slight quirk up to his lip. "Please tell me you don't live in the same building with him." My cheeks burn red. "I knew it," he says, pressing his finger into my cheek. He lays his head on the pillow, and slides his hand back down my body to curl his fingers around my hip again.
You gotta move. If only so we can have some privacy whenever the Blizzards play the Broadwings.
I sigh. I can always sneak into your hotel. Is that what you want me to do when you play in Buffalo? And miss my opportunity to sleep on your floor?
Asshole,
he says, laughing and nuzzling my neck. When he lifts his head, I wink at him.
But seriously.
He uses his hand on my hip to turn me onto my side to face him.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. But you promised we'd try. Looking resigned, he nods his head, then kisses me long and slow. His hand slides up my back and settles at the nape of my neck. His fingers thread into my hair, and he holds me steady as he deepens his kiss. I feel him grow between us. His cock has gotten thick and heavy again, readying itself for round 2. I reach my hand between us and give it a few slow tugs. Someone's awake again.
Someone wants to get inside you as much as possible before he has to wait weeks in between.
That's fair. I keep stroking him. My own cock is starting to rise, eager for a second release. I guess one bonus is whenever we see each other, it'll be like the first time again. He frowns against my lips. What's wrong with that? I laugh lightly. I thought you'd be excited. Isn't that what all you tops want? A tight hole?
1.
His fingers trail around my hip and over the round of my ass. He presses one of his fingers gently against my asshole.
You're always tight.
He eases it in. My body still relaxed from our last round of sex.
And 2.
He slides in a second one.
I like it best with you when I don't have to worry about hurting you.
Babe. I lift an eyebrow at him. Have you seen this thing between your legs? I grip his dick tighter for emphasis. His brow furrows. Don't worry. I like it. I like the way you feel. I bend my knee and slide it up the outside of his leg. The coarse hair of our legs rubs together as I bring my leg to hook over his hip. He pulls me closer, bringing our cocks together. I loosely grip them both in my hand.
I don't like hurting you,
he says again. I slide my hand up and down our lengths, keeping my grip loose so I can glide back and forth more easily. You don't, I assure him. Not in a way that doesn't feel good. I'd tell you if it was too much. And besides, I take a moment to kiss him. I'm a hockey player. You know I'm not fragile. I can handle you. I slowly stroke us some more. I want to handle you. He bucks his hips up into my grip as he kisses me again, then rolls me onto my back. I wrap both legs around him and we grind together in a slow rhythm. I want you. I whisper into his ear. Don't hold back. Give me everything you've got. He grunts into my neck, then licks my skin. With his hand, he reaches for the lube on the bedside table and pops it open. He kisses me one more time, then lifts me off so he can coat his dick in a generous helping of the lube. Once he's slicked up to his liking, he guides himself back into me. His hips still, and I can feel his full length and thick girth. When we're like this, it's the most complete I ever feel. I never knew there was something missing until I felt the way Gavin fills me up and makes me whole. I'm dreading being away from this. I'm not sure how I'll breathe without his daily reminder that I'm his. That it's me he wants to be inside of. That it's me he wants to fill up with his cum. Give it to me, I say again. Give me everything you have. He starts thrusting slowly, taking his time, letting the head of his dick drag back and forth over my prostate. My toes are already curling. My hole is clenching and unclenching around his erection on its own, letting him pull out and drawing him back in. His lips are attached to mine. He kisses me like he fucks. Long, deep, and slow, taking his time, dragging it out, drawing pleasure for both of us. You feel so good, I tell him, breaking the kiss. Don't hold back. He rises onto his haunches and grabs the back of my thighs. His thick fingers dig into my flesh as he pushes my legs up and back, exposing me better. The new angle is a dream, applying even more pressure to my prostate. I grab my cock and start stroking in time with his thrusts. He watches my handwork and picks up his pace. Show me, he says, and starts pounding into me, fast and strong. Show me how much you like this. I want to see you come. Keep fucking me like that, I say, struggling to speak as I withstand his might. I'm close, so close. Come for me, Connor. His rhythm starts to become erratic. He's chasing his own release. But I know he likes me to come first. I speed up my hand, rubbing my thumb over the head of my dick and collecting beads of pre-cum with each pass. The pressure begins to build, and my balls draw up and tighten. I feel my rim clench tight around him, squeezing him as I explode. My cum, watery now as it's the second time, splashes across my chest in quick spurts. Fuck! He grunts and pounds harder. Come in me, Gavin, I encourage. Come in me deep so it stays inside. He stares right at me, and his jaw goes slack, letting out a series of deep moans as he empties himself inside me again.
Gavin. Sweden put up a fight tonight, but in the end, we beat them 3-2. With this win and the last game now upon the Olympics in 24 hours, the press have finally started to focus less on my sex life and more on the matchup between the two biggest hockey countries in the world. Like they should have been doing all along. The only person who seems to still hold focus on me is Connor Sr. Well, him and my own dad, who seems to think he's here as my personal security, even though I don't need him. But I guess some things never change. Since the moment he found me alone in that apartment with my mother lying dead, he's done everything he can to make up for it. His non-existent debt to me was paid a long time ago, but he'll never believe that. He'll always hold on to that guilt, no matter how many times I tell him it's unnecessary. I'm not complaining. I love having him here, and I enjoy the familiar comfort of having him in my corner. I also love that he gets to watch me play on this world stage. I wish I could talk him into moving to Buffalo, so he could watch me play in person more often, but I also know how he'll never leave Alaska. It's his home. It's in his blood. Truthfully, I feel the same. It's why I'm drawn to it every summer. Or at least I usually am. But this year, I don't know. For the first time, I'm going to have to choose between who I love and where I love. Unless I can combine the two. What are your plans for this summer? I ask Connor. We're sitting at a little hole-in-the-wall sandwich shop on the opposite side of Milan from the Olympic Village, and the subsequent spotlight with my dad. Tomorrow is going to be a whirlwind of a day, and the three of us want to take some time to enjoy each other's company before life spins out of control, and we're thrown instantly back into the real world as the Olympics comes to a close at the end of our game. Hopefully spending it with you, Connor says, then immediately starts biting his lip, like that's not what I want for us as well. So you're going to come with Gavin to Alaska? My dad asks, drinking his coffee. He states it like a matter of fact. I raise an eyebrow at Connor, hoping he'll agree without much convincing. We could hide out up there, I say, disappear into my cabin. You have a cabin? He asks. I do, I say, taking a bite of my sandwich
which is loaded with Italian meats and cheeses on soft, crusty bread. With my food still in my hand, I point at my father. It's technically his, but he refuses to move into it. "I told you," Dad says. "Don't waste your money on me." "Buying you a small house isn't wasting my money," I point out. "You leaving it empty, however, is a waste." "Bullshit," he huffs, then takes a bite of his meatball sub. "Tell me about this house," Connor says. He's picking pickles off his sandwich. I grab them and eat them, knowing they'll just sit untouched once tossed to the side of his plate. "Does it have a mattress on the floor?" I toss a pickle slice at him that he dodges. "No." I laugh and take another bite of my sandwich. It has actual furniture in it. It's nice, small, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, but it has a magnificent view of the harbor through the kitchen window, and the bedrooms look out at the mountains. "Sounds nice," Connor says, then takes a bite of his sandwich. "I'd like to see it." "It's not easy to get to," I say. There's excitement building in my chest. The thought of Connor spending the summer in Alaska with me, enjoying the quiet, the privacy, and the sights, has me damn near giddy. Plus, it's about 3,000 miles away from his father. I'm not sure that's enough distance, but it's a start. "You'll need to come up for at least a month to make the travel worth it." "Last I checked," Connor takes a sip of his sparkling water, "we get 2.5 months off. We could spend most of the off-season up there." "We could," I agree, smiling at him. "Jesus Christ," my dad exclaims, shaking his head. "If you two don't quit it, you'll blow your cover before they hang those gold medals around your necks after you beat the brakes off Canada and win tomorrow night's game." 19. Connor. This is what I imagine Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals must feel like. The combination of excited and nervous energy in this arena practically makes the ice vibrate under my blades. With each shot either team takes on their opponent's goal. With each and every hit, us players level at each other. Each time one of us steals the puck, the intensity grows like an overfilled balloon. Unsurprisingly, this is the toughest game we've played at the Olympics. The Canadian team is giving us all they've got. Plus, they've somehow managed to make this feel like they have the home team advantage. The crowd, while immense and international, is still disproportionately filled with Canadian fans who are cheering loudly for their nation's team, drowning out any voices of allegiance to us. They want those medals so badly. It's a shame I'm about to deny them that pleasure. Gavin is engaged in an intense wall battle for the puck with Alexander Tavish against the boards in Canada's offensive zone. Thanks to Gavin's size and his tenacity, Tavish loses control of the puck. With my speed, I swipe it before he can grab control of it again and send it across the ice to Max Franklin. He takes control and starts diving the puck down the lane towards goal. He's blocked by one of their defenders, but manages to send the puck to Nichols, who's protecting the blue line nearby. I've caught up with them, but I can see Tavish gaining on me in my periphery. Unfortunately for Tavish, he doesn't see Gavin in his blind spot until it's too late. Gavin trucks him as he tries to intercept the puck that Nichols passes me. Tavish barely got his stick on it, but it was enough to make Gavin's hit a legal one and for play to continue. When the puck lands perfectly on the tape of my stick, I don't even bother to fake left or right to throw the goalie off his game. I have all the speed behind my shot right now, and I send a rocket right down the center that slides straight through the space between their goalie's knees before he can close the gap. The horn blares, and with that goal, I've made the score 3-2, with less than 2 minutes left to play. Nichols is the first to throw his arms around me in celebration. I thank him for the assist. and he thumps my helmet with his glove before we're both engulfed in a hug from Gavin.
"Hey, Marshall,"
Tavish says as he skates by.
"You never hug me like that when I score." "That's because he's usually in the penalty box,"
Franklin says as he comes to join our celebration. Tavish winks at us.
"Don't celebrate too hard."
He slowly skates off backwards.
"There's still plenty of time left for me to tie this up."
"I'll let Bouchard know you're coming," Gavin yells out to him. He smiles at Gavin and flips him off, then turns around to skate to center ice for the face-off. On my way to center ice, I skate past our bench and grab a line of forearm bumps from my teammates while they pound the boards with their sticks. At the end of the line is Coach Chris with some encouraging words.
"Way to get it done, Kennedy. Do you have enough gas in the tank to close this out?"
"I've got it, Coach," I say. It's not so much gas in the tank as it is pure adrenaline. This game, this atmosphere, skating with Gavin on my line, I might never tire again. Coach turns to Gavin.
"Marshall, keep your eyes on Connor so he can keep his eyes on the puck."
"Not a problem, Coach," Gavin says and skates right on my heel as we get into formation and wait for the ref to drop the puck. When it hits the ice, Tavish wins the face-off. He grabs it with lightning-quick speed and takes off out of the circle. I chase after him. He's quick. There's a reason why he's been a first-line forward for Canada during the games, and back in Buffalo for the Blizzards as well. He gets within shooting range of the net, but Bouchard is poised and ready for him. I can see his stick bow into an arc as he takes his shot, quick and with a lot of force behind it. Bouchard reaches with his blocker and knocks the puck out of the air before it can reach the goal. Tavish is already there, ready for the rebound. He tries another shot. This time, Bouchard blocks it with his leg, then sends it back out of the crease with his stick towards Franklin. He takes possession of it, but is quickly hit by a Canadian defenseman. Tavish takes possession of the puck again and brings it around the back of the net, looking for someone to pass it to. I skate towards him to try to steal the puck, but Gavin beats me to him. He has him up against the boards, fighting for possession of the puck once again. With some help from one of the defensemen, Tavish manages to get away from Gavin and passes the puck to his right winger, who's at the top of the circle. Quickly, I skate between them. Tavish is bound to be making his way to net front. With proper positioning, I can intercept this next pass, and I do it with textbook precision. Tavish, not to be outdone, levels me with a hit and takes possession of the puck again. He doesn't have it for long before Gavin shoulder checks him, causing the puck to bounce wildly in front of Bouchard and the net. Bouchard gloves it down, stopping play. Even with his mask on, obscuring his face, I can tell Bouchard is loving every minute of this. Watching his teammates battle it out for gold is the exact type of thing Bouchard would draw pleasure from. When the ref blows the whistle, we're all breathing hard, but there is no way I'm going back to the bench, not with winning the gold medal less than a minute away. The ref calls for us to all come into formation for the face-off. All 5 players from both teams ready themselves. It's me against Tavish once again. There's no way he's winning this from me. The puck drops, and I snap it to Max Franklin, but Canada's defense is ready. One slams into Franklin. The other intercepts the puck as it leaves his stick, preventing us from clearing the puck out of our defensive zone. He passes it to Tavish, who is waiting in the slot in front of the net. Bouchard is poised and ready for him. When Tavish takes the shot, Bouchard puts it to bed by beating the puck and grabbing it with his glove. It's over. The clock runs out. We've won. Gavin. Holy shit. We fucking did it. We really fucking did it. Not that I had doubts that we could, but Canada, especially Tavish, made this quite the battle.
We're Olympic champions.
I never want to be on the opposing side of you ever again, Tavish says as he jumps on me to give me a hug.
He waves Bouchard over to join us.
You either. Damn. Now I know how the rest of the league feels when they play the Blizzards. It fucking sucks.
He's grinning from ear to ear. Actually, we all are. That's the most fun I've had in a game in ages, and I'm relieved to see he's not upset. Or at least not taking it hard. He's smiling at both of us, celebrating and laughing like he won gold as well.
That last shot almost got past me,
Bouchard says, rubbing Tavish's helmet with his giant goalie glove. I thump him on the shoulder. You put up one hell of a fight. Could have gone either way out there tonight.
Nah,
he says and elbows me. With his stick, he points across the ice at Connor, who's being tackled by the rest of our team as they clear the bench and rush him.
There's a reason why Connor over there is the best in the league.
I beam with pride for Connor. He really is something special on and off the ice. It's nice to see everyone else feeling the same way after all the resentment that was leveled at him during training camp and the earlier games.
Look at his stupid face,
Tavish says. At first, I think he's talking about Connor, but then I look at him and see he's pointing at me. He elbows Bouchard.
What the fuck happened to our team Grump? Why does he look so dopey?
Bouchard places his hand onto Tavish's shoulder.
You don't even want to know.
Tavish narrows his eyes at me, and then they go wide. He starts howling with laughter.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, and do me a favor, I say. Keep your trap shut. You know how gossip travels around the ice.
I wouldn't worry that much,
Bouchard says, leaning close to Tavish.
They've done a terrible job at hiding it.
The two snicker together at my expense as Tavish pushes me away.
Get out of here. Go celebrate with your boy before he wises up and leaves your ass.
I turn and skate away backwards, flipping them the bird. Bouchard gives Tavish another hug before he follows me, and Tavish heads back to his team to console them about their second-place finish. When I reach my team, Connor is still lost somewhere in the middle. To make matters worse, the press has been let onto the ice to capture close-ups of the celebration and attempt to catch sound bites or quick interviews. There's a microphone thrust into my face almost immediately.
Gavin Marshall, what's it like to be the first gay hockey player to win an Olympic gold medal?
Instead of facing the reporter like I should, I keep looking around the crowd, trying to find Connor as I answer. I'm looking everywhere for a flash of golden hair. I hardly doubt I'm the first, I say, still not looking at the reporter. I can guarantee there have been others besides me. The microphone is pushed towards my face with more force.
The first openly gay player, then?
Now I'm annoyed. This isn't what I wanted this moment to be about. Hell, this isn't what this moment is supposed to be about. All I want is to find Connor and celebrate with him and my team. We've worked our asses off for our entire careers to be here right now, and this reporter wants to make it all about me being gay, which, if I'm being honest, is the least fucking interesting thing about me or this moment. It's not like being gay is some secret hockey player superpower. I finally turn to look at the reporter. She's smiling at me, eager for me to give her some inspirational soundbite. The poor thing is under the delusion that I'm someone who wants this mantle. Why, I don't know. It's not like I've ever claimed it, and I've made it abundantly clear since being outed that I have zero interest in being the league's gay poster boy. She's about to have a rude awakening. It doesn't feel like anything, I tell her. I've been playing hockey my whole life, and not once has me being gay had anything to do with it. She looks at me, stunned for a split second before she opens her mouth and tries again.
Is there anything you want to say to any young gay boys watching you right now?
Yeah, I say with a bitter laugh. Ignore anyone who tries to make being gay the only thing about you worth reporting on. I skate away before she can come back with a rebuttal.
Marshall!
Bradley yells out, pulling me into the scrum of my celebrating teammates.
You big scary bastard, get in here!
Where's Connor? I ask him, looking around.
Last I saw him, he was being hoisted up in the air by Franklin and Nichols.
I look around some more, and I finally see him. His back is to me, but there's no mistaking him. He has one arm around Nichols, and the other slung over Calhoun, who's hanging off Franklin as well. The four are being photographed, mugging it up for nearby cameras. I stay back. After that disastrous interview, I don't want that kind of attention. In fact, I don't want any attention at all. As I look at Connor right now, all I want is to be back in our little dorm room, crammed onto our ridiculous makeshift bed, avoiding falling through the seam. It's already going to be our last night in there. Tomorrow, we all leave to go home and back to our lives with only a few days rest before we have to report back to our teams and the regular season by Tuesday. I should care about this win. I should care about the ceremony and having that Olympic gold medal placed around my neck. But I don't. I want the celebrations to go quickly. I want the pomp and circumstance to be over so I can relax back into the world I've lived in alone with Connor in the quiet of our room and hold him tight for as long as I can before he's ripped from me. And our relationship is reduced to stolen moments when our teams cross paths until the summer. But I will endure this for him. I will smile and wave and stand still on the podium for him, because I know this win means more to him than it does to me. We came here together to go for the gold. But the difference is, I found gold in him. I don't need a medal around my neck. I just need him in my arms and in my life. Finally, he turns and sees me. His smile is wide. He's lit up brighter than the flashbulbs going off all around us. He skates to me, and I brace myself for his incoming hug. He leaps into my arms and wraps his arms around my neck. He smells like sweat and ice, and the happiness that's radiating off him as he laughs in my hold. When I place him back on his feet, I expect him to let go of me and maybe skate away. Instead, he pulls me down to him and kisses me right there for everyone to see. Third period. 20. February 27th, Milan, Italy. Moments after winning gold. Connor. It's the flashing bulbs all around us that cause me to break apart our kiss. Even though I'm the one who did it, I'm the one who got lost in the moment and pulled his lips to mine. It's my eyes that are wide open in shock. My stomach drops through the ice. Gavin, however, looks amused. Are you sure you want to do this? He asks, grinning. It might be too late to change my mind. I bite my lip and close my eyes as he leans in to kiss me again. His lips never reach mine, and my eyes shoot open when I feel myself getting yanked away from him. I watch in horror as he's brought to the ice by 4 large men wearing black sweaters that say security. I try to skate towards him, but I'm grabbed by my elbow and spun around to face my father. He whispers into my ear, "If you want your boyfriend to keep his job, your answer to everything that isn't about hockey from here on out is no comment." I look over my shoulder, back to where I last saw Gavin, but he's gone. Spinning around and doing another quick scan of the rink, I see him being escorted off the ice and led down the tunnel. Bouchard is skating after him,
but he's blocked by another set of security guards. Where did all these men come from? It's the most security I've seen these entire Olympic Games. My father yanks me back to his attention, and I pull my arm out of his hold. Snarling, he says, "He's not coming back." You had this planned? If you think I was going to let that piece of trash stand on the Olympic podium, then you've gone not just soft, but stupid as well. He yanks my arm again and positions me in front of a reporter before he growls into my ear. "This is your moment. Take it." When he lets go of me, he puts on his friendliest face. The face he always wears when he's talking to reporters. The one that's always fooled everyone into thinking he's a nice guy. He is anything but nice, a fact that no one, except for maybe Gavin, is more familiar with than I am. He's made his point loud and clear before he walks away. If I want to protect Gavin's career, I need to play by his rules. So when the reporters ask me about the kiss I just shared with Gavin, I do as I'm told and say, "No comment." Gavin. I keep trying to get away, but I'm stopped at every turn. Security just keeps pushing me forward, despite the fact I've managed to give 2 of them black eyes with my efforts. When they finally push me into the locker room, I'm instructed to get changed. I try to push through them again, but they're all standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the door. A towel is held out to me from my side, and I hear my dad's voice. "We can try fighting them together if you want." I turn to face him and see he's grinning, but also sporting a split lip. Now I'm really pissed, and I round the security guards again. My hand pulls back to punch the first one in my sights. The moment my fist connects with his flesh, I'm tackled to the ground again from behind. To my right, I hear my dad hitting the floor as well, cursing as they hold us down. The locker room door opens, and through the scrum, I see Connor Kennedy Sr. walk in looking like he's the one who just won a gold medal. He tells everyone to get off of us. They do, but they stay kneeling around us, poised and ready to grab us again if we attempt to fight or make a run for it. "Here's what's going to happen," he says, crouching over us. I move to grab him, but instantly my arms are kneeled on by a security guard on each side. I look to my right and see they've done the same to my dad. Connor Sr. smirks. "As I was saying, you are going to get changed. Then you and your father are going to be put on the next flight back to the States. Once there, you'll discover that you're suspended until you forget about my son." "And if I don't?" I ask as I struggle against the weight of his security guards, trying to fight back, but they apply more pressure. His eyes narrow in on me. "Then myself and the other general managers and coaches in this league, who are tired of you running roughshod, making a bad name for the NHL, will come together and enact our plan to finally have you removed from it." "Good luck with that," I sneer. "I don't need luck." He raises an eyebrow. "I have the martial rule." A low growl rumbles through me. What the fuck is that? "A rule that says 2 players can't date." "He's bluffing," my dad grunts out. Connor Sr. looks away from me for the first time and turns his gaze to my dad. He looks menacing with his nostrils flared and his grin wicked. "I told you years ago that he had no business playing with my son." "So you do remember," my dad says, locking eyes with him, engaging him in a battle of wills. "You should have kept him in Alaska, where trash like you belong." He rises to his feet, then kicks my dad harshly in the ribs. "Enjoy your flight." 21. Connor. In retrospect, kissing Gavin at center ice was a terrible idea. He never came back. He missed the medal ceremony. And I know as I sit here on the jet my father charted, flying back to Chicago, that he's the reason why. Where is he? I ask. My jaw is set and tense from clenching it for the last 8 hours. My phone was gone by the time I made it back to the locker room, and I have no other way to reach Gavin, especially considering my father hasn't let me out of his sight, or near enough to anyone else to ask for a favor in reaching him. I couldn't even sneak away to find a payphone. I've already told you, my father says. He's back in Buffalo, and as long as you both pretend this never happened, he'll stay there and even get to keep his career. I throw my hands up in frustration. How can you expect this to work? The entire world saw me kiss him. There's no way to deny it. Just deal with it. I'm gay, and I'm in love with Gavin Marshall. My cheeks flush when I realized what I just said. I've never voiced it aloud, but it's true. I'm hopelessly in love with Gavin, and have been for quite some time. No, you're not. He stares at me, cold and hard. What you are is confused. I roll my eyes at him. I've been gay my whole life, Dad. I'm not confused. His nostrils flare. You are not gay. Bisexual, maybe, but by the start of next season, it won't matter anymore, as I will have remade your image. This summer, you will announce your engagement. I'll send a short list of options for you to choose from. I will do nothing of the sort. I scoff. You will if you want Gavin Marshall to keep his career. Just do as he says, my mother says, sounding tired from where she's sitting beside my father, flicking through a magazine. She hasn't spoken once since we got on the plane, and she's still wearing her sunglasses despite it being the middle of the night. I have no idea how she's even reading right now. Anger courses through me, and I look back at him. So, this is your big plan? Threatening Gavin's career? You're getting desperate, and it's showing. He changes the cross of his legs in his seat as he narrows his eyes at me. The look on his face is smug, like he knows something I don't, which, knowing him, is probably true. This is just my backup plan to keep you two in line, he says. My main idea is already in motion, and has been since I figured the two of you out. By the time this plane lands, the paperwork for the Marshall Rule will be filed with the NHL for review, and once it's unanimously approved, put into immediate effect. Had you not kissed him on live TV like an absolute moron, you wouldn't even have to worry about how this will affect you. My face pales, and my heart rate picks up. What exactly is the Marshall Rule? The rule that will lead to the immediate removal from the NHL of all players who engage in romantic relationships with each other. But that would mean I'd be kicked out of the NHL. Only if you and Gavin try to continue to see each other. If you remain broken up once the rule is in place, you can both continue to play in the league. The way he sneers when he says both has me thinking he only means me. Gavin. I hate him. I absolutely hate him. Connor Kennedy Sr. is the biggest prick I've ever encountered in my life. I'm still sick with rage over the shit he's trying to pull as I pace around my apartment. My dad eyes me warily, but is staying silent. He flew to Buffalo with me instead of getting on a flight to Anchorage. He's sitting on my couch, the only piece of furniture I have in my one-bedroom apartment here in Buffalo, icing his fat lip and watching ESPN, waiting to hear the latest speculation about my sudden disappearance from the Olympics before the medal ceremony. There's a knock on my door, and I rush to it. pulling it open so fast the doorknob smashes into the nearby wall, punching a hole through the drywall.
Nice place,
Bouchard says as he walks in.
Love what you've done with it.
He walks to the kitchen and places a 6-pack of root beer, along with a case of bottled beer, into my fridge. He takes a beer out of the case and pops it open off the edge of my countertop, then takes a swig.
I have a surprise for you.
If it's not Connor's father's head on a spike, I don't want it. I growl and grab 2 root beers, one for me and one for my dad.
Slow down, Game of Thrones,
Bouchard says.
That would clash with your decor.
I think it would spruce up the place, my dad says as I hand him his drink. Bouchard sits on the other end of the couch, which is fine as I'm still too wound up to sit and need to continue my pacing. He looks at me expectantly and asks,
What exactly is going on?
Connor Kennedy Sr. is a real fucking prick is what's going on.
Yeah.
Bouchard sips his beer.
We knew that already. Can I get some new information? Maybe an explanation as to why you fled Milan?
I didn't flee Milan. We were forcibly removed, I say, as there's another knock on my door, taking me by surprise. My heart rate kicks up. Maybe it's Connor coming to deliver his father's head personally.
Let me get that.
Bouchard stands and walks to the door like he knows who's on the other side.
Don't need to be putting any more holes in these pristine walls.
He opens the door, and Alexander Tavish comes walking through.
Nice neighborhood,
he says to me as he walks past.
Did they give you a gun when you signed the lease?
He pauses and looks around.
Forget what I said. This place is stunning. You need to give me your realtor's number.
I glare at him. What are you doing here? He points at Bouchard.
He invited me when I called him, because you weren't answering, and I was freaking out that you disappeared.
It's true, Bouchard says, then informs him there's beer in the fridge. He grabs one, looks for a bottle opener, then makes the same assessment Bouchard did and pops it open using the edge of my Formica countertop. There is no way I'll be getting my security deposit back on this shitty apartment. Not that I care. I signed the lease here years ago specifically because it is shitty. The landlord is discreet and accepts month-to-month rental agreements. At the time, I had no idea how long I was going to be in the league, or whether or not I was going to be traded, shipped off somewhere else to be someone else's problem. Hockey teams, same as fishing crews in Alaska, can be temporary. Besides, it's cheap, which has meant I can put away more of my money for such an occasion as to where I find myself now, in serious danger of losing access to my NHL paycheck. Tavish sips his beer and takes a seat on the couch. Bouchard gestures for him to shove over, and then he plops down in the middle. My couch groans under the weight of 3 giant men, all looking at me to begin talking. If I didn't feel like my life was falling apart, the sight of them crammed together would be hilarious. I put my drink down on the counter, then rub my head between my hands as I try to grasp everything that has happened in the last 24 hours. Taking a deep breath, I drop my hands and look back towards the men on the couch. The 3 of them sip their drinks in unison. My dad is watching me intently, even though none of this will be news to him as he's been with me since the moment this nightmare began. So Connor kissed me.
Yeah, we got that part,
Bouchard says.
The entire world got that part,
Tavish says. He lifts his forearm up, and Bouchard bumps it with his.
I can't believe I've been replaced by the golden boy of hockey. Try giving Gavin a kiss,
Bouchard says.
See if that boosts you up the rankings.
No thanks, Tavish and I say together.
But seriously, Tavish says, what the fuck is going on?
Everyone is freaking out and no one is giving any answers. Coach Matthews isn't even answering his phone.
Yeah, I say. I suspect he's a bit busy at the moment. Seeing as how Connor Kennedy Sr. has convinced the commissioner of the league to suspend me until I deny that Connor and I were ever in a relationship. If not, he's using us being together to finally get rid of me on the basis of his so-called martial rule.
How can he ask you to deny that?
Bouchard exclaims. It's bullshit, my dad grumbles. It's total bullshit, I say.
Why isn't Connor suspended? Tavish asks. It takes two to tango, doesn't it?
Bouchard looks over his shoulder at him.
There's a reason it's called the martial rule.
Fair point, Tavish concedes.
But I still don't understand. Is he forcing you two to break up? Or is it enough for you two to deny you were ever together?
I turn my gaze to him. What do you think? Tavish crosses his arms and slumps in his seat.
What a prick.
The prickiest of pricks, Bouchard says. He looks straight at me.
You're not going to do it, are you?
Does it seem like I have a choice? You always have a choice, son, my dad says. Sure, I say. But punching his lights out isn't going to reinstate me for our first game back on Tuesday night.
It would feel great, though,
Bouchard says while wearing a devilish grin. Internally, I agree with him.
So what now then?
Tavish asks. Unfortunately, I'm suspended until Connor Sr. gets what he wants.
Which is what?
Tavish asks. For me to forget about mine and Connor's relationship. For us to pretend like it never happened at all. I hang my head and sigh. More bullshit. My dad continues to grumble. I point at him because he's right. But unfortunately, he's made it clear it's the only choice I have if I want to continue to play in the league.
Wait a minute, though,
Bouchard says.
How does he even expect this to work? Everyone saw Connor kiss you. It's been everywhere. There's already fanfic being written about you two.
My eyebrows lift up. I'm sorry, what?
You know what? Never mind.
Bouchard traps his beer between his knees, then holds up his hands.
Forget I said anything. You don't want to travel down that rabbit hole. I regret traveling down that rabbit hole.
Tavish looks at him.
Do I want to travel down that rabbit hole?
Bouchard twitters his head.
No. I have seen and read some shit I cannot unsee or unread. Traumatizing.
I start pacing again in front of them. Can we focus, please?
Sorry. Continue.
Bouchard says.
What's the martial rule?
Tavish asks. The martial rule is something he's about to get approved by the league that would make it against the NHL's rules for players to date.
But that's a ridiculous rule,
Bouchard exclaims. Is it? I ask. Because I've spent the last 7 years in the closet worried about something exactly like this being put into place. It's no secret that every other team would like to get rid of me, and now I've handed them a clear-cut way to make it happen. I bring my hands to my head and thread my fingers through my hair, tugging harshly at the strands. I love hockey. And I have no other options for me in life but to play. It's not like I have any other career opportunities open to me. Without hockey, it's back to the fishing boats for me. Not gonna happen, my dad says. I clink his root beer bottle with mine.
You have support, though,
Tavish says.
Coach Matthews and the rest of the Blizzards organization aren't about to let them excommunicate you.
That's one team out of 32, I say. I'm largely outnumbered here.
Okay, but,
Bouchard says,
if they put this rule into effect, it's not just you who gets kicked out of the league. It's Connor, too.
I know,
I bellow. Which is why I have to do what he says. I have to forget about Connor if I want to protect him.
Sure, Bouchard says. But that's never going to work. You and Connor are in love, which is obvious to everyone.
Bouchard holds out his hand in wait. It's not obvious, I say as my heart rises into my throat. I hate that I'm being laid so bare right now. That other people are speaking aloud the thing I have yet to be able to say to myself.
It is,
Tavish says. I turn away from them and take a deep breath. Look, I say in a steadying tone when I turn back around. The damage is done. I'll never be able to live with myself if I'm the reason Connor loses his place in the league. He loves hockey. He's the best at it. He deserves to play. So do you, my dad says. Bouchard holds his fist up in agreement, and my dad taps it.
Yeah,
Tavish agrees.
You can act all tough you want, big guy, but you deserve your place in the league as well. You've earned it, and I know everyone on the Blizzards will agree with me. You're not getting kicked out without fight.
This time, Bouchard holds his other fist up, and Tavish bumps that one.
Hey,
Bouchard says, grabbing my attention.
What does your Connor say?
I throw my hands up as the barely contained panic I've been feeling finally explodes out of me. I don't know. I can't fucking get a hold of him.
22. Connor. I can't fucking take this shit anymore. My father has gone too far, and it's all my fault. I should have put a stop to this controlling behavior years ago, which is exactly what I'm going to try to do now. I'm demanding a trade, I say to Coach Chris the minute he opens the door to his lakefront townhouse for me. He doesn't look surprised to see me despite the late hour. It's almost midnight. I had to sneak here on the red line wearing an oversized hoodie and ball cap while keeping my head down. If it was only that easy, he says as he gestures for me to follow him inside. You know he's not going to let you go. Can I offer you a coffee? Coach Chris's wife, Michelle, asks as we step into the kitchen. I shake my head no. My nerves are so frayed, and even though I'm exhausted, coffee will only make everything worse. She looks at me with sympathy in her friendly blue eyes. How about some herbal tea? I smile at her. That actually would be nice. Coach clears some papers off their kitchen table and tells me to sit down. I do, then take my ball cap off and run my hands through my tangled and disheveled hair, trying to smooth it into something presentable. He sits across from me and flips to a blank page on the yellow legal pad in front of him. He taps it 3 times with his pen. He's not going to let you go, not without a fight, and that fight will end badly for Gavin. I run my hands on my pants, trying to rid them of moisture. I'm assuming you've talked to Coach Matthews in Buffalo. Michelle places a mug of mint tea on the table in front of me. The scent is already soothing, and the mint is refreshing enough to keep me clear-headed and alert. She places a comforting hand on my shoulder, then sits beside me and opens up her laptop, clearly ready to tackle this problem with us. I give her an apologetic smile. Sorry, I say. You were probably looking forward to a day off with your husband after he's been gone for all this time. She shakes her head at me. I'm a hockey coach's wife, and was a player's wife before that. He and I haven't had a day off from this sport since our wedding day. And even that doesn't count, Coach Chris says. All my groomsmen were teammates. I can't help but laugh. I know how it is. I've seen it happen around me my entire life. When you enter a relationship with a hockey player, you're entering a relationship with the entire sport. But to answer your question, Coach says, I have been in touch with Coach Matthews in Buffalo. He's pissed.
How pissed? Well, one of his best players is currently sidelined in the season where they're defending the Stanley Cup, so you can imagine. I can. I frown and take a sip of my tea. So, how do we handle this in a way where everyone gets what they want? The first thing we do is accept that that's not going to happen. I shake my head. I mean, everyone but my father gets what they want. Again, not going to happen. Coach taps on his legal pad some more while his wife types away on her laptop. He pauses his tapping and looks at me. If I had it my way, I'd work out a trade where we could get Gavin on the Broadwings. He's obviously a great enforcer, best in the league, and he's an above-average forward who can play both the left wing and center. Plus, the two of you have top-notch chemistry on the ice. I know, I say, looking down at the mug trapped between my hands as a smile pulls at my lips. But there's no way my father will ever sign Gavin to the Broadwings. He hated him even before all of this. That's an understatement. Coach agrees. Now, Coach Matthews, on the other hand, would love to bring you on. He and the Blizzards organization have proposed some very interesting trade options that would have any other GM in the league besides your father salivating. Like what? I ask, getting nervous even though I love the idea of me being traded to the Blizzards. Not that my father would allow it. He's not proposing a straight-up trade, me for Tavish, is he? Coach shakes his head. No, but even if he was, that wouldn't move the needle. We're talking first-round draft picks and elite prospects, which we'll need, as without you, kid, the Broadwings will be thrust into a rebuilding phase that could take years. Your father kind of screwed us by not claiming any other solid prospects since he drafted you. As you know, our AHL affiliate is abysmal. He takes a sip of his coffee that looks like it's gone cold, and I wonder how long he and his wife have been working on this. The other thing is, we'll need to find another team to help broker the deal, and retain a portion of your salary for the rest of your contract in exchange for something of value for them as well. Your contract, while deserved, would put the Blizzards severely over the salary cap. I deflate. I'm not dumb. No one in this league is going to want to do anything that helps Gavin Marshall and the Blizzards become an even stronger team. What team is even going to do that? Probably none, Coach says gently. So, you're saying I'm screwed until it's time to renegotiate my contract during free agency next summer? Not necessarily, Michelle says. She widens her eyes, briefly staring at Coach Chris with intensity. He subtly nods his head at her. We're not ruling anything out yet, but if you want to be on the Blizzards, you'll need to eventually take a significant pay cut. That's fine, I blurt. I don't care about money. I just need to get away from my father. He points at me with his pen. And you need to get with Gavin. The two of you should be playing together. There's no doubt in my mind. I frown again. What about this Marshall rule he's trying to push? This time, Coach points his pen at his wife. She pauses her typing. That's where I come in, she says. I'm reminded that she's a lawyer and works for one of the top sports talent agencies in the world. I've been in touch with the league and have informed them that implementing such a rule would be discrimination. Why? Because we're gay? Yes and no, she says. I look at her, confused. She smiles at me and continues. It's not so much that you're gay. That's saving your hide right now. It's that there's no way to implement this rule fairly, as the rule could only apply to gay players. I don't get it, I say, still not following. It's simple. This isn't a mixed-sex sport, so there's no scenario in which two heterosexual players could fall for each other, making it completely discriminatory against its homosexual players by default. She sits back in her chair and sips her tea, looking pleased with herself.
which she should be. What she's laid out is 100% true and incredibly smart. I smile. So the rule is moot. Exactly, she says. However, this is still messy. She looks at me with sympathy again. You and Gavin can't play against each other. Maybe a different couple would be able to manage it, but you two can't, especially him. So the only way this works is for me and Gavin to end up on the same team.
Which,
Coach points his pen at me again.
is why a trade to Buffalo is the best option. But the margins are incredibly slim, and we don't have that much time to make it work, if we can at all. The trade deadline is Wednesday.
It's not impossible, though, I say as my heart beats excitedly in my chest. I know I shouldn't get my hopes up, but I can't give up either. Not now. Not after Michelle has laid out a way to nullify the Marshall Rule. Trades go through at the last minute every season.
They do,
Coach agrees.
but never one of this magnitude with so many moving parts and contingencies. And we're still ignoring the fact that your father isn't going to let you go.
Is there any way we can force him? Well, Michelle looks at me with a raised eyebrow. What if I told you I'm proposing a different rule to the league? What kind of rule? I look at her skeptically. Not because I don't trust her, but because I have no idea what she might be cooking in that brilliant brain of hers. The Kennedy Rule, she says. One that says family members can't play for each other, to prevent preferential treatment. I bite my lip as I take this idea in. So it would be illegal in the league for me to play for the team my father is managing. Correct, she says. And therefore it would force his hand. Either he agrees to trade you or he quits. The relief I feel causes me to slump in my chair and let out a breath. He won't quit, I say. I can guarantee you that. We know, she says.
And he'll make it his goal,
Coach says.
to make yours and Gavin's lives miserable.
He's already doing that, I say, rubbing my face with my hands. Don't worry. Michelle pats me on the shoulder.
We're going to get ahead of this.
Coach promises. I nod at him, feeling grateful he's on my team. You do realize you're probably going to lose your job for helping me, right? He grins at me with a glint of knowing behind his eyes.
I hear St. Louis may be looking for a new coach.
Then, rising from his seat, he asks me to follow him. He walks me to the living room and pulls a box that I recognize off the mantel. I was given one as well, but him presenting Gavin's to me feels more significant. Without Gavin by my side in Milan at the medal ceremony, I couldn't enjoy it. It still doesn't feel right now, as I stare at Gavin's in Coach's hands. But soon, when I deliver this to Gavin, my alternate captain, my partner, it will feel like the reward it was supposed to be. He hands it to me. There's a gold medal that's just like mine inside.
Go give this to Gavin, would you? He's probably looking for it.
23.
Gavin. My teammates, my father, and I are in my living room, picking at the long-gone-cold remnants of the pizzas we ordered hours ago, when there's another knock on my door. It's almost 4 a.m. I eye Bouchard, who's still on my couch, but no longer crammed as Tavish moved to the floor in an attempt to spread out and stretch his legs. Who else did you invite?
No one,
Bouchard says with cheeks full of pizza. He finishes chewing, then swallows.
I swear.
I rise and walk to the door, expecting to find another teammate, or maybe my coach. That would be nice, actually. I could use a sit-down with him to make sure I still have a job. Instead, when I open the door, I get something so much better. Connor. I pull him into my apartment, wrap him in my arms, and breathe him in. "Hi," he whispers into my ear and drops the duffel bag he's holding onto the floor. "How?" I ask him, squeezing him closer. He laughs. "Coach Chris got your address for me from the players' registry. I hope you don't mind." "Mind? I'm furious I didn't think to do that." "It's best that you didn't," he says. "I tried to call you." "I know." He pauses. "Well, I don't know because I don't have my phone. My father still has it, but I assumed. I'm sorry I didn't call you, but I couldn't." I loosen my hold on him so I can look him in the eyes. This is better. He smiles and places a soft kiss on my lips. His eyes are open and he's looking over my shoulder. "I'd do more, but I see you already have company." I let go of Connor, but keep one hand firmly planted on his lower back as I look at my teammates. "Get out!" Bouchard and Tavish begin to stand. "I'm kidding," I tell them, then grin at Connor. "Mostly." Bouchard doesn't sit back down as he says, "We should get going, though." He looks at my dad. "You want to come with me? I have a spare bedroom, and it has an actual bed in it, with sheets and everything." "I don't need a bed," my dad says. "But I don't want to be on this couch when these two go to bed." "Smart," Bouchard says. "I shared a wall with them. They're not quiet." "Fuck off." I flip him my middle finger. "Actually," Connor says, "you should all stay. At least while I get Gavin up to speed on what's going on. We'll need all the help we can get." He points at Bouchard. "Especially from you. I'm assuming you're in touch with the rest of the Olympic team." "Of course." Bouchard beams and sits back down as he pulls out his phone. "I'll get a group chat going." Connor steps away from me and takes a seat on the floor. He grabs a piece of pizza and takes a huge bite. "Sorry," he says, looking up at me. "I'm starving." "Eat," I say, and walk to the kitchen. "I'll get you a drink." At the fridge, I hold up a beer and a root beer. "Can I get a water?" he says, checking his watch. "It's either too late or too early for me to start drinking." "Oh, right," I say. "We've lost track of time around here." "Yeah," Bouchard says. "A wall clock would have cluttered the decor around here." I flip him off, then grab a glass out of my cabinet, making sure it wasn't one of the ones with a chip in it. After filling it, I walk to the living room and hand it to Connor. After he grabs it, I sit behind him on the floor with my bent legs bracketing him, and my back against the wall for support. He leans back into me, and I curl an arm around his waist. I still can't believe he's here. I'm overwhelmed with relief now that I have his body resting against mine, anchoring my nerves and calming me down. Tavish nods his chin at us, but his eyes are on Bouchard. "Have they been like this the entire time?" Bouchard grabs another piece of pizza and shrugs. "No, but they weren't as slick as they thought either." "That's the understatement of the year," my dad says. "I get it," I say. "You all figured it out." Connor turns in my hold to look at me. "Don't get too mad at them," he says. "What they're saying should be able to help us." "How so?" "Well, since my father's trying to convince everyone we were never together, having a team full of people coming to our defense, saying that that's not the case at all, should help strengthen our side." "But still," I say, "us coming forward about our relationship is basically going to give your father all the ammo he needs to get his so-called martial rule installed." The grin on Connor's face is wicked. "You haven't heard everything I've come to tell you yet." Connor. I knew Gavin was going to be tense. How could he not be with the way we were separated after the game at the Olympics?
The complete account from his end, I still don't know all of. But with each new detail of today's events I give him, I can feel Gavin relax a little more. And by the time I'm done filling him in on everything Coach Chris's wife, Michelle, is putting into motion, a sense of calm washes over him, especially as he realizes that all he needs to do from here on out is support me, be by my side, protect what's his.
Are you sure you want to do this?
He asks. His chin is hooked over my shoulder, and now both of his arms are around my torso. Bouchard and Tavish are on the living room floor with us as well, while Gavin's dad is lying on his back, with his arms resting on his chest on that poor couch that looks like it's begging to be put out of its misery. Gavin wasn't kidding me when he told me bringing home our Olympic dorm bed would be an upgrade to his place. I'm not going to say anything, though, as I'm happy just to be here. I don't care what his furniture situation is. That said, if this trade does go through, and I'm sent to Buffalo, we're moving. Gavin's living situation is in desperate need of an upgrade. Like father, like son, once again. I'm sure, I say. I'm ready. Long past ready. It's not officially coming out as a couple that we're referring to, although that is important, and I am ready. This is about getting as far away from my father as possible. I need it. Possibly more than I need Gavin. My father has had his foot on the gas pedal of my life, and his hands on the steering wheel for as long as I can remember. It's time for me to stomp on the brakes and take control of my own fate.
The team's ready,
Bouchard says, putting his phone down.
Anything your father says about your relationship, we'll all refute. He can't have all of us suspended.
He reaches towards Gavin, and they bump their fists.
Don't expect him not to want to try, though,
Garrett says with a rumbling laugh in his voice.
Spoken like a man of experience,
Gavin says, nodding at his dad.
I hate to say it, Connor,
Garrett says, turning his head to look at me.
I've always hated your father, but you're nothing like him. Whatever happens after this, you've got a home with me and Gavin.
Thank you, I say, and really mean it. I'm touched. Garrett rises from the couch.
Now, we should all get going. It's going to be a long day tomorrow.
Gavin shakes his head behind me.
Dad, stay. You don't need to leave.
Bullshit,
Bouchard coughs, causing me to laugh. We're not feral, I say.
Are you sure about that?
Tavish says, gesturing around.
Look at your boyfriend's apartment.
It's cozy. I shrug. I am quite comfortable from where I'm sitting nestled in Gavin's arms.
I've been on musty old fishing boats more luxurious than this apartment for weeks-long stretches,
Garrett says, but sits back down on the couch. I get the sense he didn't actually want to leave anyway. Tavish stands up from the floor, then reaches a hand down for Bouchard to take. He pulls him up, saying,
We should get out of here, though. Will you be at practice on Monday?
I hope so,
Gavin says. I feel his reluctance to slip out from behind me and stand to let his teammates out as he lets go and rises.
Assuming I'm even allowed back into the building.
You will be, I say, getting up and following him. Michelle is hard at work, and I trust her to at least pull off making the martial rule dead in the water. As for my trade, well, that's going to take more of a miracle. Bouchard claps me on the shoulder.
And maybe, by the end of the week, you'll be wearing a Blizzards jersey.
I hope so.
Us too,
Tavish says.
I can't wait to see what you and I can do on the ice together.
Gavin. As soon as I close the door on my teammates, I grab Connor again. A part of me still can't believe he's here. And an even bigger part of me can't believe he comes bearing a plan on how we can solve this. Don't make me regret not leaving with Bouchard, my dad says. He's smirking at us from where he's sitting on the couch. Connor wiggles out of my hold and walks to his discarded duffel bag that's still by the door.
I'm glad you're still here, he says. I have something with me I think you'll want to see.
He points at me.
Go sit with your dad.
Intrigued, I do as I'm told while Connor opens his bag and reaches inside. He pulls out a polished mahogany box that has the 5 colorful intertwining rings of the Olympic emblem inlaid on both sides. He hands it to me. The top is made of glass, and sitting inside is my medal, gleaming gold. The same color as Connor's hair. I open the box and run my fingers over it, feeling the texture, and reading the words, Olympic Winter Games, Milan. I look up at him. How did you get this? Connor smiles at me, his eyes glistening.
Coach Chris had it. He asked me to give it to you.
I swallow around the lump in my throat. When I was escorted off the ice and out of the building, I figured mine was going to be considered forfeit. At the time, I didn't care, as all I wanted was to get back to Connor. In truth, I haven't had much time to think about it since. Going to the Olympics was a dream of mine as a kid when watching the US team with Connor's father win it years ago. Then, when the league ruled that NHL players couldn't go to the Olympics before my career even started, I had to forget the dream was even possible. After the NHL let us all compete for our countries once again, I'd started dreaming again, and now, holding this medal, I realize how much this actually means. Not only for me, but to the hockey community worldwide as well. The past 3 weeks of chasing after it has been a whirlwind of knocking everyone out of our path to victory. And here it is, finally in my hands. I look at my dad and hand it to him. I bet you never thought we'd ever have our hands on one of these. You'd be wrong, he says as he does the exact same thing I did, running his fingers across the medal's cool surface. He closes the lid and hands it back to me, then pats my shoulder. He lets his hand linger there. I can hear him swallow. You did good, son. Thanks, I say, leaning against him slightly. You did too.
24. Connor. I come out of the bathroom after brushing my teeth to catch Gavin changing the sheets. He wasn't joking about the mattress on the floor. I start helping him, but he waves me off and finishes, looking a little embarrassed.
I promise it's comfortable,
he says, rubbing the back of his neck.
I mean, there's no seam down the center of it for one of us to fall through, but it's nice.
Any bed with you is perfect, I say and climb in. Okay, wow, he wasn't kidding. This mattress feels like a cloud. He gets in on the other side and scooches close to me. He remains on his side, propping his head up with one hand, then places his other on my stomach, rubbing his palm around and across my abs in smooth motions. It feels so good that I sigh and close my eyes.
You don't have to live here if you come play for the Blizzards, he says. I know this place is a dump.
I sigh and let myself relax more under his ministrations. Opening my eyes to look at him, I say, we should keep the mattress. This is a lot nicer than the one I have at home.
My one splurge.
He lets out a shy laugh. One I didn't think he was capable of. I realized that this is probably the most vulnerable I've seen Gavin, and it's in his home. It makes me sad. I turn to face him. His hand slides around my wrist and settles on my lower back. He continues the circling motions of his palm there. You told me about your place in Alaska. Why haven't you done that here?
I told you. That place is for my dad. Even if he'll never live there, it doesn't count.
Okay. I say and place my head on his chest. Then that's even more reason why you should make yourself a home here. He shrugs one shoulder, then slides his hand up my back to start making those same circling motions across my shoulder blades. We're on the road so much during the season, and then I'm in Alaska during the summer. Staying at your dad's place. I risk teasing him. It pays off as I'm rewarded with another smile. Still shy, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't like it. It's strange seeing Gavin like this, but it endears him to me more. It's a side he keeps very hidden. Right, my dad's place. He stills his hand and yanks me closer, bringing us chest to chest. I can no longer see his face as clearly, and I think that's by design. He nuzzles his nose into the hair at the side of my neck. I've never had a reason to make where I live presentable. It's not like I was ever going to invite anybody here for the few days a week I might be in town. Didn't you ever want someplace nice to come home to? He pulls away from my neck and brings his hand to cup my face, tilting it so I can look at him again. I grew up dirt poor. I don't need much. It's more important to me to have someone nice to come home to. He kisses me long and slowly before I can say anything back. When he pulls away, I get my chance. What about someone to come home with? Even better, he says, grinning against my lips. He kisses me again, and I can feel his cock growing in his briefs between us. His hips press it firmly against me as he quietly moans into our kiss. Your dad, I whisper as his length slots itself next to mine, which has decided to join the party. I can be quiet if you can. He whispers into my ear before he nibbles it. You know I can't. I bet you can if I tell you to, he says. His grin is wicked, and his eyes are wild with lust. His hand slides down my back and under the waistline of my briefs. He cups my ass with his hand, then kneads the flesh. I groan, and my body flushes with the need to be as close to him as possible. The need to let him claim me. The need to make him come. That's my good boy, he says, low and quiet. I bite my lip and reach down to remove my briefs. He does the same with his, then rolls me onto my back and slots himself between my thighs. It's so good to have the weight of him on me again, and even better, feeling our bare dicks sliding against each other as he slowly grinds on me. He holds himself up with one hand, then slides his other between our bodies, curling the fingers around both of our lengths. He swipes his thumb over the head of our cocks and collects the pre-cum to spread across his palm and give us some slip. Keeping his eyes locked on mine, he picks up the pace. He's not dragging this out tonight, which is fine by me. After everything we've been through over the last 36 hours, we need this release, and we need it now. Fuck, you feel good, he whispers. I feel my skin flush at his words. The smile on his face is no longer shy, but triumphant. As if that blush spreading across my chest, neck, and cheeks is his prize. I love that blush, he says, leaning down to kiss me. He lifts his head and is looking me back in the eyes with intensity. His orgasm is building, and so is mine. I begin to buck up into his fist, joining him in his rhythm. He leans down again and licks my neck before he starts sucking on my skin. You're mine. I'm yours, I say as my balls tighten. I'm ready to blow. You'll always be mine, he says, and grips our dicks tighter. Fuck, Connor, I'm gonna come. Come on me, Gavin, I breathe out. He presses his mouth to mine. His kiss covers up the loud groans he lets out as he shoots his load between us. I follow right behind him,
whimpering as I try to keep quiet while I come. Our hips stop moving together, but we remain as we are, with his weight pressing me into the soft mattress. I feel boneless and completely consumed by him. He caresses my face with his hand and places a soft kiss on my lips. Pulling slightly away, he looks down at me, sated and sleepy. "I love you," he says. I reach and grab his cheek as well, feeling his soft beard under my palm. He has yet to shave, and I adore it. My Alaskan mountain man. I love you too. 25. Gavin. I keep his fingers laced in mine as I drive him to the airport. It's early, too early. The sun hasn't even fully risen yet, and we didn't have nearly enough time together, especially if all of this ends up backfiring on us. 24 hours of reunited bliss will never make up for a stolen lifetime of possibility. "Your car's nice," Connor says. "Don't lie, it's just a Jeep. You probably drive a fancy BMW or something." He shakes his head. "I don't drive anything." "What?" I ask him at the same time my dad in the back seat asks, "How?" Connor turns in his seat to be able to flip his gaze between the two of us. He's laughing. "What's so funny?" I ask. "You two," he says, trying to catch his breath. He flips his free hand back and forth between us. "The matching outrage on both your faces and your tones right now. If I didn't know better, I'd think you two are clones." I catch eyes with my dad through the rearview mirror. We both shrug, which causes Connor to laugh even harder. "Stop deflecting," my dad says. "How do you not drive a car?" "I've never needed to," Connor says as he twists back around in his seat to face the front. "But you know how to drive, right?" I ask. I see him shrink a bit out of the corner of my eye in the seat beside me. "How?" I ask at the same time my dad says, "What?" Connor starts laughing again and lets go of my hand to rub his face. I can't figure out if he does it to wipe tears of laughter from his eyes or hiding from our questioning. Maybe both. I reach across the car and run my fingers through his hair, then let my hand land on the base of his neck. I give him a few gentle squeezes and he sighs. To my dad, he asks, "Has he always been this tactile?" "Yes," my dad says. His tone has turned heavy, and I know what he's thinking. After what happened with my mother, he'd be woken up constantly by my little hands on his cheeks, making sure he was still warm. Feeling exposed, I slide my hands away and place it back down on the lid of my coffee, sitting in the coffee cup holder between the seats. It doesn't stay there long. Connor picks it up and threads our fingers. "Believe me," he says, "I'm not complaining." As he says it, I understand something. This entire conversation is connected. Connor doesn't know how to drive because Connor driving was never important to his father. Just like showing Connor any affection has never been important to him either. We may have been broke, but affection between me and my dad has never been in short supply. Even looking back to when my mom was alive, my dad was always the more affectionate parent. At the time, I was too young to understand why, but I always preferred him over my mother anyway. He taught me not just how to be a man, but how to be a good man, how to get up and push through no matter how hard things would get, how to express love in both quiet and loud ways. Being taught how to drive was one of many simple ways my dad supported me where money didn't matter. My dad must pick up on it too, because he says, "So your father never taught you how to drive?" "Nope." Connor shakes his head. "Honestly,
He doesn't really drive much himself unless he's taking one of his sports cars out for a joyride. And of course, I could never touch those. What about your mom? Connor looks over his shoulder at me. Would you trust her behind the wheel? Fair point, I say with a nod of my head. But how do you get around? Run errands and stuff? Drivers, mostly. That's how I grew up. And I don't really run a lot of errands. It's kind of hard to go grocery shopping when everyone knows who you are. He looks at me. But you know how that is. Sort of, I say. Our fan base isn't the type to hound us if they see us out. We might get asked to sign an autograph here or there, but they mostly let us go about our days. That sounds nice, Connor says. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the fans. I wouldn't have a career without them, but still. His voice trails off, so I squeeze his hand and finish for him. Some privacy would be nice. He nods his head. Yeah, my dad says. I don't think you two will be getting much of that anytime soon. No. I laugh as we pull up to the airport. I put my car in park, but let the engine idle. Probably not. Connor takes a deep breath. He lets go of my hand and rubs his palms on his pants. You ready? I ask. He nods yes. I am. All three of us step out of the car together, and I walk around the back of the car to grab his bag for him from the hatch, then help him sling it across his shoulders. Despite what I said in the car, we have already attracted some attention. But true to Buffalo Blizzards fans, none of them are rushing in to bother us directly. A few, however, have their phones pointed at us, which is good. Part of our plan counts on us being recognized at the airport. My dad shakes Connor's hand, then wraps him in a bear hug, patting him on the back. Come up to Alaska this summer, and I'll teach you how to drive a car. I'd like that. Connor's cheeks flush pink. My dad lets him go and climbs into the front seat of my Jeep. I'll have to bring him back here tomorrow to catch his flight back to Alaska. Connor steps into my arms, and I hold him tight. I'll pick you up here in a couple of days. If we can pull this off, he says, squeezing my back. We will, I tell him, bringing one hand to cup his face and run my thumb over his pink cheek. But if we don't, I can wait until this summer. I love you. I love you too, he says, and now it's my turn to kiss him in front of everyone right here on this dirty airport curb. Connor. By the time my plane lands in Chicago 2 hours later, the sports world is buzzing with speculation about me and Gavin. The burner phone I grabbed at the airport has 6 missed texts from him, all bearing links of proof. The first is to a list of coaches and general managers who have signed on to back the so-called Marshall Rule. More than half of the teams in the league are voicing their support, no doubt because they're tired of losing to Buffalo. One notable team missing from the list, though, is St. Louis, which does give me some hope that we might be able to pull this whole thing off. The next link is to the story my father wants the world to believe, that what they saw was nothing more than 2 athletes getting caught up in the moment and excitement of winning Olympic gold. He's maintaining they're the ones turning it into something else merely because Gavin is gay. That it's all a big misunderstanding. That the Marshall Rule has nothing to do with me. And that I, most importantly, am 100% straight. Which is bullshit. I am 100% gay. Strictly dickly for as long as I've been interested in sex. But I know exactly what he's doing. He's planting the seed in everyone's head so he can orchestrate that fake, image-preserving romance with a woman he threatened me with. His effort to effectively make this gay mishap of mine disappear. Little does he know that Gavin and I are way ahead of him in curating my new image. The third is to another social media video post. This one is going viral, and it's of Gavin kissing me goodbye outside the airport terminal. It shows him caressing my face. It shows us whispering. It shows him kissing me with intensity, like he'd rather do anything other than put me on the plane, sending me away from him and back to my father. I do the smart thing and ignore the comment section, as I'm sure it's an absolute shit show. The fourth link he sent is to a social media thread, where a sports journalist broke the news that there's a rumor I demanded a trade out of Chicago. The fifth link is to a clip of my father saying there is no truth to the rumor I demanded a trade. I can see the anger on his face while he states I am a broad wing, and will forever remain a broad wing. Despite his world unraveling around him, he says the last part directly into the camera, as if he's trying to remind me of my place. The sixth link he sent, and this one is my favorite, is one of Bouchard. He's in his home, speaking to a sports reporter via Zoom from his laptop. Displayed over one shoulder is his Olympic gold medal, and the other is his framed Team USA Olympic jersey. He must have been working on cleaning and pressing that thing perfectly all night so he could have it displayed behind him for an occasion just like this.
Does it look like Gavin and Connor aren't in love in that video?
Bouchard asks.
Videos can be deceiving, the reporter says. Not like that.
Bouchard laughs, then adds,
Look, I've been playing with these two for close to a month. The team spent every day together. There isn't a single one of us who can't vouch for what these two have as being genuine.
So the team knew they were together?
Are together,
Bouchard corrects.
And of course we knew. You can't hide what they have.
If you all knew, why didn't one of you come forward, especially after Gavin was outed?
We didn't come forward because we all agreed it wasn't anyone's business. No one has ever cared who I'm dating. Why do we care so much about these two?
Was it a team member who outed Gavin? Maybe someone who wanted him gone and wanted to take his place as alternate captain?
Bouchard's grin on the screen is wicked, ready to go in for the kill.
Someone wanted him off the team, all right. But it wasn't a player. At least, not a current player.
It sounds like you're implying Connor Kennedy Sr. is the one who outed Gavin.
Bouchard looks directly into the camera.
I'm not implying it. I'm directly stating it. You can quote me. Connor Kennedy Sr. not only outed Gavin, but he's making up this ridiculous denial about their relationship.
You said they were in love. I find that hard to believe. Especially from Gavin Marshall. He isn't exactly what anyone would call the lovey-dovey type.
Who are you to judge how Gavin Marshall shows his affections?
Bouchard challenges.
Well, considering what we see from him is mostly violence,
the reporter counters, letting her statement dangle. Bouchard doesn't let her get away with it. He laughs, then says,
It's hockey. This is a contact sport. We all have a history of violence out there, except for goalies.
He winks.
We're angels.
That's where the clip ends. I debate starting it from the beginning again. I've already watched it 4 times. Like I said, it's my favorite. But the driver of the black SUV I'm riding in is making a turn into the Broadwing Stadium parking lot. Coach Chris and his wife are waiting for me at the players' entrance. Gavin. So far, this day may be going according to plan, but it's still a nightmare. I am a ball of stress, hiding in the blizzard's empty practice rink as I watch all of this go down. Coach Matthews was nice enough to let us in, even though as a suspended player, I'm technically not supposed to be here. I needed this, though. If I can't be with Connor while he navigates this next stage with his father, then I need to do something to keep me from jumping out of my skin. Skating, despite my reputation for being a bruiser on the ice, keeps me calm. This hour-long stick and puck session I'm having with my dad is the only thing keeping my head clear. After confronting the press,
My dad and I could both use letting off some steam in the form of slap-shotting pucks. Plus, Coach Matthews is here working on the trade deal with our general manager and waiting for it to be completed. Every once in a while, he pops his head out of his office to give me updates. Apparently, the St. Louis Mules, who are completely tanking this season, are willing to take on the excess of Connor's contract if Coach Chris agrees to tell Chicago to fuck off and come coach for them. But who knows if that's going to work. That's a risky play for them to be making. I skate to the boards where my dad is wiping his forehead with a towel. He shakes his head at me. I don't know how you do this all day. My legs are killing me. I wonder the same about you on that boat, I say back to him, handing him my water bottle. He takes a sip. I might not have a boat to go back to by the time I get home. Fuck, I say, remembering what day it is, even though I'm relieved he's not heading back out on one of those death traps. Your boat was going back out to sea today, wasn't it? Had none of this happened, and he'd be able to get back to Alaska from Milan as he planned, he would have made it back on time. He shrugs. It's all right. They have to come back to port eventually, or I can grab a spot on another one if I need to. Or you could take me up on my offer and get your own boat going where you can stay on shore to run the business and send other people out to sea. You know I'm no good at that office stuff. Then we'll hire someone who can help you. I turn myself to place one hand on the boards and look at him. Say you'll think about it. He nods his head at me, but I worry it's a lost cause. Those first few years after my mother's death, when it was only the two of us, he tried to find work off the boats. He did all right, but the pay was much lower, and he found that technology had moved right past him. Computers are always evolving, but the sea stays the same. Marshall! Coach Matthews yells out from his office. Was that a good yell or a bad yell? I skate over to him, my heart in my mouth. Good news. You're no longer suspended. Thank Christ, I say and let out a sigh of relief. And I expect you both on the ice tomorrow morning for practice. Yes, sir, I say, then almost fall over with how quickly my head spins to stare directly at him. Both? Yeah, he smiles at me. Your boy's a blizzard now. You can pick him up at the airport tonight at 10 o'clock.
26. Connor. The look on my father's face when he hangs up the phone with the Blizzard's coach and general manager is pure anger. It's frightening. But I'm no longer a kid, nor, as of this moment, am I under his control anymore. He's lost, and he knows it. I'm sorry, I say to him because I am. I wish it didn't need to happen this way, which is also the truth. I would have liked for us to be able to part amicably. I would have liked him to never have put me in a position where I would have to do this. His nostrils flare, and he points at his office door. Get out of my office, you ungrateful little shit. I clench my teeth and nod my head at him, then rise from my seat and walk through his office door. Michelle is right on my heels. She follows me as I make my way to the locker room, so I can collect my things. When we reach the closed entry door, she puts her hand on my shoulder. Are you still doing okay? I swallow, then let out a long breath as I look at the Broadwings logo painted in bright, glossy colors on the door. I've stared at this logo my entire life. I wore it as a newborn and through every stage and milestone since then. A born Broadwing flying away to become a Blizzard. I'm good. I just need a minute. She pats me on the shoulder. I'll give you some privacy, she says, then walks away, tapping on her phone. My work here might be done today, but hers is only getting started. I know for a fact that my dad has called Coach Chris in for a meeting that she'll sit in on with his contract in hand like she did for me, negotiating his dismissal from the Broadwings organization. After that, she needs to finalize the details of the Kennedy rule with the league. Taking another deep breath, I pull my locker room door open. The team's equipment manager has already filled my bag up with my gear, but there's a few personal items in my stall I'd like to grab as well, like my name placard, which I'm sure my father would throw away. Then there's a stack of pucks I've collected with my now ex-teammates' signatures on them over the years, and a team hoodie to wear while loosening up before dressing in all my gear for a game. I won't need it anymore, obviously. I'll get a new one with the rest of my Blizzard's uniforms. But just because things ended poorly for me here with my father, that doesn't mean I don't want to take this with me as a souvenir to remember my days as a Broadwing. I'm shoving everything into my bag and making sure my skates are secure when my phone rings. I pull it out of my pocket. It's Gavin. A smile pulls at my lips and my eyes begin to burn. Hi.
Hey,
He says, his voice gentle.
are you all right?
I swallow around the lump in my throat. It's been a long day, and it's barely 2. But it's so good to hear his voice, even though it was only a few hours ago that he dropped me off at the airport. I'm good. I miss you.
I miss you too. But I'll see you tonight. Look for my Jeep right outside the airport waiting for you.
Okay. I choke out and sit heavily onto the bench. With the back of my hand, I wipe at the underside of my eyes, relieved I'm alone, as I don't need anybody to see me like this.
Connor,
I can hear the worry in his voice when he says my name.
it's gonna be all right.
I know, I say. It's just a lot.
I wish there was a way I could be there with you.
You are, I say, and tug on the strings of his Team USA warm-up hoodie I put on this morning before I left his place. When I put the hoodie over my head, I'm bathed in his scent.
I take it you're still wearing my hoodie.
I can hear the smile in his voice. I smile and laugh lightly. I am.
I bet your old man loved that.
To be honest, I sigh. I think he was too disgusted by me to even notice. Not that that was the point of me wearing the hoodie. I didn't put it on to piss off my father. I wore it because I needed Gavin's familiar protection with me. Anyway, I say, needing to change the subject. Are the sports channels all over this?
Honestly, I haven't looked.
He laughs. I'll ask Bouchard.
That's a good idea. You know he's living for this today.
My eyes finally stop leaking, and a genuine smile lifts my lips. Sometimes I think he wanted this more than we did.
Let's not go that far,
Gavin says. I can hear shuffling noises coming from his end of the line, and what sounds like glasses banging together. Curious, I ask, what are you doing?
My dad and I are packing up my place.
Why? And no offense, but is that even a 2-man job?
No, it's not.
He laughs, answering the second question before answering the first.
I signed a new lease for us on an apartment in Bouchard's building. There's no way I'm moving you into this shithole.
How? I literally just got traded.
Bouchard's been bugging me to move into his building for ages. I got in touch with the leasing agent after you left this morning, so I could sign us as soon as I got confirmation you were coming. It's a nice place. I hope you like it.
Is it gonna have you in it? I ask, and my goddamn eyes are watering again.
Yes.
Then I'll love it.
Gavin.
Moving is easy enough. All my dad and I had to do was strap my mattress to the top of my Jeep,
and throw my clothes in the hatch. I left everything else, including the couch that now has a dip in it from 3 overgrown men sitting on it all day yesterday, for the next renter. They can consider it a consolation prize for the dents in the drywall and the chunks missing from the kitchen countertop. Bouchard is, of course, thrilled. He has my dad already set up in his apartment 3 floors below mine and Connor's, in an actual bed for the night. I felt bad that I didn't have enough time to set up the guest room for him to stay with us. But he said it was fine, and that Connor and I needed our privacy tonight anyway, which he's not wrong about. And it's not only because we need to have loud sex later. Granted, that is part of it, but we also need some time for the 2 of us. We honestly haven't ever had that. And after the 48 hours we've just experienced, leaving both of us vulnerable and raw, we need some time to decompress before we're back in the spotlight again. Practice tomorrow is going to be a disaster. I've been warned by our team's PR manager to be on my best behavior. No snapping at the press and telling them to fuck off. And no sending slap shots into the glass in their direction no matter how badly I'd like to. As a matter of fact, I've been instructed to behave as Connor does when dealing with the press. Turn on the charm. Smile, laugh, be approachable. So be anything but my usual grumpy self. I smile as I step on the gas, getting on the highway to claim Connor from the airport. I guess it won't be that hard to do what our PR guy is asking of me. After all, Connor does bring out the best parts of me. Hell, my cheeks are sore from how much more I've been smiling since he became a part of my life. I never realized how much I neglected those muscles, which is funny considering how much time and effort I spend on the rest. A message from Connor pops up on my phone. I take a brief glance at it. His plane has landed. I'm going to be right on time to get him. I can't wait. I can't wait to kiss him. I can't wait to get him in this car. I can't wait to start my new life with him. My life where I have a reason to want to make a home. A reason to no longer feel so lonely when I'm away from Alaska. To have someone I care about enough to hold at night. And relax in the comfort of knowing he will still want to be there in the morning. He's easy to spot wearing my Team USA hoodie and carrying his giant bag of hockey gear through the sliding glass door of the airport as I pull up. I put the Jeep in park and jump out, then practically run to meet him so I can free him from his heavy bag. "Thanks," he says, and I kiss him before he can say anything else. Luckily, he was on one of the last flights to land here in Buffalo for the night, so the airport is quiet. While we needed to be spotted sharing an intimate moment this morning, right now, I'm back to valuing our privacy. "How was your flight?" I asked once we're back in my Jeep and heading to our new home. "Good." He laughs. "It was easily the best of the 4 I've been on in the last 48 hours. Jesus, that's a lot even for a hockey player. I grab his hand and hold it in mine. "You're telling me. When's our first away game?" "Thursday," I tell him. "So you get a 2-day break from flying." "At least my next flight will be with you." "Your next one, and every single one after that," I say. "And all hotel rooms," he adds. I can hear the smile in his voice. "And calorie-heavy meals eaten at a diner." He yawns, then says, "Those are my favorite." I pull his hand to my lips and kiss it. Mine too. "Sorry," he says as he yawns again. "Tired?" I press my foot a little harder on the gas pedal to get us home faster. It's late. The roads are empty anyway. "Exhausted," he says. "I've been like a live wire all day, but now I'm having a bit of an adrenaline crash." "It's been a lot for you," I say. "It has been. and it's not lost on me the weight all of it must feel on his shoulders. You don't have any regrets, do you? God, no, he says. I chance a glance at him. He's staring at me with tired, red, but also content eyes. I'll make it worth it. You already have.
Overtime. 27. July 1st. No Place Good, Alaska. Connor. I can't believe I'm here. Alaska is even more gorgeous than I had imagined. The trees in the backyard are old and huge. The mountains are immense and imposing. The sea is vast and endless. I'm completely at peace, watching the low, late evening sun glisten across the water from where we're sitting on the deck, overlooking the harbor below us. Gavin leans over his chair towards me and kisses my cheek. You look good in the Alaskan sun. I can't help myself from humming in contentment at his side while we wait for dinner to be ready. All day he's been slowly smoking the salmon we caught yesterday, and I've thrown together a salad from some of the vegetables we picked up at the farmer's market this morning. Going there is one of my favorite experiences. This Alaskan life is interesting with the way a lot of it still works on trade. We had caught an abundance of spawning salmon out of a nearby river that Gavin and Garrett cleaned and prepared. They split it up into 3 piles. One for us, one for Garrett, and one to exchange with the vendors in town for fruits and vegetables. It's some of the best produce I've ever eaten. It's no wonder Gavin grew up to be as big as he is if this is how he's eaten his whole life. Coming up the driveway, I hear the low rumbling of an engine. Gavin's dad said he'd come by to have dinner with us this evening. Garrett has spent almost every night with us for dinner. We keep asking him to stay at the house, but he insists on going back to his place instead. We've been spending a lot of time there as well, now that Garrett is running his own boat, named the Marshall Rule. Because Gavin and Garrett think it's hilarious, he's had more time to focus on his home, and we've been helping him fix it up. He didn't even put up too much of a fight when Gavin insisted he get a new couch. Somehow, it was in a worse shape than Gavin's. I didn't think that was possible. Granted, fixing up his place is a slow process. We'll likely be doing it for years, which is fine by me as I love it here. I understand why Gavin, even though he fled it at 16, has always been called back to it as an adult. Being here now, I also understand why he left, and why his dad was so hell-bent on getting him an opportunity to play hockey by sending him to that junior camp years ago. Watching them together, I know it must have been hard for them to live apart, but it was for the best. Sure, there are other opportunities in Alaska besides being a fisherman, but they aren't often extended to people like Gavin and Garrett. The world sees men like them as cannon fodder for the machine. Men who society has cast off as expendable. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed with the gratitude I feel that Garrett has lived as long as he has. Not a lot of commercial fishermen make it into their 50s. Still, though, I've learned enough through observation that running your own fishing boat is a lot of work. Gavin will need to be involved via telephone and email once we return to Buffalo. But for Gavin, knowing his father is no longer out at sea for weeks at a time is a big relief, and worth the extra workload. I feel it too. And to make things easier, he's also hired a lovely woman named Maria to help Garrett out in the office. Garrett, of course, protested, but I think she has charmed him in more ways than one, which is also my suspicion as to why he's finally letting Gavin do some upgrades to his home. Like father, like son, I guess. They really are the same. Hey, Dad, Gavin says as he reaches into the cooler and grabs a root beer for him. Put it back on ice, he says. There's something I need to do before I get too comfortable. He steps to my side and dangles a set of keys in front of me.
I believe I promised someone a driving lesson.
I look up at him, then look over my shoulder. He didn't drive his pickup truck here. Instead, he came here in his 1970 El Camino. You can't be serious, I say. I point at the car. Even I, who knows nothing about cars, knows that's a classic.
This is Alaska.
Garrett gestures around.
Cars like that are a dime a dozen around here.
He narrows his eyes at me.
But don't tell the lower 48. We don't want them raiding our supply of reliable cars.
Reliable? I question. Sure, I heard the purr of the engine as it made its way down the drive. But the car is older than Garrett. Gavin grins at his father.
If it ran in the 70s, it'll run today.
That's right. His father points his finger and nods at him. I'm going to have to take your word on that, I say. I may not own a car, but I do know my father's cars have without fail ended up in the shop for some unforeseen problem or engine light that costs thousands to fix. He jingles the keys in front of me again. I hesitate before I grab them. Are you sure you want to teach me how to drive in that?
Of course,
he says, then pats Gavin on the shoulder.
That's the car I taught Gavin in. Should work for you too.
I look at Gavin. Really? He nods his head, smiles, then shrugs.
I got my first blowjob in that car too.
Same, his dad says, and they blindly slap each other a high five. He narrows his eyes back at me, then points back and forth between me and Gavin.
But don't you two get any ideas.
Not a problem, I say, rising from my seat. I look at Gavin. Are you coming with us?
Nah,
he says.
There's not a lot of space. It's really only built for two. No need for us to cram ourselves on that bench seat.
Yeah, Garrett says.
I don't need a reminder of what it was like to sit on your old couch.
Gavin levels him a look.
Like yours was any better.
Hey, Garrett says.
Leave my lazy boy out of this.
Gavin reaches for my hand and gives it a squeeze.
Have fun,
he says, then nods his head towards his dad.
He's an excellent teacher. You'll be all right with him.
Of course I will be. He's Gavin's dad. There was never a doubt in my mind.
Gavin. Seeing Connor slowly steer the car up the driveway makes my heart happier than it already is. It's not that he's driving that does it. It's that he's getting to have an experience he should have had ages ago. But now it's even better than it would have been, as he's learning from my dad instead of his. On paper, most people would assume it's the other way around. That Connor was the one of us born lucky. The golden boy with a gold, not silver spoon in his mouth, where my spoon was second-hand plasticware. But who cares how I was fed? I was loved. And my dad did the best he could under, at times, terrible circumstances. Now we get to share that with Connor. He deserves it. He deserves the world. When they get back, I'm going to give him a little piece of it. I've already placed it on the table in front of where he sits. It's the deed to this house and property, amended to have both of our names on it. It doesn't matter to me that we've only been together a few months. He's it for me, and I want to make sure he knows it. I think my dad does too. He's accepted Connor into our life with no hesitation, showing him around and explaining the history of Alaska to him. When I mentioned to him that I wanted to add Connor to the deed of this house, he smiled. It's not that my dad never wanted this place. It's more that he wanted to keep it for me to share with someone. Before Connor, I never thought that was a possibility. It's been Dad and me against the world for so long. It didn't seem possible anyone would ever get to join our team. Yet Connor jumped in head first and fit himself right in. We're a family of 3 now. 4, if my dad can keep himself from getting too grumpy with Maria. I think she'd make a good match for him. She's a tough Alaskan woman through and through. Truthfully, that's why I hired her. Well, that, and she has a grandson who plays pee-wee hockey, so my dad will have an excuse to go to games again. He needs it, especially now that he's spending all his time on land. Hockey has always been an excellent distraction, one that this area desperately needs, which is why Connor and I have been talking about funding and running a junior camp up here next summer. With a little effort, we can attract some attention to these kids who know what it means to play with grit and toughness. The kids who play hockey up here have what it takes to get knocked down and get back up for no reason but the drive to keep going. They deserve a fair shot. By the time I hear the El Camino coming back down the driveway, I have dinner waiting on the table. I've put some of the salmon aside for Bouchard when he comes to visit us next week. He loves my smoked salmon, and he's more than earned a few pounds of it as a thank you for all his help and support to us. Well, how'd you do? I ask Connor as he comes through the door. He did good, my dad answers for him. He's a natural. Connor kisses me on the lips, and then pulls away with a wicked grin. We need to get one of those for Buffalo. I tip my head and smile at him. If he wants one, I'll happily buy him 2. There's plenty of room in the back for us to toss our gear. I'll keep an eye out for one, my dad says, and cracks open a root beer. I kiss Connor one more time, then gesture for us to take our seats at the table. What's this? Connor asks, reaching for the envelope with his name on it. His cheeks are flushed from the sun, which has brought out a smattering of freckles across his nose. Each night, as we lie in bed, I want to kiss all of them. A little gift for you, I say, taking a sip of my root beer. Even though I'm confident in his response to what the envelope holds, my heart rate kicks up anyway. I just want to make him happy. I want him to know I'm in this with him until the end of our days. I want him to know that walking away from his father was the right decision, and that he's strong for having done it. I want him to know that I will always have his back, both on and off the ice. I want him to know and remember that I love him now and forever, and I'll always choose him. He opens it, and his eyes go wide. He slowly lets out a breath. This is a big gift, he says, then turns to look at me. His eyes are watery, and honestly, so are mine. If I looked, I'd bet my dad's are too. I reach around the table to ruffle his hair, letting the soft, golden strands sift through my fingers. The first of many, I say, smiling at him. Now let's eat. We hope you have enjoyed this Storm Publishing production of The Kennedy Rule, written by Casey Carmichael and read by Theo Madison. Produced by 2020 Recordings. Copyright Casey Carmichael, 2025. Production copyright Storm Publishing, 2025. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted.